After the longest break between two races in the VEC Season 15 calendar, we head to the shortest circuit. This is the 6 hours of Laguna Seca, this wonderful Californian circuit with sand lining either side, lefts and rights, ups and downs, and enthralling one to drive. The DPIs around here are going through at only just over a minute per lap. It is such an exciting circuit, and it's going to be a very, very exciting race indeed, with very little opportunity to overtake. Multi-class traffic is going to be a big struggle. My name's Ewan O'Leary. I'm alongside Zach Sweeney for the first couple of hours of this one. We've been looking forward to this one, to be honest, Zach. It's a short circuit, it's a narrow circuit, arguably one of the most difficult on that calendar at the bottom of your screen.
Yeah, it's a quirky one, I think, Laguna Seca. It's very short, and of course we've got the DPIs and the P2s hurling around here. 1 minute 5 lap times roughly for the DPIs. That is rapid for Laguna Seca. It's going to be a very tricky one indeed. As you say, consistency is definitely going to be key because of just you look left, it's just sand and gravel. You look right, there's just sand and gravel. There is no margin for error at all. And when you're going around here in those prototypes, even in the GTs as well, it's so easy to make that mistake. And the mistake that you do have is going to cost you a lot of time, maybe even a bit of damage along the way as well. But it's an endurance race. You're going to have lap traffic as well, and that again is going to play a massive factor.
It certainly is, and there's going to be a lot of it as well with the short circuit. Just an update on the standings, by the way, as we get into warm-up here before the race. We'll go through the grid when we get to it. But at the moment, Simpreme Esports are leading the championship overall by a good 7 points ahead of Rage Clutch. Then it's Seawolf Net Race, who have only got 3 points over 7th place, despite being in third. It's very, very well populated at that particular point of the standings. We've got Simpreme Esports also leading in LMP2, by the way. Blackhawk Sancho only 3 points behind, and John Lacey Esports only 5 points behind. Very close there. And after 2 wins out of 2, NeveRacing.com are leading the GTE standings ahead of P1 Esport by a good 19 points. It's very early days, though, in the championship as we look through this starting grid now. Connor Spork with a good lap in qualifying to take pole for Race Clutch ahead of the likes of Burst Esport just behind. Janssen Bintz, Belmi and Gelsinski on the next couple of rows. Then Simfree, Rookie Monsters, DX Droids and Wanako to round out the first 4 rows. And then Liam Rance for Moran as E-Stars is alongside Satellite Racing, which is a bit of a confusing one, but they are sharing row 5 ahead of the LMP2 leaders of RHE Esports and Go Team Racing. Then we've got Darius Andre for Visceral in that 13th place ahead of Simfree and Roland Zux. Then it's Moritz Bell for Go Team Racing and Pescarolo Esport, who will be lining up 16th overall. Another one of the Simfree Esports cars in 17th, ahead of John Lacey Esports LMP2. Then it's Nicolas Lemoine in the on-off racing car, ahead of Arms Cyber running out the top 20. Then Blackhawk Sancho surprisingly far down there in the 11th place of LMP2, ahead of Butler Powell and the other Arms Cyber car to round out the LMP2s, ahead of Ibrahim Khan, who's taken pole for P1 Esport. Moran as E-Stars second ahead of Juicy's Motorsport Club. Then it's John Lacey Esports and Blackhawk Racing. Still waiting to see NeveRacing.com though, not inside the top 5 here. Go Team Racing 6th ahead of Iron Beltons for Scuderia Leone. Then it is Eric Schmeider for Juices and Diogo Silva for GTC Race Centre, the all-Portuguese team. Ivan Avanella will be 33rd ahead of Ricardo Santos for Armada. Caspian Motorsport all the way down to 35th with Jackie Lotterman for Sim Racing for Holland, 36th here, and only a few more GTEs to go before we get right down to the very bottom with Christian Mikel all the way down there for NeveRacing.com, second last ahead of Ben Crooks in there as well for Seawolf Net Race. So it's a big field once again, which you'd expect, but NeveRacing.com starting on the back row, which is going to be very difficult for the championship leaders.
Yeah, after coming off the back of course, their 2 wins over the course of the first 2 rounds of this season, they are going to want to try and carve their way through. But they've got a long race, of course, if Laguna Seca a whole 6 hours. But starting at the back, it's going to make their life a whole lot trickier. It is literally going to be 6 hours of just making sure you don't make those mistakes, picking your way through, trying to capitalize off other people's mistakes, and again limiting your own, because mistakes are going to happen. You're only human, and it is Laguna Seca, so you've got to look out for those sausage curbs on the inside here as you run through the left-hander. If you hit that, particularly in the DPIs and the P2s, even in the GTs, it's going to be deadly. But yeah, it'll be an interesting dynamic to see them try and carve their way through as they try and make it 3 in a row. But I mean, they've already got the 2 wins. All they need really is a pretty decent result, just damage limitation really after a poor qualifying.
Absolutely. It is not the place you want to be starting right at the back. There are some more ideal circuits coming up for that. I'd argue that Daytona is one of them. That's coming up in early February. The 12 hours of Daytona, that's the first one we have in 2023. After all, it is very late on now in 2022, and this will be the last VEC race of this one. But we're back to the traditional 8-race calendar, as you know, and as we've just seen. We've got Daytona coming up. Visits to Road America, Road Atlanta, Bahrain, and Le Mans coming up as well, of course, in 2023, towards the back end of season 15. It is a good calendar, a very American-focused calendar, though, and we're seeing the start of a 4-race American leg here with this one. So half of the races over on this continent, starting here at Laguna Seca, with only a few seconds to go towards warm-up. Attention to get a turn towards turn 2 and that first braking zone of the day, because it's not an easy first corner to get around here. There could well be incidents down the bottom of the hill.
Yeah, at the start of an endurance race, downhill braking zone is never going to help you at all. And we are expecting maybe a bit of carnage and chaos. I mean, we had Monza to kickstart the season, so it's definitely going to be up there in terms of scary on that way down in towards the Andretti hairpin. But it is a fantastic corner. It should be good for some overtaking opportunities, particularly if you can get yourself on the inside, because being on the outside, it's a long way around, and it's very difficult to actually keep it, because particularly as it favors the inside line. On the outside, you have to it sort of cuts back into the circuit a little bit on the exit. So being on the outside, you are more than likely going to get squeezed off just a little bit. So drivers and teams are going to have to be very careful how they negotiate in towards turn 2, who's going to be more aggressive, who's going to be a little bit more conservative. But at the end of the day, you just want to get through, you want to get down, and you want to get settled into this race.
Absolutely. Going to be easier said than done as gridding up just begins right now. You can see Colin Spork there on the pole position for Race Clutch. Burst Esports second, as we've seen. Demian Skrovron with a good qualifying there from the Polish driver. He's been starting to impress as part of Burst Esports after really bursting onto the scene. Excuse me, bursting onto the scene again just about this time last year, to be honest, with some strong performances, and now starting to find his feet at Burst Esport and get up towards the front in this session. Jansen Bintz just behind as well, another very young driver to have up towards the front, and then Benjamin Gilsinski to round out the top 4. Championship leaders from 4th place, Lorenzo Arisi, not a bad qualifying there from him, as you can see them all grinning up just right now. A few moments to go, and now the formation lap will get underway. Colin Spork pulling away. Cam Roger, by the way, will be on a little bit later on, just informing us of all things that are happening at Burst Esport at the moment. It is Demian Skrovron's first race of the season. It's a good point now I mentioned it, because I don't remember seeing him previously, and that's why, because this is his first, and clearly making a good impression to start off with, alongside Colin Spork. I think it's going to be difficult for him to take the lead in these first couple of moments, really, but that's not a problem. It is a long race, and he's put himself in a good position to just get through this opening lap in at least a decent place with that second place qualifying.
Yeah, for sure. You don't need to be a hero on lap 1, particularly as it is Skrovron's first race of this season. He's going to have a lot of nerves and a lot of adrenaline going down in towards turn 2. But the main thing is he's in a good place. Second place, definitely Burst will for sure take that, at least for the start of this race. Of course, they still have the whole 6 hours to move forward. For Skrovron, I think it's just going to be a case of don't lose any places. If you can get past Colin Spork, then great, but don't put everything on the line to do it. Just settle in, get into second, don't, risk losing the place to Jansen Bintz or Jagonski just in behind you. Stay in second. It's good enough, and Colin Spork's a fast driver. If you can stay with him for your stint, you're gonna, chances are you're gonna.
A gentle reminder, there's a full race orange zone between the 2 bridges in turn 9. Full race orange zone, meaning double the penalties. So please take it easy. Good luck and have fun.
Reminder down there at the corkscrew section particularly, because it is a particularly dangerous point of the circuit, as Jimmy has just explained. Double penalties for any incidents happening in that particular portion. But we are ready to go. Bit of a difference in terms of tyre strategy, something to watch as tyre wear becomes really important around this circuit. We're getting ready to go racing though. Colin Sport once again on the pole position for race clutch, and he will get us underway. Debian Scrobon on the outside line has got a good reaction to that one, and he's still alongside, going down the hill towards turn 2 for the first time. The Andrei hairpin, Janssen Vince is going to try and slot his way through as well, as Colin Sport does take the lead and makes it his own in towards turn 3. Janssen Vince around the outside, Scrobon giving him the room, and it looks like Valley Esports might well take second. They will indeed around the outside at turn 4. Good driving from Janssen Vince to take the initiative on the start.
Yeah, absolutely. He was able to just capitalise off the stricken Damien Scovron, but Colin Sport really flying off the opening moments there, able to bridge a gap now of over a second as they run their way through that very fast left-hand kink in towards the corkscrew. This is where things are going to get spicy. They've got to be very, very careful, particularly on the opening lap. Cold tyres, cold brakes, and a fresh mind. Of course, the start of the race is always going to be chaos, but everyone, at least in the DPI, is getting their way through nice and carefully. That is always what you like to see.
Yeah, the DPIs at least have managed to find their way through on this opening lap, and I believe everybody in the field has as well. In the LMP2s and GT3s, it's been clean starts there as well, as Mikel Leroux gets off to a good start here for Go Team Racing, into the lead for him. Now, if I remember correctly, they were starting it in something like 4th position, and it was Moritz Mell who was the first of the Go Team Racing cars, unless I've misremembered, but that's a fantastic start from Leroux to get up the inside of everybody there, and RHG pushed down to second just for the moment. But I've got to be honest, I'm quite astonished we've been able to get through this opening lap with no issues at all, because everybody in the field has gotten underway nicely, along with Jimmy Nisler as well in GTE. He's now taken the lead, as NeveRacing.com in second place as well.
Yeah, very clean start. It was, I mean, they've sort of been forcing their hands to stay cautious. I mean, at Laguna Seca, they're like, okay, yeah, no, we need to be careful. I think every driver sort of unanimously agreed to just be like, yeah, okay, let's be a bit more careful, particularly in these opening moments. And it's definitely worked. No major incidents or anything like that. I don't think we've even seen a spinner, particularly towards the front of all three classes. So great job from all of these guys, and it is good just to start to settle in. Yeah, Jimmy Nusler doing a great job, and for at least for now, you can see the DPI race clutch, and of course Jimmy Nusler of Miranda Sea Stars sort of pulling away just a little bit. They're reaching away from the gaps of the packs of cars in behind. I think that's very important as this race starts to develop, because of how easily things can go wrong here. Yeah,
they certainly can. But you can see 1 second to the favour of the Finnish driver at the moment. Just over, yeah, this or bouncing around that second point right now as Juicy's Motorsport Club just apply that pressure to them, to NeveRacing.com. That's Vojta Polesny and Christian Mikel just fighting it out. There's the LMP2 leaders once again. Mikel Leroux currently leading here. The first few very close together indeed, in a bit of a train. There's a bit of a gap to the next Go Team Racing car in that 4th position, and then there's a further train from there. But this circuit very, very short indeed, and already the DPIs have managed to get about a half lap, maybe more, on the GTEs, and they'll be very soon getting into lap traffic, earlier than you might expect at some other circuits. Actually, it's so short that they will be getting to the back of the GTEs very quickly indeed, and that's when the real race starts.
Yeah, that's where things are going to get a little bit spicy. I mean, lap traffic is a big factor over the course of the last 2 races that we've had, and they were Monza and Spa. Pretty wide circuits for the most part at both of them, and even then we saw some drama when it came to lap traffic, let alone here at Laguna Seca. It's really going to start to spice things up, and we're going to have a lot of those lappings because of the differential between the DPIs and the GT3s, and obviously with how short the lap here at Laguna Seca is. Yeah, you're going to see a lot of it. They're going to have plenty of opportunities to try and get it right when it comes to lapping traffic, but it is going to be a skill in of itself. And it doesn't matter how quick you are, you've got to be able to go into a situation, be calm, and make sure you can negotiate the lap traffic as best as possible. Here is a little bit of action a little bit further up. Janssen Vince trying to consolidate this P2. But yeah, Damien Scovron trying to put some pressure on a little bit early.
Yeah, he really came under pressure then, Janssen Vince, up towards the corkscrew, but didn't decide to go for it there. Scrubron will just slot in behind here and wait for his chance to go through. 5 minutes into this one now. The back end of the GT3 is just coming out of turn 2 now, so we are very, very close indeed. By the end of this lap, we will be into lap traffic, you'd imagine. 2 seconds though in favour of the leader, Colin Spork, who's gotten away from this right now. We've gotten away from these two at least. The gaps start to open up, especially in DPI. The other two classes staying a little bit closer than this. But the DPI's spreading out just that little bit more. There is Colin Spork making his way around turn 5, and the first of the Corvettes are here. This race is really about to begin, and it's going to be very messy indeed. You don't want to catch them through the final section particularly, but Colin Spork is about to do exactly that up towards here. Now he's on the back of the Corvette, or at the back, so this is really where the difficulty begins. That one wasn't too bad, but let's see how the rest of them go.
Yeah, probably the worst time, and already in that he's lost that half a second to Janssen Bint of Valley Esports, and again catching a couple of cars mid-corner as well. That is just going to slow him down, but also Janssen Bint, Damien Skovron both have to work their way through the same lap traffic. They've caught them at a little bit of a better time because the DPIs are so much quicker than these GTs down the pit straight. Colin Spork working his way through. It's a big GT pack to work his way through. You can just see how many they are, all are, and Colin Spork needs to get through quite quickly, but Janssen Bintz is going to try and maybe use this as an opportunity to close at that gap. It's been bridged by about a second already with the lap traffic, and Colin Spork, I think, just got really unlucky with how he caught the first wave.
Yeah, quite possibly, and Damien Skovron has got pretty unlucky with it as well, because he's lost a second to Janssen Bintz there, and now he's certainly been caught a lot more by Benjamin Gilsinski in that 4th position for Seawolf. They slot through into turn 6 and now up the hill towards the corkscrew. Skovron just going to squeak through before the bridge there, and now we'll have to wait behind the Aston Martin just on the exit of the corkscrew, and now we'll go through. I think everybody's going to be especially careful into there now, given that they get double the penalty for any incident into there. I think it was recognised from pretty early on that it was going to be a difficult point in the racetrack, and so it's probably a good idea to discourage moves happening through the corkscrew wherever possible.
Yeah, it's a tricky corner to go through by yourself, let alone sort of side by side or when you're lapping a bit of traffic. Yeah, you do not want to be sending moves or being silly going into the corkscrew, so it is a good idea from race control to say, yeah, no, you do something wrong, you're going to get double the penalty, because it's to be expected. You should have some sense about you that the corkscrew isn't going to be the most optimal place to get a move done. You've got the run in towards turn 2 to get moves done. You've got a couple of braking zones if you want to make an overtake or negotiate some lap traffic. You have to be cautious. You can't be taking risks like that, particularly the corkscrew, because the way it undulates, the way the track literally just dips away from you. In some cars, the car literally lifts up, and under braking as well, it's so sketchy if your sort of brake bias is slightly off or you get a little bit of dirt on your tyres, particularly as the tyre starts to wear. Double stints are expected. Braking for the corkscrew is going to be so difficult, and you really do have to be completely on it, completely focused. You can see even now they're starting to squirm, because it's one of motorsport's most tricky corners, I'd say.
It certainly is. Few penalties, by the way, being taken by some of these drivers. Daniel Brewer, one of them. So is Darius Andre. That's drive-through penalties, and we're also going to see some drive-through penalties for some others, like Damien Skovron for Burst Esport, who's going to have to take 2 drive-through penalties, I'm told, throughout this throughout these first moments in the race. We obviously, this is a VEC thing. It's been a thing for a very long time. The penalty is being applied to the start of the next race rather than one that you're in. So there is going to be some penalties here taken by Burst Esport particularly, but also Wanaco and DX Droids as well, who are all going to have to take penalties in this race. And that's going to shake up the order quite a bit. But I guess it means that Damien Skovron and the fact that he's lost second place matters a lot less, because 2 drive-through penalties is going to cost him about 30 seconds at this track.
Yeah, unfortunately for him, the drive-through penalty is a little bit less at Escalating, Laguna, Seca, because the pit lane is slightly shorter, so you do only lose about 15 seconds or so per drive-through. But yeah, that did alleviate a lot of pressure, I think, for Damien Skovron at the start, because he knew he was going to lose that second place. So for him, it was like, yeah, no, fair enough, I'm going to lose this place anyway. There was really no point fighting it, and has now been able to sort of just get into his own. But when it does come to those 2 drive-throughs, hopefully for him, it will give him some clear air just to get into this race. But it is unfortunate to carry the burden of the last race into the next one, because you're already starting off on the back foot.
Yeah, certainly. Janssen Bintz just flicks his way through turn 4 and down towards 5, which is one of the heavier braking zones, but it's really not that much of a braking zone, even despite that fact. These corners are very, very high speed indeed, and now you can see we're about to get onto LMP2 traffic for the first time here. This is the 33. They're just about to come up on. And that's John Lacey Esports and Daniel Brewer. We were just talking about having taken one of those penalties down the hill, dipping down. And seeing Colin Spork here, he's negotiated, but Jansen Bint's not able to. He makes that half-hearted lunge into the penultimate corner. Demian Scrobron would have gotten through there, but he decides to go in the pit lane. Valet Esports also, with a drive-through penalty, have to come into pit lane. This is probably the best idea. Instead of going through the LMP2 traffic, go into the pit lane. And that's what Jansen Bintz and Demian Scrobron has decided to do, but Scrobron making an overtake into the pit lane there.
Yeah, well, that's not often you see that, but it is so satisfying to pull off. They are both now already emerging from the pit lane down the pit road exit, which is tricky in of itself because of how narrow it is and how eager you are to get back onto the circuit. Yeah, brilliant stuff there from Damian Scovron. And as you are right in saying, better to take the drive through now, take the brunt of it rather than losing the time for the P2s and then taking the lost time off the drive-throughs. You're better off just making sure that you just take the drive-through straight away and then catch the P2s at a later date. This is the fight for fourth at the moment. Liam Ryans versus Stein Prins between Miranda Sea Stars and the car just in behind there on the P5. Liam Ryans trying to hold on. They are a little bit of a way off the leaders at the moment, about 5 seconds off Benjamin Chelinski, and then who is a further 3 seconds off of Colin Sport. But again, it just goes to show that for Team Rookie Monsters, Stein Prins, it shows how difficult it can be to overtake here at Laguna Seca, because you can tell by the way, I'd say by the way he's driving, he does seem to be a little bit quicker, but he's just getting bogged down, wants to find the way through, but it's just so difficult here.
And speaking of finding the way through, the LMP2s are going to have to do that now on the GTE traffic. Mikel Leroux is under a lot of pressure as a result. And the, oh dear, that's a big slide and a big twitch from one of the Ferraris, the 175, the 475 of Caspian Motorsport. That was Melia Kekmakli, who's at the wheel for Caspian, just getting all out of shape, coming out of turn 4. The sand and gravel on the outside of these corners proving difficult as the 52 goes off as well. And that's Jackie Lotterman for Sim Racing for Holland, who's, gone off down there at turn 6 and struggling to get back going. It might have lost the front left wheel there, as we saw Rookie Monsters going off there, I think that was, but Lotterman really struggling to get back going again.
Yeah, that's a tricky part of the circuit as well to rejoin because of the speed the other cars are coming through, and of course the gravel is definitely not ideal to rejoin. He seems to have gotten going again. Going to take another look as to how this happened. You can see there just being followed by the Ferrari. All the P2s coming through probably at the worst time. No, they managed to get through a little bit cleanly. Just turned in way too early. That sausage curb, as I said in warm-up, it's so lethal, and he just was a passenger, I think, in that incident. As soon as he hit the gravel as well, was just a passenger limping his way back to the pit lane, you would assume, and yeah, in he comes, followed by the Monaco car just in behind. But yeah, that is unfortunate, because yeah, if he was by himself, he'd have made that quite easily, but because the P2 sort of distracted him a bit, turned it a bit too early, hit the sausage curb, and around he went. It's so easy to do.
Certainly is. And now we're seeing fields scattered pretty much all over the place because of the penalties and drive-through penalties rather than pit stops, and also the traffic as well that has really affected things here. Martin Hemmingson trying to chase down Go Team Racing at the front of the field right now, nearly quarter of an hour into this one already, and it has been very action-packed indeed. Mike Smell coming under pressure from Rick Van Earl here, outside line of a couple of the GTEs, and now we've got the DPIs coming through as well. We've got that classic point, the second lap through traffic for the DPIs on GTEs is always the most dangerous because of the fact that the LMP2s are trying to get through here all at the same time. Gilsinski trying to give chase to Colin Spork at the moment and struggling to do that really, given all of the traffic. As there's a battle for the lead now developing. Martin Hemmingson looks like he's gotten through, and he has done. Mikel Leroux with a bit of a slow run through as they were passing John Lacey Ferrari. And now we do have a new leader. Martin Hemmingson has gotten back to the lead for RHG.
Nice one indeed, and making the most of the lap traffic. But yeah, the crossover of all three fields, it's chaos, and I'm impressed at how clean they've managed to keep it. You can see there the DPI coming through and towards the corkscrew, caught probably at the worst time, and you can see that just backing out. I think that if that was any other circuit, if that wasn't the double caution, he probably would have made that move. But staying to the wiser, trying to negotiate it a little bit more sensibly. But it's this point in the race and these points in the race over the course of the next 5 hours and 45 minutes that are really going to be so tricky because, yeah, particularly for the P2s, I think, because you've got to lap and be lapped at the same time, and that cannot be easy.
No, certainly isn't. And you can see that now with the spread of the field. Although DPI spread of the field is even bigger, to be honest, at the moment. Nearly 8 seconds is the lead for Colin Spork right now, and there's very few gaps, less than a second. Janssen Bintz is now 5th as a result of that drive-through penalty on the back of Liam Rance. And I think the fact that he is in 5th here, Janssen Bintz, just shows how many penalties there have been so far in this race, because normally a drive-through penalty sets you way off the back of the field, but to still be in the top 5, that does show you arguably a little bit how messy Spa was as well in some ways.
Yeah, for sure. Damien Scorman has taken his second run through as well, I do believe. But yeah, there have been a lot of penalties to kickstart this race, so I guess for a lot of people, they are in the same boat. But for those that didn't get a penalty, they're going to be laughing at this initial stage in the race, like some race coach. The championship leaders, of course, of Lorenzo Risi in 3rd place and Benjamin Jelinski in 2nd. They're loving this start of the race because they can just settle in at their own pace. They haven't got the pressure of other people around them, and they've been promoted a couple of places. They've just had the pressure alleviated off their shoulders a little bit. So to keep it clean really has rewarded them for the start of Laguna Seca, probably the best track to have a calm start at.
Yes, certainly is. The GTE leaders, by the way, are being all messed around at the moment as well because of the lap traffic. But news, by the way, on the pole sitters for GTE. Ibrahim Khan was the driver who qualified that one, but his game crashed, I think, on the way in. So I don't even believe P1 Esport are in the race at the minute, never mind having to start from the pit lane. That's a real gut-wrencher for them. They were 2nd in the championship coming in today, 19 points behind NeedRacing.com already, and it looks like they're going to lose out on even more points here, with NeedRacing.com in 2nd position right now. It's a long way to go, but even so, P1 Esport to be out this early on after getting pole must be very disappointing.
Yeah, it's the most heart-wrenching feeling, particularly as you say when you're on pole, because you go into the race with a good mindset, with a positive outlook to say, okay, clear track ahead of us, let's move forward and try and make some progress, see if we can take the win. Because when you start on pole, it's like, okay, yeah, I'm quickest of the field. Well, yes, it's a completely different story in endurance races. You do sort of go in with the mindset like, okay, the win's on here. So to have that, stricken away with no fault of your own either, the game crash, and there was nothing he really could have done about that for Ibrahim Khan. It's just really unfortunate. Talking of good drives through the field, this is Christian McHale from NeedRacing.com. From the back of the field, they've not done too bad at all to work their way up to 2nd.
Well, I'm being told that they did actually qualify on pole, and it was a glitch that they were at the back. So we were fooled, or I was fooled, particularly. I should have been paying more attention, to be honest. They did start from the pole position, apparently, and P1 Esport were 2nd, but the point still stands about them. But it makes it all the more impressive from Yumi Nisila to be able to get up to the lead here. He's had a very nice start indeed. But the top 3 are getting away from the rest here. Mourad Nazeez starts with NeedRacing.com and Juice's Motorsport Club as well, and Aston Martin with 2 Ferraris. But it does mean that technically NeedRacing.com's championship leaders now, I guess, 32 points. 2 Juices who are just behind them right now. You can see that in the background, the white Ferrari we were just looking at, Wojtek Polesny, just being split by one of the LMP2s right now. But I think it is too early to be worrying about a championship. We are still in 2022 after all, and it will be summer 23 by the time we get towards the actual ending of this championship, the 24 hours of Le Mans, of course, and the end of season 15. There's a very long way to go, and I don't think these teams will be particularly worrying about points here or there, just having good races at this end of the season.
Yeah, for sure. The championship lead more of a novelty than anything. It's a nice thing to have as opposed to sort of a necessity. But it's still for teams that do want to contest for a championship. It's moments like this, races like these, that when you get to around 6, 7, 8, where you're like, I could have scored a bit more points there. We could have done a little bit better job here. It would have just given us a bit of an edge into the championship fight. But again, it is way too early to start to tell who's going to be in contention and who's going to be doing what. But you have to say NeedRacing.com is definitely going to be up there, coming off the back of 2 wins over the course of the first 2 rounds. They're going to try and extend their lead and just make sure they bank up a good couple of results. While season 15 is slightly longer in season length, 8 races as opposed to just 6, it's still not that too many. So you do have to make sure you deliver, every single race that comes your way.
Yeah, certainly. as another one of the DPIs just goes through on this battle. Janssen Bits still applying the pressure to Liam Rance, by the way. That's for 4th position at the moment. A little bit of free track space here, which is a novelty, a rarity around here. Very much spread out, and just looking at the track map right now, the biggest gap between two cars probably is the gap between this battling pair and the next GTE. And you're about to see that that gap's not very big at all. There it is. And it's probably the biggest gap we've got on the circuit right now. So yeah, that just gives you an indication of quite what we're dealing with here. 36 out there running around at the moment. Jackie Lotman well, he's just made his way out actually, as I was saying that. So we do have the 37 back out there again, but unfortunately Sim Racing for Holland are now 5 laps down on the next car. But either way, 37 around here, not exactly much easier to deal with. And on average, that's a gap of less than 2 seconds between each of these cars. It's really a heads-up kind of day. As Liam Rance sends his way down the inside of the new Corvette, and Janssen Bits will do the same. But we're starting to see the struggles of Laguna Seca. It is really difficult to overtake here, whether that's multi-class traffic or even more so when you're in the same class. There's just very little opportunity.
Yeah, for sure. But at least, I guess, with everyone being so close together, you're never going to get bored. Only 2.2 miles long is Laguna Seca. So, yeah, you are always going to be closing up onto the back of someone. But, I mean, that is going to maybe aid some overtaking in a sense. Maybe you can use the bit of lap traffic to work your way through a car. You can see Janssen Bins getting very close to the rear end of Liam Rance down and towards the Andretti hairpin at turn 2. Was very late on the brakes and trying to make the way through. But Janssen Bins definitely a front runner in terms of pace. Was up there with Colin Spork early on before the drive-through penalty started to kick in. So Vince is going to get a little bit sort of on edge and wanting to work her way through very quickly, because right now all he's doing in his head is getting held up. But Rance is just sticking to his marks, taking the race line, not doing anything particularly special in terms of a defense. There you go, Rance having a bit of a look down in towards the penultimate corner. But yeah, Rance is just he's just being on the racing line, and there's just still no way Vince can work her way through.
Yeah, you don't even need to defend, really. You can just stay on the racing line, stay where you are, and you'll be absolutely fine by the looks of things. Up the inside, bit of a squeeze through the Scuderia Leon Corvette, the newer version. Very late on the brakes again from Vince, who clearly is more confident on the brakes and clearly more confident around this circuit right now, but just can't find a way around Liam Rance. Big hit on that curb as well. There's a number of big sausage curbs on this circuit that really does make life very difficult. Now there's going to be an opportunity, maybe it does get kicked up into the faces. We'll see if there's maybe a look up the inside here, but once again, he would have had to go free wide there, and Janssen Bits didn't want to, gets all out of shape, goes for a slide, and Liam Rance can fight to live to fight another day even, I should say. Up towards the corkscrew, they will stay single file. Even traffic not presenting an opportunity for him on that occasion, because, I mean, there's barely space to go free wide and make use of it.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, I guess in some cases at Laguna Seca, you do have to fight to live. It's a very tricky circuit to negotiate. As we've said a number of times so far on this broadcast, we're not even 25 minutes in, and we will continue to say it for the entirety of the remainder of the race, because it just is so true. Yeah, it's always going to be tricky. But yeah, Janssen Bins losing a bit of time, just caught up there behind one of the Juice's Ferraris. That is actually the fight for second, I do believe, in the GT, still remaining quite close as they work their way through. Janssen Bins just diving their way up the inside of the leading Aston Martin in the GTs, and you sort of do have to do that, because if you don't take your opportunity straight away, particularly when you're in a fight for position, all you're going to be doing is losing time. But Bins there proving our points of the fine margins, because every corner you can see them just dipping a couple of wheels onto the gravel. Fortunately for them, they're not losing the car, but it doesn't take much at all to exceed limits.
Certainly doesn't, and it's really deadly as well. On some simulators, I've got to say, you can dip your wheels into the sand a lot and get away with it, but you definitely can't here on rFactor 2, as you can see with Janssen Bins there just running a little bit wide through turn 6, and couldn't get away with it at all. So you have to be really careful and stay within the track limits, but he really is pushing here. Bins, of course, a very young driver, as we've mentioned previously, but Valley Esports have had a good start to this season. Especially at Monza, I was very impressed by them. I know they didn't get the result maybe to match the performance, but they were very impressive. Third place at Spa as well has seen them into fifth in the championship standings at the moment, being led, of course, by Janssen Bits, pretty much their fastest driver, you could argue. They head around the outside of Jackie Lotterman. Not really making any inroads into Simfree who are currently third. Nearly 10 seconds is the gap up there. These margins are getting very, very big, very, very quickly. But it's worth reminding, well, we say this at every track, but it's especially relevant around here that anything can happen.
Yeah, don't count anything out whatsoever. We've seen literally it can just take turning in a marginally way too early to turn your race upside down. We saw it a little bit earlier on going through that very corner just a moment ago, that fast left-hand kink over the sausage curb and around you go. It's so easy to happen. And the drivers are going to have to be on it. We see it in the YouTube chat. Fabian Barley is holding his breath watching his teammate negotiate through the traffic because of just how sketchy it is, let alone when you're actually having to drive. They get so close to those other cars and at such speeds, particularly between the DPIs and the GTs, because that is the biggest discrepancy in terms of pace. But yeah, look out for a lot of curveballs as this race progresses. There is Liam Rance going a little bit defensive. Vince trying to sell his way to the outside, but as I said, it's so difficult. It's a long way around the outside of the Andretti hairpin, but Rance now trying to keep Vince at bay. Oh, that was very, very close, but still, it's Rance that leads Vince.
Yeah, absolutely. The fact that the hairpin down at turn 2 is double apex really doesn't help, and it didn't help Jansen Bintz there. He was even able to have a look up the inside at turn 3, but it didn't happen for him, and so he's going to have to wait a little bit longer. Nice run through turn 6, but there's no way through it. The corkscrew. Only seen one overtake actually done there so far in this race, and it was lap traffic, of course, but certainly advised against. Up the hill there. Through now the back end of the lap as we're nearly half an hour in. Speaking earlier on about with Cam Roger, and we'll be hearing from him later, and he was mentioning about the high tyre wear around here. Double stints expected to be the limit really, in terms of what these drivers can achieve, so that might make the strategy quite uniform. We'll wait and see, but you can certainly imagine why the tyre wear is so high around this circuit.
It's not necessarily the demands on the tyres, it's more the thermal deck that starts to kick in. Yes, Laguna Seca is very demanding in terms of the tyres. There are a lot of long corners here, like we're now coming up to in 2 corners time, that very long left-hander. The outside tyres will start to wear, but the fact more is that you're almost always doing something with the steering wheel. You're always turning left or right. You're always demanding something of the tyres. They will start to heat up and slowly start to degrade because of that, and it just makes it so much more difficult to save tyres because it's not like you can particularly slow down. You have to maintain a steady pace all the way around the circuit if you want to stay competitive. So yeah, that was a bit of luck. That is just how easy it can be to lock up the rears going into the corkscrew there from Liam Rance. Just a bit of a twitch, managed to keep it going. But yeah, tyre wear, as you say, going to be very uniform because it's just so difficult to do anything else. You're almost forced into that double stint strategy because triple stint's just going to be near on impossible.
Yeah, absolutely, and Cam Roger again reminding me that there are 9 stints in this race, or should be 9 stints in this race, so there's a spare one somewhere. Do you make that a triple stint or another single is going to be the question, but we'll wait and see how the race develops. Often when I predict things like this, it turns out completely differently, because we've got some, oh my goodness me! 4 wide, Jansen Bintz is up on the sausage curb. This is a mess now. Burst Esports involved as well. Goodness me! 4 wide into turn 3. Jansen Bintz diving down the inside of everybody there, and I'm afraid it's turned out very badly for some. Devian Scrovron gets going once more, but that was a huge mess.
I don't think huge mess does it justice. Bintz was trying to look to the outside of Liam Rance through the Andretti hairpin, which fair enough, he managed to get it done, but straight away caught a bit of P2 and GT traffic. Devian Scrovron having to dart straight to the left-hand side there, but yeah, wow, that really kicked off so quickly. And Jansen Bintz just looking to the inside, trying to hold station on that inside line to get past Rance, and unfortunately just got caught up on the sausage curb. There was no way you can barely go 2 wide around this circuit, let alone 3 or even 4 wide. It was, yeah, a little bit silly, I think, from a lot of people involved, but that is the thing that starts to creep in. When you get the crossover of the 3 classes, it just goes so wrong so quickly.
It certainly does, and yeah, a bit single-minded really from Jansen Bintz there to dive it down the inside like that. I mean, the move was definitely on to make the pass on Liam Rance there. I mean, even that move on the inside of the LMP2 was on as well if they went either side. 3 wide was possible, but you had to expect that the LMP2 was making some moves on the GTs itself, and I'm afraid he didn't expect that at all. And in the end, it was a very big mess indeed. I don't believe anybody has come into the pit lane as a result, but you can be sure there's got to be some drivers hanging out there with damage now as a result of that incident. I mean, there was some big contact between some of those drivers, and so there must have been, or there must be some damage now for some of those involved.
You would expect so, for sure, and whether a case of how much it affects them is another thing, because yeah, there were a lot of cars involved. Now you can see Anton Minch trying to recover and work his way back forward. That was just a silly ordeal. They're going to have to brush it off and move forward. A fight for sixth now starting to materialise here. We're following it on in the LMP2s, as you can see, looking to the right hand side, all up onto the raised bit of the circuit. Oh, that was silly again. As the Luca Martino, the armed cyber car, was just like, yeah, wow, interesting stuff there from the car behind to try and go to the outside, because the track does raise a little bit there, bit of contact. He tried to be a hero, and unfortunately it didn't quite end up the way that he was expecting. Fortunately though, that could have ended a lot worse.
It could have, but yeah, this is very, very well, stressful to watch if you are a member of a team, you'd imagine. Very difficult moments for everybody, and it's not going to get any easier. We're half an hour in now. We're supposed to be settled in, but that's not the case for some. Can't see anybody in the pit lane once again, so it looks like we have all gotten away with this one. But I'm amazed that we have with all of these drivers, because there's been some very much interesting moments there. This is a free car battle, by the way, for 6th position. Armed Cyber currently heading Visceral Esports and Butler Powell, both of which I believe have penalties, and so they've dropped back, because we've got off the road the other armed cyber car, 242 at the corkscrew. Not that we'll be able to see it. There he is, he's backwards, and this is a really awkward place to be stopped.
Yeah, you do not want to be stopped anywhere at the corkscrew, because it is a blind, sort of blind crest as you dip back down, all on back to the circuit. You must have been confident there was no one coming. Fortunately, there wasn't. But yeah, tricky to get back going. Unfortunate for the second arm cyber car there. But again, it's so easy, can happen with the undulation of the circuit. The car just bottoms out and just says, nope, this is not going to happen. I'm going to take another look as to how it happened. Running through, car just looped around. I think maybe got on the power a bit too early. And as you say, very dangerous to be stopped there. He chose the better idea, which is to just whack it into reverse, get off the circuit, and just wait for the prime opportunity to get back on.
We'll go back to GTE for just a moment here, because we haven't checked in on them in a while. Yumi Nissala still leading here, ahead of Wojtek Polesny now, who's ahead of Christian Mikel. That's a pass that has happened relatively recently, or maybe not. Maybe we just missed it in all the chaos that's been happening away from these drivers. I didn't actually spot the GTE that was involved in that 4 or 5 car incident earlier on at turn 3. I don't suspect any of these were, but either way, it'd be interesting to check up on those who were involved and how they're getting on now. But it's difficult to know. I mean, to be honest, I'm almost not seeing the point, at least being away from the teams here as commentators as we are, almost not seeing the point in looking at, as Christian Mikel goes off the road there after getting into the back of a DPI, but lap times seem to be pretty inconclusive, to be honest, because of the traffic and the way this race is developing. Lap times are not actually that conclusive as to quite what's going on in this race at the moment, because there's just so many variables happening.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, you're always having something happen. That you're rarely going to have some clear, as you said earlier on. There's always going to be fluctuations in the lap time. You're going to get a lap sort of half by yourself, then you're going to get lapped or have to lap someone, and then you're going to get slowed down by about a second or so. So unless you truly have some clear air, and everyone has that clear air, you can't make any proper conclusion as to who's quick and who's doing what. The only thing you can really dictate it on is their race as a whole, and seeing how they've been able to do. Have they been able to work their way forwards? Have they tumbled backwards? Have they stayed stationed leading the way? Because yeah, that is literally all you can do. That's the only bit of data you've got. This is what happened 4 wide, and that is just
it was Christian Mikel. It was Christian. So I thought it might have been. So there we are. Christian Mikel was the GTE involved. So that's how he lost the position to Wojtek Polesny. And then that most recent incident, obviously, it's opened this 3-second gap up now. But, I mean, we'll have another look at it here. Well, this is his rejoin, sorry. And where's Polesny? Well, he's already through. Oh, sorry, that's the 475 getting back on. That's Caspian Motorsport. So maybe it wasn't Polesny, maybe it wasn't Mikel. But either way, the two liveries are very, very similar. Either way, though, I think, unfortunately, we're going to have to pin that one on Jansen Bintz there for just being a bit single-minded, a bit over-ambitious into turn 3.
Yeah, I do agree. I think that as the DPI, it's your responsibility to lap safely and to just observe the situation as a whole. To say, okay, yeah, no, there's 2 people going too wide into turn 3, already a tricky corner as it is. You're better off just backing out and biding your time as opposed to trying to send a move, because there was a slim chance that was going to work. If it did, great, he looked fantastic, that was an awesome move, but the way it ended is how it did, and that unfortunately was Jansen Bintz being at fault for a multi-car incident. I think it was just a little bit in haste because he finally got the opportunity to get past Liam Rance, and he didn't want to waste it because opportunities are going to be few and far between in terms of making a move. But again, you can't let desperation creep into your overall better judgment.
Yeah, certainly. Making his way down towards turn 1 at the moment. It's Christian Mikel. There he is, getting passed by a couple of drivers. That was the closest battle on circuit until it got split apart. So another one of them between Kevin Yeager and Christian Pallison in the GT3s. There's also a battle between Ben Crooks and Ricardo Santos side by side towards turn 2 at the moment. Sorry, out the final corner, I should say. And that's Ricardo Santos for Romano Motorsport getting through on Ben Crooks there and up into 11th position for the moment. Also getting passed by the LMP2 leaders that are not that far away. These gaps are going to fluctuate wildly throughout this stint, because that leading battle in LMP2, for example, was 4 seconds wide not so long ago.
Yeah, it's going to fluctuate again, as we say. There's so many variables to take into account over the course of this race. This is very close amongst a couple of the P2s. You've got Darius Andre leading the way for 6th place, 1.2 seconds back to is that Cyber Esports just in behind, and then you've got the P8 car only a second back as well. So you've got 3 cars within about 3 and a bit seconds of each other. So very, very close indeed. But yeah, again, the leads, the gaps are going to start to fluctuate, because at some points you get lucky with the traffic, at other points you don't get so lucky. You might get caught up through the corkscrew or whatever. At other points you might catch them down the pit straight. So expect the gaps to chop and change a little bit. Here's a fight as well for what is P3 in the P2s. You've got Moritz Mel versus Rick Van El, separated by about half a second or so. But again, even that starts to drop and climb, because you can see they're just in behind, getting caught up behind one of the GT Porsches. So unfortunately losing a little bit of time there. But yeah, that is the thing that we're going to come to expect. Battles are going to crop up at a moment's notice. You're going to be sort of taken aback a little bit as to how quickly they were able to spring into action, but also they're going to very quickly fizzle out and come to an end because of that traffic.
Yeah, certainly. Nearly 40 minutes into this one, by the way, so DPI pit stops may be imminent. That was a bit of a weird line, though, from Monaco. Currently down in 8th position, and Rick Van O is going to get passed by one of the Go Team Racing's cars, but it's not the one in LMP2, unfortunately. It's Juan Carlos Fernandez who's just gotten through there. Will be trying to get through now on Ricardo Costa for 8th place in the DPI field. But yeah, we're not far away from actually getting pit stops here in DPI, and we'll see what happens. Well, no tyre changes are going to happen, and it is going to just reduce the amount of cars on the circuit a little bit for the next few moments, which probably be a bit of a blessing for a few of these GTEs, especially that keep getting passed by the 10 DPIs that we do have out there at the moment, and just passing all of these cars at every opportunity. But yeah, nearly 40 minutes into this one, it has flown by, but I bet it hasn't flown by for some of these drivers who have had difficult starts to this race.
Yeah, it's going to be a long stint for a number of people who have already been caught up in their fair share of incidents, and yeah, they're going to be wishing it was over a little bit sooner. This is a big old dive there from Juan Carlos Fernandez to the inside. Unfortunately, that wasn't quite for position, and was just making his way through on some P2 traffic. But yeah, a long way back. Just goes to show how quick those DPI cars are and what you see.
Christian Mikel off the road at turn 4. Oh dear, getting back on again as well. But from 3rd place in GTE, championship leaders NeedRacing.com off the road. Christian Mikel is going to have to get going again. He might have been in contact with the wall here, because this Ferrari doesn't look like it's quite driving correctly, as the 75 also goes off. That's Ben Crooks, who's got off at turn 3 for Seawolf. It's all kicked off in the last couple of moments, but I'm sure that Christian Mikel's got damage on this Ferrari.
Yeah, he's unfortunately had a bit of an off. You can see that front bonnet a little bit crunkled, unless that is just the livery, or does that look crumpled? Again, liveries are so deceiving sometimes. Honestly, it's
I think
great.
it's damaged.
Yeah, it does look a bit damaged. I don't know if it was just waves or something on the bonnet, but yeah, this is going to take another look as to how it happened. There you go. You can see a nice and clean bonnet, and then
Oh,
wow,
my goodness.
that is. He's on a pogo stick or something, smacked into the wall as well because of just being taken off, no grip at all once you're in the air. And yeah, that's understandable. He's picked up some damage.
No.
Oh, and again, that was not fun. A couple of seconds there for Christian Mikel.
That was Christian Pallison who he clipped by going back onto the circuit. That was a poor rejoin, really, from the Season 8 champion, I'm afraid. And he may well receive a penalty for that, because that was, yeah, straight into the path of Go Team Racing, who may well have damaged themselves. I mean, they are up a position, I suppose. Oh, no, no, they're not anymore, because they're in the pit lane. Christian Pallison's in the pit lane as a result of that contact. Christian Mikel, sorry, surely going to have, well, not only damage, but a penalty as well.
Probably, I would expect so. I mean, that rejoin was a little bit dodgy, but again, it is so difficult to rejoin here at Laguna Seca, because there's always going to be a car coming through. You're going to sit there and just wait for a bit of clear track. Oh, here is the second arm cyber car we saw had a bit of an incident earlier on, and unfortunately, it's happened again at a similar place as well, I believe.
Yeah, it's the corkscrew. It's the corkscrew again. No rear wing for Paolo Penne, and I'm afraid he's gone around in front of Christian Mikel, out at the third last corner, the Rady curve, and well, this is going to be difficult now to get back to the pit lane without causing any more problems. He's going to really have to be careful, and so's the Satellite. Oh dear, gone for a spin, and Satellite Racing thankfully were very, very careful going through there. There goes Valerie Sports as well. So Arm Cyber back in the pit lane, but not the first time we've seen that car off at the corkscrew, which clearly this car really is struggling with.
Yeah, foreshadowing a little bit of an incident at the corkscrew. It happened once, then it just got even worse the next time round. And if there is a circuit you want to have a rear wing, it's here at Laguna Seca. You're going to need that downforce, and you saw how much they were struggling to limp their way back to the pit lane. That is going to be a long damage repair. Checking in on the P2s at the moment, it's RAG and Martin Hemmingson that leads the way by around about 1.5 seconds clear of the two Go Team Racing cars in second and third. Go Team Racing have a pretty good day in the office so far with the opening out of this race, second and third. It's not too bad at all.
It's not too bad, and so they are still chasing that VEC win, of course, but I'm pretty sure they are. Just having a good start to this race, at least for now, which is very pleasing to see for those guys. They're currently 5th and 13th in the standings. Still no VEC race win to their name, despite numerous podiums now, as Darian Scrovron, by the way, has got through on Liam Rance in a fight for 5th position, and you can see he clearly is quicker. By the way, he's been able to get away over these next few moments, but you can see now nearly 45 seconds behind Colin Spork in the lead. This field has really stretched out, even in the first stint of this race. I know that this car's had 2 penalties, but even so, you can't doubt Colin Spork's pace. He is still very quick indeed, and he does still have nearly 7 seconds of a lead.
Yeah, he's doing a great job as Colin Spork. I think he also did a similar performance at Monza as well. He tripped did a set of softs, I think, as well, back then. He's such a quick driver, and is a really good shout to open up the start of a race, because he knows what he's doing. Give him a pole position, clear track ahead of him, he will just go, and he's done exactly that. But Damien Scroven, of course, falling a bit back with the 2 15-second drive-through penalties, and then, of course, I think got involved, did he not, with that full-wide incident going into turn 3 as well. So he's had a number of setbacks, unfortunately, but still, of course, a long ways to go in this race, not even a 1/6 of the way through. But just goes to show that if you're not towards the front and you sort of dwindle in the mid-pack, it's so easily can so easily sort of spread out, because you just get caught up in a multitude of different things, and that is when the field spread starts to creep in. So for Damien Scrovron, he might have the pace to compete, but things just haven't quite gone his way so far in this race.
That was Christian Pallison, by the way, we got a brief glimpse of there, just sat there on the pit wall. Well, not sat on the pit wall, but sat down the pit lane, getting repairs done right now. Christian Mikel also in the pit lane right now, as is the Arm Cyber car. And I'm afraid it's not been a good start for the championship leaders in the 91, and indeed the pole sitters as well. Unfortunately, having a difficult start to this race right now. 45 minutes in now, and the DPIs are still going here in this race. So it looks like maybe there will be 8 stints in this race rather than 9. If they can do 45 minutes each time, then they'll be absolutely fine for making it on this on 8 stints. Cam Roger did say to us earlier on that he expected 40 lap stints, maybe more, and we're not yet on lap 40. This is well, we are now. Colin Spork has just gone on to it, but this is a long stint for a DPI. I guess the lap times are significantly reduced from qualifying because of the traffic.
Yeah, of course, and their limitations, I think, really on fuel is sort of limited a little bit here at Laguna Seca, because you're not really at the top end of your rev range at all for very long. The pit straight's not really long like we saw at Monza or Spa, so you're demanding a little bit less of the engine. The only thing really is the fact that you've got to slow down and get back going again. But for the DPIs, they can run quite happily, I think, in sort of 3rd, 4th gear through these mid-speed corners and keep the revs at a decent level and keep that momentum up. So they're not actually using as much fuel as they particularly would at other circuits, which is definitely helping them extend their stint times just a little bit. And it does work quite well, as you say, with their strategy, because 45 minutes apiece is going to work out quite perfectly for a 6-hour race. So yeah, it'll be, I'd say, a pretty uniform strategy for the DPIs, but the P2s and the GTs again remains to be seen.
They certainly will. We'll wait to see how far they can go. David Scrubron is now in after 45 minutes. That's 39 laps for him. Colin Spork now puts a lap on him already and is up onto lap 41 now. He completes lap 40. Tim Neuendorf, by the way, is the closest driver to someone else. Luca Martino just in front of him. Oh dear! And it's a big mess here with Liam Rance getting involved. Didn't catch the front end of that, but for some reason Neuendorf was shoved off through the corkscrew, and somebody's going to have a very large penalty there, because that, of course, was in the orange zone where you get double the penalties.
Ooh, that's going to be a tough one for whoever is at fault for that one. You're right in saying. I mean, so far we've had fairly calm affairs going into the corkscrew, as Neuendorf just very not very smoothly gets past that GT there into the final corner. A bit of side-by-side contact there, but yeah, no, we'll have to take another look as to what happened exactly through the corkscrew, and I think we are going to do that just now. You can see just, or was it too late on the brakes? Oh wow, yeah, no, that is a huge penalty coming the way of I think that was Brandis. Oh my word, yeah, no, that is slam dunk their fault. Where did they come from?
Well, absolutely. A big penalty coming their way. Liam Rance, that was, who got into the side and well, straight into the back really of the car in front, and so yeah, going to be a big penalty heading his way before very long. There's the onboard. He just misjudged it. I don't think he wasn't going for that. I don't think that was an attempt of a move, but it certainly was a misjudgment.
Yeah, he just come out of nowhere, especially from the camera angle where we see just the apex of the first part of the corkscrew. It was just, yeah, unfortunately just misjudged it a little bit, locked up the fronts maybe a little bit as well, because the corkscrew very tricky on the brakes, as we've said a couple of times. But yeah, he completely at fault for that incident. Unfortunately, it was just a slight misjudgment. And again, it doesn't take much of a misjudgment here at Laguna Seca to make a huge mistake, as we've just seen, and that speaks volumes about the sort of the expectations for the rest of this race.
Certainly does. So we certainly have pit stops now. Colin Spork, from the lead of this race, is into the pit lane after 42 laps and nearly 50 minutes here today, which doesn't happen all that often anymore. The 37 also has been in here for LMP2, or is in right now. Excuse me, am I reading that wrong? No, I don't think so. Just exiting the pit lane right now. New leaders though, with Lorenzo Arisi out front in DPI, and the order going to turn into a bit of a mess for the next few moments as all these pit stops start to cycle their way through. And given that laps are so short here, I guess it makes it a lot easier to save just one lap here or there, or cut your stint short by one lap here or there. So that's going to make our lives very tricky indeed as we try to figure this one out. Lorenzo Arisi then just behind Darian Scrovron, as you can see, trying to put a lap on him for the first time.
Yeah, definitely. The strategy element is going to be very confusing for sure, with the slight little bits here and there of differences that we are going to see. But Lorenzo Risi, yeah, doing a great job, I'd say, so far in this race. Championship leaders, of course, is Simfring and is so far proven. But yeah, already Damien Skovron unfortunately lapped down, and into the pit lane comes a Risi from the race league, given that, of course, after the race car came into the pit lane. But yeah, it's starting really to kickstart the wave of pit stops. 50 minutes. I mean, we said they were going to be long, but usually DPIs can only go 40, so 10 minutes, that's a long time.
It certainly is, and it speaks volumes about this circuit, really, more than anything else. Colin Sport will retake the lead then, and there he is. Liam Rance still yet to come in, currently running third. He's going to receive a very hefty penalty, you'd imagine, at some point, but we'll be into the pit lane before that happens, at the end of lap 43. This will be. So it's a moment for him to just come into the pit lane and get a change or get some more fuel on board as somebody else leaves as he pulls in. That was Lorenzo Risi, I think. Certainly was. Just getting out of the pit lane right now. The GTEs are a lot more calmer for this moment. Yumi Nisula, Wojciech Polesny fighting it out right now with NeebRacing.com back behind them again. It's the 1-2-3 restored, but I'm afraid Christian Mikel has lost quite a few laps as two of the prototypes go either side of Wojciech Polesny down towards the first hairpin.
Yeah, again kicking off in terms of the lap traffic coming into play. It's yeah, very chaotic, and yeah, we've already had so many waves of it, and we're not even an hour into this race. But unfortunately for Christian Mikel to be having the two people he was fighting a little bit earlier on right in front of him, but unfortunately he's a couple laps down on them, which is not great for him. This is down in towards the Andre hairpin again, and wow. That must just be so scary for Wojciech Polesny to just have the two prototypes just either side of him whoosh past, and yeah, fortunately for him, he wasn't spooked at all and was able to continue on and still retain that half a second to Murad and Seastars that lead the way, but still very, very close, despite the fact that we're over 50 minutes into this race between Polesny and Yumi Nisula. But when we get to the pit stops, I would expect that these two are going to, maybe the gap is going to stretch just a little bit.
You'd expect so, but we'll wait and see. This battle is expected to continue for at least 10 more minutes. And Christian Mikel here will have new tyres, of course, as well, so should be able to get through on these. Oh, goodness. Trying not to cause a free wide moment down the front straight, though. And so to back out of that one, will now, won't get dived, actually, from the Burst G-Sport DPI. We will just wait that little bit longer, and now they'll go through. But yeah, that was very close to a free ride moment, and Mikel's now in this awkward position of wanting to go through, and obviously having the pace to go through, but he doesn't want to kind of disturb this leading battle because there will be blue flags around.
Yeah, that is the tricky thing when you're lapped but have the better car, or better pace, I should say, because, well, there's a Ferrari in front of him. But yeah, no, you don't want to interrupt that. You don't want to be that guy. But again, it's so frustrating. And once you do make that move, you're under a lot of pressure to actually deliver on that pace. Because if you make a move and then you then are only about a tenth or so quicker a lap, it's then frustrating for the guy behind because blue flags, and it's just an awkward ordeal. So Mikel is stuck between a rock and a hard place in terms of his situation as of current. But yeah, he's either got to just stick in and remain at the pace of the two in front of him, or get past and just take off, which is definitely easier said than done in terms of the average lap times between these three cars as well, because they are very, very close on pace. So it's difficult to make up that difference.
It certainly is. Over the line again, and a bit of a more of the Z-Stars photo opportunity as Liam Rance goes through. Now down in 6th place, Liam Rance, good 10 seconds off Damien Skovron, who overtook him not so long ago. There's no gap in DPI inside the top 5 that is less than 10 seconds at this moment. This race has really spread out in the first hour here at Laguna Seca as Wojciech Polesny just bounces over one of these anti-cut curbs. Just right on board with him, by the way, and I'll just demonstrate to you these anti-cut curbs. You'll be able to see them on the just over the apex. There it is, that kind of yellow curve on the inside line there really throws your car up in the air. You're going to see even more here through turn 6 as well. So while the Rookie Monsters cars go through, you're unsighted here as well, let's not forget, as the DPI's prototypes go through. There goes Christian Mikel, free wide up towards the corkscrew. My goodness. Now Pelesny is going to have to give way to Mikel, who goes through up on the inside. But that was a real big moment through traffic. Free wide up the hill there.
And the worst place possible as well, going into that orange zone of double penalties, 3 wide. There was definitely some people going to be a little bit scared, particularly Wojtek Pelesny as well, to have that moment and to still be in that lead fight. But Christian Mikel is through and has to try and extend the gap to Wojtek Pelesny. But yeah, you're right in saying the anti-cut curbs are so easy to go over and can be quite deceiving as well. But yeah, as soon as you get overtaken by a prototype, you are completely blindsided. And the way this track sort of dips and falls away from you sometimes as well, some of the corners are blind apexes, particularly even at the corkscrew. It is so easy for it to go wrong. And again, all it takes is you turning in maybe a meter too late or too early to hit those anti-cut curbs. And as we always say at Laguna Seca, it just doesn't take that much for something to go very, very wrong. That's certainly been proven, fortunately, for a lot of people. They've been able to keep it clean. But yeah, again, it's just going to be, rolling on ice for a lot of these people to not make that drastic mistake that sees them off into the gravel.
Can I just say as well, the most pointless anti-cut curves I've ever seen on a racetrack, because there's gravel and sand either side of the circuit.
Yeah.
So what are we doing? I don't know. They're a stupid idea on normal circuits, but especially when there's natural track limit enforcers anyway. But that's my rant for the day over. Side by side up to up the front here with Jimmy Nisela coming under a lot of pressure from Christian Mikel, and you get the feeling that he might be better to just let him go at this point. Down the inside maybe, not going to be able to do it here, but it probably would be smarter here for Nisela to let Mikel go and just get this battle over with now. Yeah,
absolutely. It is the best decision for them, and just to let Christian Mikel use that pace. And you can see just side by side going in. It is Nisela, he's trying to go to the outside and keep that place, or is he just trying to relinquish it? And unfortunately, he's lost a lot of time to Wojtek Pelesny, who's been able to close what was a 1.5 second gap, now down to him being right on the back of him. So Mikel has to take off and try and pull away. But in Nisela failing to let Mikel through as easy as he'd like, he's now under that same pressure he's had pretty much all race long so far from the Juicy Motorsport Club car of Wojtek Pelesny. So yeah, well, Mikel is definitely caused an upset one way or another, even if he didn't intend to.
Yeah, certainly. Bit of lap car there, splitting the two of them. And so that battle will continue on, of course. Those 3 DPIs, by the way, that came through were all fighting over position. Stein Prince is currently leading for Rookie Monsters with Wanaco just behind. And then we also have DX Droids here as well. Oh my god, goodness me. Down the inside, down the outside for all of these teams. Rookie Monsters down the inside, Wanaco trying to go through as well. Another free wide moment down towards the hairpin.
Yeah, no, it's very tricky. Oh my word, that got very close for comfort, darting to the right-hand side there, nearly cutting the front nose off there of Ricardo Costa. That was very, very close to disaster. But again, it is so tricky to get a move done, and again, the corners come at you so very quickly. So Costa having to be really sharp in terms of how he's going around the Laguna Seca circuit, but trying to work his way up into 7th place. But Juan Carlos Fernandez is not making it easy for him whatsoever. And, we saw a little bit more of erratic defence there than we saw from Liam Rance a little bit earlier on versus Janssen Bint. But, yeah, well, there's 2 extremes. One of them is you don't really have to defend so hard to keep the place at Laguna Seca. The other is I'm going to defend and make it as hard as possible. But, yeah, Ricardo Costa still to no avail in this fight for 7th.
Up towards the line here, and surely Ricardo Costa's going to have a chance here. Stone Prince is going to have to go defensive. Outside line for Costa. Breaks late. Oh, too late. Out on the wide, out on the marbles, and very slidey as well, I'm afraid. He goes, well, doesn't go all the way around, but certainly was halted in that one. The 26 of Martin Merkley has also gone off here, by the way, for Pescarolo Esport. He gets back underway again, but down to 7th place for him. And there's another yellow flag here in the first sector. It's for the 46 of Darius Andre, who's just a position in front, but he gets back going for Visceral Esports. It seems that there doesn't seem to be one incident at a time at this circuit, but a few moments of calm and then a few cars going off all at the same time.
Yeah, it's literally it's one extreme or another. It's either nothing's happened at all, or it's all kicking off all at once. So yeah, I mean, we kept it nice and calm for sort of the first half an hour. Nothing happened at all, and then it just again all kicked off back to a quiet point in time. Look at it on sort of a graph. It's just going to be flat spike, and I don't know really how to feel about it. I mean, there's going to be a lot of carnage and chaos, but yeah, no, it just all it takes is one sort of small incident, and it just everything seems to domino effect off that, and spark sort of this chain reaction of incidents. But I mean, what else did we expect really from Laguna Seca?
Well, that's true as well. Expect to see it again throughout this season, as Road Atlanta is on the calendar coming up, I believe in March, coming up very soon. So, well, don't quote me on that, but I think it's in March. The 1,000 miles, of course, a distance race rather than a timed one. I'll say I've missed the distance races, excuse me, in some previous seasons. I can't remember the last time we had one. It could have been last season, to be fair. I just don't remember it. But
Sebring,
was Sebring a distance race last season? I can't quite remember.
It was 1,000 of Sebring, wasn't it?
I don't remember seeing Sebring on the last calendar, but it probably was. Road Atlanta, by the way, in April, coming up. But yeah, the previous couple of Sebrings have been 1,000 miles, as we just tick over the 1 hour mark here at Laguna Seca. For some reason, I don't remember it. It's been a very long time, though, since we saw a 12-hour race at Sebring, probably season 8 or 9. We won't be going to Sebring for the 12-hour, of course. We'll be going to Daytona for that one coming up in February, the first race of 2023. But a lot to look forward to in the 2023 for the Virtual Endurance Championship. But at the moment, the 4.75 not having a particularly good time of things. That's Coke Mackley again for Caspian Motorsport, turn 6 proving to be a very, very difficult corner.
It is. It's a difficult circuit, and that I think, unfortunately, is yet another incident for Caspian Motorsport. It's that one that it can so easily go wrong because it's such a fast corner with not a lot of runoff on the exit, I think even no runoff at all. You've got the curb and then a bit of AstroTurf next to it, and then it's just gravel. And with the speed you go through there, you literally have to be so precise with how you go through. We're going to take a look as to how exactly it happened. Was it just a little bit too early in? No, perfectly fine. Just the car washes out to the outside of the circuit, taps the barrier, and the car was just unsettled there. He could have probably easily gotten away with that without spinning, but unfortunately that tap just unsettled the car a little bit too much. And unfortunately for Coke Mackley, it was enough to send the car around. But again, it just goes to show how the fast corners here are such fine margins. You have to be so precise, and still struggling with that rear end.
Christian Pallison off again, I'm afraid. He's back going again now. But goodness me, off at turn 4 that was. We got pit stops here from Wojciech Polesny. An early stop there for Juice's Motorsport Club in the 74. That's an interesting one. And we'll wait to see now just how long this pit stop is, because it'd be very interesting to see whether they take tyres here or not.
Yeah, it will be. Whether they are going to sort of double stint or not, but we will see. I don't think that car is going up on the jacks at all. Whether you have to take fuel or tyres first in rFactor 2, I'm actually not too sure. But yeah, it would be. I mean, for Polesny, do they want to try something different on this first stint to get past Maradnes, or are they just happy to sit in second?
Yeah, that's an interesting conundrum for them. They're waiting here, waiting for a very long time. Even though we haven't seen them up on the jacks, I'm going to suggest that maybe they have taken tyres here. Also got Romano Motorsport into the pit lane, by the way. Now going again, Wojciech Polesny. Way down the order. How long's this pit stop? It's nearly a minute and a half in the lane. 15 seconds off, so just about 1 minute 10 pit stop. I think that'll be tyres as well. So it looks like single stint tyres maybe for these GTEs, and you can't really blame them because, as we spoke about earlier on, it's a very high tyre wear circuit. There's lots of twists and turns around here. Very tricky indeed, and you wouldn't really want to be out here on old tyres either at a circuit like this.
Oh no, absolutely not, particularly in the braking zone for the corkscrew. For the braking zone, pretty much anywhere as well. Even turn 2, that is a bit of a gaggle of cars just in behind this as well, with the merging of P2s and GTs for there. Again, yet another wave of traffic. It's going to be something that is just a normal occurrence over the course of this race. Always something going to be happening. But yeah, with worn tyres around a circuit like this, you can't risk it because of how prone the cars are to understand. We saw it not even a moment ago with Caspian Esports once with that run through turn 6, and just the car washing out a little bit. If the front tires are degraded, you are going to get that more often than not, and you can't run with any degree of pace or confidence at all when you're on worn tires. So just for your comfortability, it is probably just going to be better to take the tires. But I don't think that happened for Plesner.
There's a bit. So there's the. I think I can see the front wheels off the ground there. So yeah, the tyres are changing. We often see single stinted tyres, of course, at these races. Somebody tries sometimes, but doesn't often pay out that well for them. There you can see the rears off the ground as well. So both of the axles being changed there in their entirety. Certainly going to be single stints today and 6 sets of tyres needed through the 6 hours. Here at Laguna Seca, you would imagine. That has meant that the battle for third place now is starting to become all the more important, as Kevin Yeager is under pressure from Ian Veltons. Going to rely on their return to the Virtual Endurance Championship after, I think, season 9 was their last season before this one. Might have been 10, but it was a long time ago, and in that season they did win a couple of races. Yet to win so far this season, as is anybody but NeemRacing.com, but with the 91 team having had that issue in pit stop earlier on, that damage repair, this has put the win up for grabs here, and finally somebody other than that number 91 team will be able to win today in GTE.
Yeah, don't say it too soon, because chances are they might actually be able to work their way forward. Maybe. I mean, you say it now and it's just going to curse the rest of the race. But yeah, fingers crossed, maybe we can have a bit more of an interesting fight for the lead of the race continuing on. This is at the moment the fight for the podium, as we say, and yeah, it's raging on. But again, still a lot of people struggling to make these moves down, even in the GTs, which arguably should in theory have an easier job of making those moves, even at Laguna Seca. And actually that's going to come to a very anticlimactic end as Veltons peels their way into the pit lane. But yeah, even still, the pit strategies have quite a wide range actually. There are a lot of people coming in quite early, and still a number of people stretching their stints a couple of minutes beyond that.
Certainly is, and tyres being changed there as well, as you would imagine. Jimmy Nisler still leading here. 12 seconds is now the margin, of course, but Juice's Motorsport Club are going to make that a lot closer when everybody does finally pit here. Scudder Leon in the 93 were previously running 5th before all these pit stops really began. They were 4th at the time of their actual stop. Still waiting for a number of the top contenders to come into pit lane. By the way, the Juice's Motorsport Club car that was second is the one that's doing slightly better in the championship and has been having some slightly better races so far, with the likes of a second place finish at Monza to kick off the season. Nisler makes his way through the penultimate corner now and will go again. We're nearly approaching 75 minutes here for the GTEs. This is something that we've not seen for a very, very long time. This circuit really is kind of allowing you to fuel save, but it's not really burning through fuel as you might expect.
Yeah, for sure. As I said a bit earlier on, you're not at the top end of your rev range at all, or if for very long. Yeah, for a lot of these cars, they can quite happily sit in sort of their mid-gear, mid-rev range as well through the corners and just keep the momentum up, not using a ton of fuel. And there's not really so many in terms of heavy acceleration zones at the circuit. I mean, turn 2, I guess, and as well as the corkscrew, and of course the last corner as well. But other than that, they sort of just flow into each other quite well, which makes it quite easy for you to save fuel. You can lift and coast quite a little bit as well. And oftentimes, lifting and coasting around a circuit like you're going to take it isn't a bad idea, because it just allows you to rein it in a little bit, stay under the limit, and limit those mistakes. A little bit further up, though, the fight for the DPIs. This is Damon Skovron versus Jansen Vince, and this isn't the first time that these two have been quite close together on circuit. They had a bit of a fight earlier on, and that still continues now, despite their sort of very different races so far, even only just over an hour in.
About to complete another lap here for Valley Esports and Burst Esports. This is a pretty important battle, really. Two very strong teams, of course, and so it will be interesting to watch, even if it is for a position that's relatively far down the order. Colin Sport, by the way, being caught a lot here, and I'll show you the reason why. He's in a lot of traffic, or he just was. I know it doesn't look like it anymore, but he was certainly in a lot of traffic. There's about to be a bit more here. RHG Esports just in front of these guys right now. RHG, by the way, down to 3rd place in the standings right now. Go Team Racing with a 1 and 2 after that most recent pit stop phase. But that's why Benjamin Gosinski has closed in, because all that traffic in the background there, and some more of it coming around the corner there, that has closed this margin in from about 13 seconds to 5 seconds, but that's even normal for this circuit.
Yeah, as we said earlier on, expect the gaps to chop and change very, very quickly. And again, it just goes to show you cannot get complacent at all around Laguna Seca, because for Colin Spork, 13 seconds, he'll take that. That is not too bad at all, but straight away hits a wave of traffic and loses a good 6 seconds because of the difficulty it is to get through. And of course, he leading the way by 13 seconds. You don't want to take any risks. You don't want to throw that away by making any rash judgments or sending it full wide into turn 3 as other drivers have done so far in this race. So Colin Spork doing the better idea of just taking it nice and easy. But even still, that gap will fluctuate a lot. This is the fight we were talking about just a moment ago, as Damien Skovron and Jansen Bins fight over 4th place, though Damien Skovron not able really to close the gap under about half a second or so. Is that because of sort of maybe dirty air creeping into effect? Is it hard to follow around Laguna Seca?
Well, I guess we'll find our answer pretty soon, to be honest. It's hard to say at the moment. Big dive down the inside for Valet Esports at turn 6, heading through, I believe that was Butler Powell in the LMP2, up towards the corkscrew for Damien Skovron, who was about 15 seconds behind Valet not so long ago. But as we said earlier on, gaps can really come down at an alarming rate around here into the final couple of corners now. About 70 minutes into this run, and we've still got the likes of Kevin Yeager still out there right now. Could he even make this on 4 stops? It's going to be a stretch, but I'm not ruling it out as a possibility just for the moment. Even a couple of drivers side by side out the pit lane down there. They come down towards turn 2, lapping some of these slower cars. Skovron will start to apply the pressure, but this could be quite a frustrating 10 minutes or so for Damien Skovron, because we've seen just how difficult it is to overtake.
Yeah, he arguably maybe does have the pace over Jansen Bins at this stage. And again, that is another thing of how the pace fluctuates between teams at different points in the race. Maybe a little bit earlier on, Bins was quicker than Skovron. He was so at the start of the race, was able to get himself up into second in the opening couple of moments. But now it seems that Damien Skovron has got the pace measure over him. But yeah, as you say, it's been a frustrating, for a number of drivers, it's been that sort of stage of catching up to a car very, very quickly. I mean, not too long ago, Skovron, I think, was about 15 seconds off Valet and was able to close that gap very, very quickly. Now he has to maybe use a bit of lap traffic to aid him, and unfortunately it's not quite gone the way of him to squeeze to the outer extremities of the circuit, and it seems that Bins has gotten the better measure in terms of traffic this way around, but still a little bit more just in front of them now to negotiate, and that might help Skovron, hopefully, for him to get past for 4th.
Certainly. That was, you get so many close moments through traffic here. It's almost going to be desensitising by the end of the race. It's quite remarkable. Another couple of lapped cars coming up soon. My goodness, that was a slide from Jansen Bins as well. We've seen what's happened into this corner before. Oh, very nearly a free wide moment into turn 3 as Jansen Bins tried to duck and dive and hold on to 4th place, but he wasn't able to. Damien Skovron with a great move, and up to 4th he goes. Jansen Bins down a position. He tried to force that one free wide with Scuderia Leone, but Skovron placed his car perfectly, made sure that Valet couldn't defend there, and Burst Esport are now up to 4th place.
Wow, that was flirting with disaster, and we got flashbacks to that initial incident at turn 3. But yeah, wow, that was a brilliant display of race craft there from Damien Skovron, just to see the gap was open and put his car there at the apex, or going into the apex of turn 3. Fortunately for him, Jansen Bins did give him the space that he was due, and of course it was a good display from all 4 drivers to not end that in catastrophe. But yeah, that was important for Damien Skovron to work way through. As we say, opportunities to overtake are going to be very, very scarce, so for him to see that opportunity, take it with both hands and make it work as well, is going to be crucial. And now he needs to just try and use that pace that he so clearly has over Valet and try and stretch the gap.
He already has done. Nearly 2 seconds. The gap creeps up. Jansen Bins after having to filter his way through that little bit more traffic, and now he'll set his sights on the podium, quite possibly Damien Skovron. It's easy to forget, of course, that team had 2 drive-through penalties to start off this race. Set them back by a good half a minute, and now they're even further than that off of Colin Sport, because he has just been so strong so far. But just look at where they would be if he took those 2 drive-through penalties out. They'd be right in that leading conversation between the top 3. So you can't count Burst Esport out here, because we're not even a quarter of the way into this race yet.
Yeah, of course. And with the drive-throughs being, again, as we say, slightly less harsh than they would be maybe at other circuits, the two drive-throughs they had only cost them half a lap or so, which over six hours isn't that big of a discrepancy. So for Burst Esports, if they can keep this pace up for the entirety of the remaining time left, they still have a pretty good shout. And of course, they've had misfortune this race. Nothing has struck race clutch as of yet, nothing major particularly. So again, that could still play a factor. Touch wood. I mean, we've seen weirder things happen, and as goodness sake, you have to sort of maybe expect weird things to happen. Of course, can't count on them, but there's a good possibility that something else is going to shake up this race maybe over the next couple of hours or so, which I'm all here for, because Damien Scovron and Burst Esports versus Race Clutch is definitely one that would be very spicy if that in that fight for the lead.
Yeah, we're a long way off that so far, and I think Race Clutch versus Seawolf Net Race might be more of a pressing issue, more of a likely battle actually over the next few moments. Connersborg did race out to a good quarter of a minute lead, but that's been reeled right back in now by Benjamin Gielsinski, who I don't think has been that much out and out quicker, but has been very smart through traffic, and he seems to gain time every time they have to go through a little cluster of traffic. So maybe that is how he's been able to bring this gap down. Obviously we've not been able to watch them the whole time and really figure this one out, but certainly seems to be the case, and there's going to be a little bit more lap traffic coming up here soon. But we're still a good way from the next pit stop phase. We're currently completing lap 65 right now, and expect to see Connersborg next in on lap 84. We're a long way away, and this race is kind of recalibrating our brains with regards to these pit stops. I mean, it's a long time since I can remember DPIs are already prototypical at all, actually, going nearly 50 minutes into an endurance race. Not since the LMP1 days, I don't think we've seen that.
Yeah, well, I wasn't here for the LMP1 days, unfortunately. Right. I've only had the DPIs for the Virtual Endurance. So, yeah, there you go. Sorry about that, Ewan. I do kind of apologise.
I wasn't bored yet.
You know, still in nappies. But, no, yeah, again, this is, I mean, even for me, prototypes that have only ever gone 45 minutes at a stretch, so even for me, Ewan, don't worry about it. I still have to adjust to the to the stretch in terms of pit stop strategies. And again, that's why I do like the addition of Laguna Seca onto the calendar, because it is something you would never typically see DPIs or P2s race around at all. It's such an anomalous thing that it's so out there, so different, and again, it's a big variation for a lot of people, and I guess for nearly everyone as well. It's definitely an interesting one. I'm so here for it.
Absolutely, this is a battle for 7th place in LMP2 right now. Martin Mergley went off a few laps ago, and that might be affecting him a little bit here, because he has been caught by Luca Martino up towards the corkscrew. A little bit of a narrower line there from Mergley, and a slide on the way down the hill as well. The new Corvette, just you can see in the background there, just homing into view, and there's going to be a dive here from one of these, if not both of these, into the hairpin. They both duck around to the outside line. Braking very late. Martinez going to have to go a very long way around here at the hairpin, and it might not have been the right call, because he just caught the gravel and the sand on the outside of the corner there and has lost out on a bit of time. This, by the way, is a replay of that passing towards turn 3 from Damien Scrovron. A really, really beautiful one. And take a look at it here. Binch goes to the outside line, trying to go through. Scrovron fills that gap on the inside, then blocks Binch in behind the GTE. It was certainly more aggressive than it looked from on board, actually. But it was a wonderful pass, and exactly why we love multi-class racing.
Yeah, that was so clever from Scovron, because it's always going to be better to follow the P2 than the GT through there. So of course Bince was a little bit boxed in, definitely going to be slower, and of course Beach on the outside. So Scovron was just like, yeah, cool, cheers, inside line, brilliantly done. And then the fact he was able to box him, keep him boxed in versus that GT on the exit was definitely a very class move indeed, and has been able to maintain that pace. I think he's been able to grow the gap to around about now, what is it now, 3.5 seconds clear of Valley Esports. So yeah, definitely not doing it too bad is Damien Scovron, despite the troubles that he's had in the opening moments of the race, the 2 drive-throughs, a couple of incidents as well. He's not let it get to him at all, and I think that's definitely very impressive to keep the composure and keep the pace despite that.
Absolutely. This is more traffic over the line again, and down towards the Andretti hairpin. Mergley has just been able to get away ever so slightly here. Let's go Team Racer, sorry, DX Droids slot themselves in between these two cars. Those two teams really need to have a conversation about who gets to keep this livery, because they've basically got the same, and it's really, I'm really having trouble with it. As they go down the inside in towards turn 4 again. GTC Race Centre, that is, just leaving the room for Martin Burgley to go down there for Pescarolo Esport. Luca Martino tried to take advantage of that, wasn't able to into turn 5. Can he get the exit for turn 6? This is going to be a big squeeze. Oh, and it would have been a bit of contact as well. It's a very, very fast corner indeed, and you don't really want to go side by side through there at all.
Yeah, particularly if you've not already got the run going in, you just can't send a move, particularly in prototypes, because it is just a flick to the left of swords. There's not really much more you can do about that. If you try and send a move, you are just going to get turned across, and it's not a case of the defending car being mean. It's just a case of the nature of that corner. You would expect it. So Martino doing the better job, I think, there of just backing out, trying to lap past a couple of the Aston Martins. Oh no, he goes in way too deep there, and that is going to bring a premature end to that fight, at least for now. So a silly mistake, but I guess an easy one to make of sorts. That is, yeah, again, the desperation to get through the lap traffic there.
Absolutely. Luckily for us, though, the battles elsewhere in LMP2 are starting to heat up a little bit, and they're not actually that far away on the circuit. Martin Hemmingson is catching both of the Go Team Racing cars, and Moritz Mell is catching his teammate here, so we could have a three-way battle for the lead in LMP2, which would be well, exciting to watch. But I think the pit stops might just deny us of that. Now 1 hour 20 into this one, just approaching the end of lap. Well, this is lap 64 for these drivers. They'll be pitting before lap 80, so they have got a good while to go. But maybe only 15 minutes or so, as the 33 of Daniel Brewer goes off the road. A number of earlier penalties for this team, by the way. John Lacey Esports, he gets back going again though, and that's not the first spin we've seen today, unfortunately. Yeah,
no, it's I mean, yeah, for a lot of teams, they've had a lot of incidents go their way. I think it was who was it? Aaron, was it the second Cyber car who just completely didn't have any rear wing at all after 2 incidents in the corkscrew? Yeah, some teams have gotten a bit more fortune so far in this race than others, and just overall it's been a bit of a messy affair for some. But that is, again, what more do we expect from Laguna Seca? I think that's more the slogan of today than anything. This is the fight at the moment for second place in the P2s. Very close between all three of them. Only about a second or so between all of them. You can see all of them in the shot there. The two Go teams, 1 and 2, and then of course the RHG car of Martin Hemmingson just rounding off the podium in third. Was leading the way, of course, before the first round of pit stops. Now trying to reclose that gap, and well, the two Go teams, they've definitely got the upper hand here, being teammates and being able to work quite well together.
Certainly, big sand being kicked up into the faces of everybody there on the exit of turn 4 again. There's going to be a bit of waiting here from Michael Leroux, and this could really get everything closed up together up towards the corkscrew, although the other two might not quite get there. The LMP2 is not obviously quite as quick as or the speed difference between LMP2 and GT not quite as big as it is between the DPIs, obviously, so it's not quite able to get through there. They're going to have to do it into the final sector instead. They both manage it in one. Hemmingson following through, and there is a yellow flag. It could be down here at the hairpin. It is. It's on the exit. The 52 is going to get back going again. There it is. Jackie Lotterman for Sim Racing for Holland just getting back going again on the exit of the final corner. Thankfully, hasn't got in the way of these guys.
Yeah, thankfully, because it would be a shame to see this battle end for sure. But again, the lap traffic and rejoins are things that have been very, very tricky for a number of cars and have caused a number of upsets. RHE having a bit of a look to the inside as Moritz Mell sort of open up the second apex of turn 2 just a little bit, but unfortunately nothing coming to fruition on that particular occasion. And again, it just goes to show the difficulty you have in trying to overtake around Laguna Seca. You do have to try something different, and you do just have to wait for an opportunity, a mistake to arise before you can really do anything, because it's so hard to do any conventional overtakes around a circuit like this.
It really is. You do have to force your way through sometimes, and I don't think Hemmingson is going to be too interested in doing that this early on at this particular stage, as it is still early days in this one. Through the final sector again, just a case of following at this stage and waiting for turn 2. If he gets a good enough exit off of the hairpin here, there might be a chance He's so close, and you can see that he is quicker than the Go Team Racing LMP2 just up in front. But there's just no way through at this stage. We'll see down the hill, and you can see now, I mean, just no way through again. Even though he is later on the brakes, there's no opportunity, and so he has to stay behind just for the moment. And I think that's what makes Demian Scrovron's overtake earlier on all the more impressive, really, because even with traffic, a lot of these drivers have not been able to make any moves just yet in this race.
Yeah, for sure. And again, it goes back to the whole, you have to try something different. You have to sort of invent your own luck and force people's hands in a sense. That's exactly what Demian Scrovron did. Saw the gap open and put his car there in such a way that was allowed him to consolidate that move. This is going to be a little bit sketchy in towards turn 6. That's always the worst place you want people to come back at you over about 150 miles an hour for those DPIs. So yeah, fortunately, nothing bad coming about on that occasion. But yeah, it's just so tricky. And again, you do just have to wait sometimes. It is just a waiting game of waiting for something to happen, something to occur, a mistake in front of you, a bit of traffic coming through. Oh no, that is a shame. That's Racecutch having a bit of an off over the anti-cut curb, I think, through the penultimate corner, forcing Hemmingson off. And that is a lot of pressure alleviated off Moritz Mel, but a very frustrated RHG car.
Yes, certainly, and not ideal, particularly for Colin Spork either there, I'm afraid. Who's lost a bit of time, just under 5 seconds. Now the gap there, and dear me, that's not ideal. But these are the things that happen around here at Laguna Seca. There's so many cars still out there. I mean, we've still got everyone. 37 cars still out there right now, and it's still so busy for everyone. Demian Scrovron, by the way, has caught the Simfree Esports car for third place, and so that's that's a battle that may well happen pretty soon, but unfortunately we have just been denied that one for first in LMP2 just for the moment, as Go Team Racing do get a 1-2 now. As I mentioned previously, obviously still chasing that elusive race win in the Virtual Endurance Championship. They've been on the podium so many times, they've been close so many times. Maybe today will finally be their day, but there's still a long way to go for them to achieve that. They've got 2 cards to play though, which could be important.
Yeah, it is always good to have 2 cars right at the front. It allows you to do something a bit different in terms of strategies and gives you that support buffer as well. Like we saw with RAG, you had Michael LaRue and Moritz Mel both fighting and trying to keep them at bay. So they do have 2 opportunities. Both cars are looking very good in terms of pace, and that is definitely going to be a good help towards the sort of the last stages of this race if they can maintain this pace. Because again, it looks good now, but can they keep that up? Can they keep that pace all the way through the next sort of 4 hours and 33 minutes, and of course hope that nothing bad goes their way? But unfortunately for them, as we say, they've got 2 opportunities, so if something bad happens to one, they do have the backup there ready to go.
They do. A bit of Pescarolo Esport separating the 2 teammates there for a brief moment, but Moritz Mel was able to get down the inside of Martin Mergley there and get through. Martin Hemmingson going to have to do the same here as well. Bit of miscommunication there, and the X-Troy is going to hang back and wait at the top of the hill there at the corkscrew. Let's not forget orange zone up there between the 2 bridges. Though any penalty will be doubled for any incident there, and we saw Liam Brantz falling afoul of that a little bit earlier on, at least causing an incident through there. We may well see a penalty going their way at some point as a result. But for the most part, it has been quite clean up towards the corkscrew. Let's hope that it stays that way for the next few moments. As Martin Hemmingson here slows down to a halt, well, not quite a halt, of course, but lets a couple of those LMP2s back around again. I don't quite know why he slowed down at the final corner there. Bit of a mystery.
Yeah, it's quite strange. Again, there's no obvious reason for it. Maybe they are just that much quicker. I don't know, because it's not like you have sort of necessarily slow down penalties or anything like rFactor 2 that force your hand into slowing down or anything like that. So Hemmingson, again, it's just been a bad couple of laps, I suppose, for RAG. Maybe he knows that those P2s are quicker at this stage than him, and he doesn't really want to have the awkwardness of having to slow down to let them through again. Back up towards the front in the DPIs though, this fight for third, Demian Scrovron really setting the timing sheets alight with some really good pace over the last sort of couple of stints. Literally since his couple of drive-throughs, he's just been on fire and has driven the wheels off that DPI car, now on the back of Simfree and Lorenzo Arisi for third place. Damien Scovron, really impressive stint. And again, it's his first race this season in the Virtual Endurance Championship. He's really doing a really good job.
Certainly is. Just a bit of irony there as Damien Scovron trying to close down on one of the Simframe cars, but also had to lap the LMP2 Simframe car there, so a bit of irony. But thankfully everybody getting through all fine, and this battle for third can now properly kick off. It nearly did a few laps ago. Scovron was just halted by a bit of traffic, I think, and had to do a little bit of work again to close back in, but he has been so impressive so far in this race. It's his first appearance this season in the Virtual Endurance Championship, and well, from the looks of this, they would have liked to have had him earlier, because it has been a good drive so far, forcing Orisi to go defensive now in towards turn 5, but no move going to be made through there. Very difficult to do so. Not going to be a dive at turn 6, surely not. They're going to have to wait a little bit longer. This is the problem with Laguna Seca once again. Where do you make these moves? Maybe in the pit stops, because we are now on lap 78. College Sport has just started, so there's another pit stop coming up pretty soon.
Yeah, so if you can come in, particularly for Damien Scovron, just to come in a lap earlier, hopefully that you don't emerge in some traffic or whatever, which again is going to be a tricky thing to do. But if he can just get away from Lorenzo Orisi, get some laps into himself, and make up that deficit, because the pace for sure is there. So maybe going to hold station a little bit, take it a bit of a calmer approach in this situation, and hold out for the pit stops to make sure that he doesn't have to do any hard work. Or maybe we'll have a repeat of what happened a couple laps ago. This is one of the on-off racing cars, that of Nicholas Lemoine there, having a bit of an off the exit of the corkscrew and going very slowly, continuing to do so. So that is a little bit unfortunate there for him.
Yeah, it certainly is. Now, I don't know if this... he's just on the hard tyres. Sorry, my Formula 1 brain really confused me there, because he was on green tyres in the dry. I was wondering what the hell was going on here. But he is just on the hard tyres, don't worry about that. Just about half a minute in front of Daniel Brewer, by the way, for 8th position in the field right now. That's Martin Burgley continuing to slide down the order, I'm afraid. Nicolas Lemoine just behind him at this stage. Luca Martino did get through on Burgley, and he's now 10 seconds up the road. But this fight for 4th place in DPI is probably the closest of those inside any top 5 of any of the classes. But once again, Scovron has just been halted by the traffic ever so slightly, so he's going to have to do a bit more work to close in once again, as these two were separated by more traffic, and they come through the LMP2 leading battle.
Yeah, so they're going to have to try and negotiate it to the best of their ability. Lorenzo Orisi is definitely going to start to feel the pressure from Scovron, and again on that inside line for turn 2 is going to hold him a little bit of contact. Argy Bargy as they negotiate the Go Team racing cars, and they've also got a lap as that Seawolf in front of them as well. For them, so they've got to work their way through. But Damien Scovron able to close the gap just a little bit, trying to use the traffic to his advantage. Again, outside line for turn 5, boxed in by the GT, had to make a late switch to the left-hand side and take the inside. As you can see there, the Seawolf car pulling off to the left-hand side and allowing both Simframe and Burst through. But Damien Scovron tried to commit to the outside to get past Orisi, found the GT car very quickly, and even just as quickly switched to the inside to follow him through, and still able to maintain the gap right up behind that Simframe car.
Yeah, and you've got to say that it's only a matter of time now, surely. These two are losing a bit of time as a result, not only to Benjamin Gilsinski in second, but also Janssen Bintz in 5th, and into the pit lane comes Damien Scovron. Now, Burst Esport were early to come in last time in the number 1. They came in on lap 39, and this is lap 78 to be fair, so it is absolutely on schedule. But after another 45 minutes, Damien Scovron is in. Should be a change of tyres here for the first time today, and he does get up onto the jacks, but we'll see if Damien Scovron continues in this car, because ideally he will do, because of the pace that he's been able to show so far, as I'm afraid Christian Mikel has had problems here on this lap. There he is, he's in the wall. The championship leaders having a disaster of a day.
Yeah, really unfortunate day for NeedRacing.com for them, and are coming off the back of 2 wins, coming in, of course, Laguna Seca with so much confidence, and the championship lead, of course. It's just not been their day, and sometimes that does happen. Sometimes you go into it and it just things aren't unfortunately going your way. And again, Laguna Seca, it's happened to a lot of people. There's been so many people in a similar boat to them. So yeah, fortunately, hopefully they can sort of bounce back for the next round and future rounds if they want to maintain that championship sort of charge. This is exactly what happened to Christian Mikel. And a similar incident, I think we saw that with a P2 a bit earlier on, maybe a little bit further down. But again, that just goes to show how the undulation of the corkscrew can really unsettle the car in the most peculiar ways.
Yeah, it certainly can. Getting on the power a bit too early can be very, very deadly indeed, and it was there. Mitzi Hoyer gets in, by the way, to the number 1 for Burst Esports, so driver change here after an hour and a half, and they may alternate between the two of them. There will be 8 stints today in the DPIs and LMP2s, and so that would leave Scrubwell with just over 3 hours of the driving, and Mitzi Hoyer with just under the 3 hours if they decide to do it that way, but who knows what they're going to do. We'll talk to Cam Roger in about half an hour when he jumps into the commentary booth, but still Go Team Racing 1-2. RHG now only 1 second behind, so the gap is certainly closing, but Leroux and Mel are very pleased here to just sit one behind the other. You would imagine this is the end of lap 75, and the first pit stop, well, I would have expected on that last lap actually, so maybe we will see the 47 and Moritz Mel into the pit lane on this lap.
Yeah, potentially so. Again, with the P2s going again up to around about 45 minutes or so, we'll wait and see. Because at the penultimate corner, is he going to peel off to the left-hand side? No, he's not. Maybe forced by that Ferrari to continue on for another lap. But yeah, no, carrying on for yet another lap, and another lap. In fact, that RAG can maybe close the gap. It does go to show that Hemmingson has got the pace advantage over the 2 Go Team cars, with how that he's been able to have that setback a little bit earlier on and still reclose that gap. The Go Team have just been so bulletproof in their defences, and of course just in their consistency to maintain that 1-2 at least for now. But of course, with the pit stops coming up, this is where Hemmingson can try and do something different to work a way forward.
He certainly can, as they get through on some more lap traffic again. Is that NeebRacing.com already out of pit lane? It certainly is. Christian Mikel back out there now after returning to the garage. That's the 205 off the road, by the way, of Andrew Holland, who's just got into the satellite racing car, promoted from Division 2, and having a couple of problems down the hill at the rainy curve there. So drivers being caught out left, right and centre by this circuit now. It is very, very tricky indeed, it's fair to say. Down the hill for the, well, it was a leading battle of 3, but Martin Hemmingson looks like he may have gone off at the corkscrew and lost a fair amount of time as a result. Surely now we are going to see some pit stops. Oh, there's Visceral there with no rear wing. Visceral, Darius Andre, no rear wing. There has clearly been some kind of incident here.
Yeah,
oh dear.
Straight into the pit box. Fortunately for him, it wasn't that far away. But yeah, wow, it'd be interesting to take a look as to how that one's happened. But yeah, it was going very, very slowly through the penultimate corner off the circuit, of course. So yeah, be interesting to find out as to what's happened to Darius Andre and Visceral, because so far not running particularly too bad in this race. But of course, Stricken, this is the replay as to what exactly happened. 3 wide, maybe with a couple of DPIs. Was it? Yeah, wow,
no.
Yeah. Contact with DXDroids, who just sort of merged into the side of him, both of them off the circuit going into turn 6. That was a big one, and not really much that Andre could do about that one.
No, there wasn't. A real shame. But as you say, absolutely nothing that they could have done there. 3 wide, and DXDroids did have to come into the pit lane as well, possibly for some damage. Therefore, Juan Carlos Fernandez will have to repair there. Got another yellow flag now in Sector 2. That's the 36 off the road of Rick Van Earl. Second place at the time. Drops to 3rd now. But Rick Van Earl going off at turn 6. We're starting to see mistakes creeping in left, right and centre. As Seawolf Net Race come in from 2nd place in the overall as well. I think that may have been the 91 getting back underway. Back in the pit lane again for Christian Mikel there, who has maybe had an incident. This is getting very, very chaotic 90 minutes in.
Yeah, for sure. It's, again, calm before the storm, and then straight away it just all kicks off. Doesn't take much at all for things to kick off, as we say. Flatline, and then big old spike. That is a big off there. Managed to keep it relatively clean, and then no spins. And that is, again, one of the worst places you want to have an off because of the speed that the other cars are coming at you, and it is so hard to get it stopped. Oh, that was... That, again, a very, very close fall, bit of a tap to the barrier, but fortunately for him, probably got the best situation he could have out of that.
Yeah, it's well, if you want to go off anywhere and in any way, then that might be up towards the top of your list, because they didn't end up hitting anything, thankfully. Rick Renault up the hill then, and just getting past there by Moore and the Z-Stars, who are up to third. As Colin Spork now comes into the pit lane after 85 laps in this race, a 43 laps in on that occasion, as opposed to his 44 on the his 42 laps in to open this race. We'll see if there's any driver changes here as well. Jan Katau has got in for Seawolf Net Race, Fabian Barlett in for Valley Esport for Jansen Bids, Nico Barkley into the one ACO car. We've already talked about Andrew Holland being in there, but Stein Prenz also staying in the pit lane for a good while there for Team Rookie Monsters. They're now 4 laps down off the lead, and that is going to be a story in this race. Are we even going to have 2 cars on the lead lap by the end of this one? It could very much be old school VEC by the end of this, with cars on different laps all over the place.
Again, old school VAC talking as if I know what you're talking about, but yeah, maybe that could be the case. I mean, Laguna Seca, it's a circuit that will spice things up for sure, and again, different teams have had different situations, different lucks, of course. Race clutch into the pit lane, and towards the end of it, it's interesting with the pit stops how much time you do lose. You do lose nearly a lap. That is going off again. Is that sim frame? Rick Vanel having yet another off, going through the same part of the circuit. So, wow, it's just, leading from one thing to another, and again shows how difficult it is to tame Laguna Seca. But yeah, Race Clutch losing well over a lap in the pit lane because of just how short Laguna Seca is. It's a dynamic that is going to be, it's one that we don't often see, particularly at most circuits.
No, and not in endurance racing either, as we've got a big cluster of traffic going through the final sector right now. Just see it in the back row. Jan Katau has just had to go through it all, and that might be some of the reason why that gap's now up to 8.5 seconds. Over 10 seconds to Race Clutch now, just because of all that traffic. Nick De Silva has gotten in for Race Clutch, so it seems that everybody pretty much has taken on a driver change here. Look to see if anybody hasn't done a driver change there. I don't think there is anyone. We're waiting to see DX Choice and Team Rookie Monsters in a few moments' time. We'll get a report on them, but it seems that 1 hour and a half is more than enough around here. You can hardly blame them by just watching this.
Yeah, it's a long time to be in the car. It takes such a mental fatigue out of you to be focused. I mean, just driving around Laguna Seca in the DPIs and the P2s, again in the GTs as well, among all 3 classes, it's such a difficult circuit to do by yourself, let alone when you've got 35 other cars to negotiate your way through and to be lapped. And you're always having to do something. It does take a toll, for sure. So it is good to have the support from your teammates to be able to jump in and take the reins just for a little bit. But for the majority of drivers, particularly Colin Spork and Damien Scroffman, their stints in the car were sort of really second to none in terms of what they were able to do. Yeah, big stances forward for a lot of their teammates to be able to get into the car and maintain that pace.
Yep, certainly. This is Martin Bergley versus Guillaume Mas at the moment, with Rick Vanel in the pit lane now after 80 laps of racing. It's for Simfree Esports, another 40 lap stint from them. The other Simfree car, Roland Zux, is going a very long way on this stint after only doing 38 laps this time. It's going to be at least 43, as we see Lorenzo Arisi in on lap 87, and we should see Liam Rance in here as well at the end of this one, unless he has done something remarkable on this stint. But I think he will be making a trip down pit lane, and he does indeed after 87 laps. So that's all of the DPIs through another pit stop phase, and we're just waiting now for the rest of the LMP2s to go through this phase of pit stops, and that is now going to culminate with Martin Hemmingson coming into the pit lane after another 41 lap stint. But I think it is going to be concerning to Go Team Racing, the fact that we have seen RHG Esports going that little bit further on fuel. That means that they might be in a better position by the end, but it might not matter either. Gabor Hevesi has gone off, going towards the final corner in an incident, possibly with the 34 there of, well, who is that, the 34? No, that can't be with the 34, it was with this car, Black Hawk Racing, and Kevin Yeager, who got hit by GTC Race Centre. Kevin Yeager was going so long on fuel and doing a really good job with it as well. And so let's hope he hasn't got damage as a result of that contact.
Yeah, fingers crossed for him. It's just going to be a scrub it off and go. But yeah, it was a pretty sort of hefty hit as well, and definitely easily could have collected a number of other cars into the mix. But yeah, for Gabba Hevesi in the Go Team Racing car, that is a shame for them. A big setback, of course, in their bid for maintaining that 1-2 beyond the second pit stop phase. For the next pit stop phase, I should say. I don't think it's their second one through. I think it's their actually closer to their. Maybe, I actually don't know. I can't completely remember. But their next pit stop phase, they said this way through the pit lane to maintain that 1-2 and keeping their pace strong. It is a bit of a setback, but still, yeah, they're going to have to push on and try and scrub it off. Similar to a lot of people, it's the case of how you bounce back from your mistakes or misfortunes, because it is going to happen. But yeah, they've got a big adversary of Martin Hemmingsen so far in that RAG car, and just RAG as a whole, big name in sim racing. Yeah, well, they've got to have their wits about them if they want to come out on top.
Certainly do. Martin Hemmingsen in the pit lane at the minute, and we'll see how far in the lead he is, if he is at all. Pasquarano Eastport also into the pit lane right now with the 34, just leaving as things stand. But 43 laps from them on that stint, pretty impressive to see from that team. Yeah, let's see where and when Hemmingsen gets out the pit lane, if indeed Guillaume Mas will be able to overtake him in this one. An hour 45 into this one now, to be only making your second stop as an P2 is quite remarkable indeed. But that's the situation right now at Laguna Seca. Still in pit lane, Hemmingsen. Will he be able to leave in time? No, absolutely not. RHG trundle their way down pit lane. Timothée Adanovsky now at the wheel. Just behind Rick Van Earl now is into third place as a result of Gabriel Hennessy going off. So, and this is exactly why Go Team Racing have two cars in the fold. They have two cards to play, because one could go off and have an issue, and then you've got the other one to pick up the pieces. The other Go Team Racing car now 20 seconds off this car.
Yeah, so it is definitely good to have that backup. Guillaume Mas now at the wheel and trying to take the flag and run at the front of the field. But yeah, so it is good to have the backup between the pair of them. And now Antonovsky takes the wheel ahead of Martin Hemmingsen. And it is such a tricky circuit to settle into rhythm to, just jumping in and then trying to deliver in terms of pace. But it is strange how RAG have lost so much time in the pit lane. They were sort of right on the back of the two Go Team cars and now struggle 8 seconds off the lead one. That is definitely a strange one indeed.
Certainly is. But these things happen. I feel like most of these gaps, to be honest, are happening because of the traffic that people are encountering during pit stop phases. I mean, for example, pretty much everybody has done a driver change in DPI, but Ricardo Corozari here is 10 seconds behind Mick Hoyer when he was a good few seconds in front of Demian Skrovron before. So I think a lot of this is down to traffic, really, more than anything else. And that really is a little bit about luck in terms of when you have those really heavy laps of traffic. If you catch them and you know, your opponent is out on the other side of the circuit having made a pit stop in clean air, then you really are going to lose a lot of time. And so First Esports on in third, Simframe fourth, Valet Esports in fifth position for the moment. But after that wild pit stop phase and wild few moments of incidents, it does seem that we do have now a moment of calm and a moment to breathe after the last half an hour or so.
Yeah, it's calmed down just a little bit, but don't expect it to stay for too long, because it leads you into false sense of security that, oh yeah, no, people are calmed down at Laguna Seca. No, because chances are something interesting is going to happen at some point or another over the next sort of few moments or over the next hour or so. Definitely don't count anything more chaotic happening, because chances are it is going to happen at some point again in the near future, probably. So enjoy the calm while you can. This is the gap at the moment between Kazari and Fabian Barley, 2 seconds apiece between the pair of them. They're trying to negotiate their way through. Fabian Barley now jumping into the Valet Esports car, running P5 at the moment, so pretty respectable so far. But again, that team has had their fair share of incidents going off. Again, the run through turn 4 is Riccardo Cazzari, and it's very easy to do, particularly when you're trying to push and extend the gap away from Valley Esports. You're trying to use a lot more of the track that you can really get. And when it comes to Laguna Seca, it's about the track, and then that is literally it. There is nothing at all beyond that.
Yeah, certainly. 2 seconds out as Fabian Barlett closes in on Riccardo Cazzari. We did hear from Fabian Barlett that it was quite stressful watching Jansen Mids having to go through traffic, not because of bids, but because of traffic, really. It's a very, very stressful moment indeed. And so, Barlett did admit to that in the YouTube chat not so long ago. Yeah, he's out there in control of his own destiny now, which will be a good thing for him. But I guess we have to spare a thought for the teammates who are watching at the moment, because it's not the nicest place to be. As a driver, you much rather be in control.
Yeah, backseat driving from Fabian Barlett. Again, you do put a lot of trust in your teammates when it comes to endurance racing, and you do have to just let them get on with it, let them do their thing. But it is nerve-wracking, particularly when you're a part of that team and you want the car to do well, and you're just not in control of it at all, and you just have to watch your teammate make some very narrow escapes at some point. Some with that Valley car, not so narrow at other points, making a bit of contact with some lap traffic as well along the way. But now Fabian Barlett is at the wheel. He can control what he's doing, and now it's his turn to witness the absolute carnage and chaos that is lapping here at Laguna Seca.
Yeah, certainly. Closest battle out there on the circuit right now does involve Roland Zux on the back of Nicolas Lemoine at the moment for 5th place. And on-off racing just up in front. Although after all, it's not exactly all out side by side just yet. And just behind, Mark Bain is not that far behind Daniel Brewer. Black Hawk Zanche surprisingly far down at the moment. John Lacey Esports likewise, really. Black Hawk Zanche 2nd place in the championship at the moment. John Lacey a 3rd. So to see them 7th and 8th in this race right now just show how difficult this has been.
Yeah, for sure. It's for a number of our championship contending teams as well. I mean, NeedRacing.com have had an absolute stinker so far in this race. I think that they are beyond recovery in terms of any decent result, unfortunately, over the next 4 hours. Because again, it's only 4 hours. There's not really that much that much time to make a drastic recovery. But yeah, it just goes to show that Laguna Seca is so indiscriminate with who it takes as a victim, because it doesn't matter if you lead the championship or if you lead the race or whatever, misfortune will strike anyone. And yeah, Laguna Seca, it's such a thrill to drive, but it's also so sketchy for all of these drivers. I don't think there's anyone out there that's probably quote unquote enjoying this race and having a good time with it, because of just how on edge you have to be and how focused you have to be all the way around.
Certainly do. It's certainly going to make the time fly by. You see Race Centre just get in the middle of this fight for 5th place. Just seen that Roland Zux has gotten a lot closer to Lemoine now, and may be looking for that opportunity very, very soon. Supreme Esports, leaders of this championship, of course. Previous winners of the LMP2 championship last season, reigning champions indeed, in the 36. The 36 is up there in 3rd place, so this 34 car, I guess, is not exactly the reigning champions, but you get the idea. The team is as a whole. They won GTE the season before, looking to work their way up with a DPI championship maybe this season as well, to complete the set here in the Virtual Endurance Championship over the last 3 years. Would be remarkable for them. As they go down the inside here of Lemoine through the rainy curve. You don't often see this. And there's a reason for that. That was very nearly disaster for both. A big slide from Zux into the side of Lemoine, and I think that itself put him off going 3 wide into the final corner on that occasion. Zux is pushed wide though by the Scuderia Leone Corvette, and so now he's got a much better chance to go through.
Yeah, he's now having a bit of a look, and that should be a fairly easy affair, but unfortunately for Lemoine, not able to find a way through as of yet. But yeah, wow, that kicked off at a moment's notice. It doesn't take much. Literally the slightest of twitches was all it needed to have such a scary moment. Again, it didn't take much more than that to send them both careening off into the barrier. Fortunately, both of them were able to just scrub it off as a bit of a heart racing moment more than anything. But they were both able to carry on, fortunately, because wow, again, with how fast they were going through there, with the contact that they had, I was half expecting at least one of them, to just completely run off into the barrier over the gravel trap. But fortunately for them, again, it was just another close escape.
It certainly was. We've had a fair amount of those today, but a fair amount of whatever the opposite of a close escape is. A big accident? I don't know. But up to 5th for Roland Zooks anyway, and he'll get away from Roloff Racing, you would imagine, over the next few laps. Gap between the front two, though, coming down. Timotes Andonovski, one of the best in the business. Prototype driving in rFactor 2. And he is one of the best. Guillaume Mas, not bad himself, let's be clear, but is being caught right now by RHG Esports. As we approach the 2-hour mark, nearly a third of the way into this race already. Zach, it has flown by. But for some of these teams, it might not have done. It's been exactly what we imagined so far.
Yeah, no, Laguna Seca has delivered on all the promise, and maybe just a little bit more as well in terms of the carnage and chaos that we have already seen, and I'm sure we'll continue to see over the next 2/3 of this race. But yeah, already a third of the way in. 6 hours, it seems like a long time, but in actual fact it really isn't, because as soon as you get sort of to the first hour, then it's like, okay, we're an hour in, and then straight away you're already to the second hour, and then boom, 3 hours in, you're halfway there. Like, it just ticks off like in those little milestones and those little increments quite quickly. So yeah, it's not quite as long as you might imagine. Same too sort of with a 4-hour race. It seems like it just goes by in a flash. But yeah, no, they've ticked off the first third of the race, and I think that is an important milestone to get to, because you can just evaluate your progress, where you are, where do you want to be, and then set your targets and set your progress to try and achieve over the next sort of third or towards the end of the race as well. So yeah, it's been a good third for some, a very bad third for others, but still a long way to go.
Yeah, this race could very much change in the final 4 hours. There's no doubt about that. Even if those changes have just calmed down over the last 15 minutes or so. In GTE, Wojciech Polesny is still leading. Took that lead through the first pit stop phase after coming in after only 45 laps. That was at about an hour. Jimmy Nisseler decided to carry on another 5 laps and lost a lot of time as a result, in fact. Polesny's still holding on to this lead, though. And it's going to be a real interesting one here, because Polesny basically is having shorter stops throughout the day. He's basically taking on less fuel each time and going to the hour every single time. Whereas Nisseler is going to do a really short stop at the very end of the race. So we'll see which strategy prevails, really, but I would actually expect this gap to continue to get bigger as this race goes on until the very final hour.
Again, it's the interesting thing, the interesting dynamic of endurance races is the different approaches in terms of strategy and what people are going to have to do to try and win. But yeah, it will all funnel down to that final moment. And right now, yes, it is a little bit spread out, but this is a direct fight, you would argue, between these two for the lead of the race. So yes, it looks quite big now, but they are still racing against each other. They still have to deliver lap in, lap out to try and reign victorious. And again, they just have to hit their marks, do everything that they're doing right now, and just trust their instinct, because for those that are trying to do something a little bit different, they have to commit to it, because otherwise it was all for nothing.
Yeah, certainly. Another Rookie Monsters car, I think that is coming through on the inside line there. Rookie Monsters, by the way, now 5 laps down on the leader, and we have DX Droids 7 laps off. The contact that they had, along with Visceral Esports, has sent them a long way back, and Visceral are 5 laps down themselves. So I'm afraid all 3 of those cars involved in that incident there have dropped many laps, and it does show that even at this end of the race, I know we're 2 hours in, but I think being calmer in traffic is a better idea, really, than doing what they did, because the results can be absolutely disastrous.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, it's better to lose a couple of seconds stuck up behind another car than wait than to completely send a move to the inside or whatever and risk having a spin, losing upwards of 10-15 seconds just for what? Just to be able to lap a car a little bit quicker. There is no need at all. You've got no hurry to make your way through. And again, we've seen time and time again with what happens if you do make those moves in haste. Again, it's such fine margins that can so easily go so drastically wrong. So it just isn't worth the risk. Better to be calm, work your way through nice and slowly, and then just see where you are, because it's Laguna Seca after all. There is no need to take any unnecessary risks.
Yeah, certainly. It's well, yeah, exactly. It's still very early days. 4 hours to go here at Laguna Seca, and just on the other side of the hour, we will do a quick rundown. But there could well be change very soon as well. Up towards the front, Andonovski still gaining time here. Through turn 6 he goes. We get this wonderful helicopter shot. I have to say, I've really enjoyed this shot throughout the day so far. Up towards the Kirk. So it really does just portray the rises and falls that you get through this circuit. Just have a look at this, dipping down remarkably. I mean, it looks pretty severe on a computer screen, but I mean, just imagine how steep it is in real life. My goodness, very scary stuff. Outside line 4, Burst Esport, bit of contact. Andonovski trying to maximise his line there, and so were Burst. This is the argument that the prototype drivers have about who gets the space and where you can place your car.
Yeah, it's again, it's an awkward affair, because for Andonovski, he's trying to close the 3-second gap to get a mask and doesn't really want to lose too much.
Certainly not. Only 3 seconds at the moment between 1 and 2, and so yeah, it's a gap that could very much come down, and we very well see that LMP2 leading battle in the next couple of moments. Nearly 2 hours in, as I mentioned, so we're going to have a bit of a switch around here in the commentary booth. First of all, before we let Zach go, going to welcome in Cam Roger to get his thoughts on the opening couple of hours of this race. We were talking there with Zach Cam about just what this race has been so far, and how it has been as you expected, really, or as I expected anyway. A little bit chaotic, but it has been good racing. It's not been all carnage.
Yeah, it's been the type of race I was expecting for Laguna Seca. Of course, it's a very sort of fast track, really, especially for the prototypes. They've got to be very careful with the traffic, but we've seen a number of incidents that you would have expected, to be honest. But as ever, the guys towards the front of each of the categories are really showing their pace and strategy, which is ever present in the VEC, which is good to see. And of course, 4 hours remaining to go, so still plenty of time for these guys. But Zach, it's certainly been, for at least for the front of the DPIs, Race Clutch, they've had a pretty calm race so far. But how do you think that's going to go for them over the course of the next sort of 2/3 of the race?
It's been going a little bit too well, I think, for Race Clutch. They had one notable moment, I think, through the penultimate corner where they made a bit of contact, I think, with RAG a little bit earlier on. But since, beyond that, they haven't really had much in the way of an incident at all. So, yeah, it's been going quite a little bit too well. Maybe that is telling of the fact that they are just on a really good day today. I mean, it is Race Clutch. They had a really good open into this race, and fingers crossed for them it will continue beyond that. But, yeah, no, I don't think they've quite had the same carnage and chaos of Laguna Seca, I think, as a lot of people have had, but all they've got to do is keep doing their thing and make sure they minimise any mistakes on their part.
Indeed, and also in the LMP2, such a close battle between Go Team Racing and RAG. Have been enjoying this one. Obviously, them swapping over a number of times back and forth. It's been pretty crazy indeed. But I'm sure we're going to see that one go on, because it's just sort of 2 seconds between them.
Absolutely, and it's certainly coming down as well. Big thanks to Zach Sweeney, of course, who's just now left us. It's myself, Ewan O'Leary, Cam Roger for the next couple of hours. We'll welcome in Neil Heatley then to take you to the end with Cam as well. So yeah, we've got an exciting couple of hours ahead of us here for the next few moments, but it's going to start right here with this leading LMP2 battle, you would imagine. Tirtes Andonovski just looks like he's got a bit too much firepower at the moment for Ewan Mas, but we've seen in the past that has been very, very difficult to overtake, even though there's an obvious faster driver in a battle. That doesn't always settle it. It can stay like this for minutes on end.
Yeah, you mentioned this a few minutes ago. Obviously, Andonovski, you mentioned being one of the obviously the better drivers on the platform, very experienced now as well. And sometimes that can happen when you get the driver swaps. He's getting the Simfering car there right up his backside there, coming towards the penultimate corner, not able to get past. But sometimes you get that in the driver swaps where you get a slightly faster driver come in, and it can change the course of a battle over the stint. every single driver, every single team needs to have 2 drivers minimum over the course of the race as well. So sometimes you will have that one slightly slower driver, or maybe slightly faster driver, who could really make the difference.
Absolutely. Now we don't want to slip into Burst Esport bias here, Cam, for any longer than necessary. But Damien Scroveron in the first hour and a half, I've got to say I was very impressed by him in his first appearance in the Virtual Endurance Championship here this season. He was obviously had to serve those 2 drive-through penalties, but had he not have done, I reckon he would have been at least third, maybe second. He would have been in a fight with Seawolf anyway. Yeah, it was a very impressive opening stint from him.
Yeah, I'm very excited with how he managed to do that first stint. And also, we were mentioning earlier, it's about 15 seconds each, give or take, for a drive-through, and they are less than 30 seconds off the lead. So it'd certainly be obviously challenging in terms of raw pace race clutch, but I'm sure race clutch and Colin Spork and now Nick De Silva, who's in that car, I'm sure they would have been pushing ever so slightly more had they had a bit more direct competition. But for sure, Scovron had such a good start of the race, and of course his first appearance this season as well. He did the pre-season race, but that only lasted a couple of corners, unfortunately, if you remember back to that one, if you're participating. So certainly not the most experienced racing this specific car, but doing a good job, and now obviously going to the trusty hands of Michi Hoyer. I'm going to be interested to see how quickly, if at all, they can catch up, because the lap times are so close between those top 3.
Certainly are. And speaking of close, it's going to be a close race in GTE as well. Another 45 laps for Wojtek Polesny there, but he comes in early with Juice's Motorsports Club. Now, they're not pushing this Ferrari all the way out on fuel. They're taking shorter pit stops each time, and then in the Morinus E-Stars car of Yumi Nisela out front, they're going to take a really short stop right at the very end of this race. They're going to go another 5 laps here, which will take them to maybe even as close to 3:45 to go in this race here. So, well, maybe not that far, but it will take them a little bit further in this one. And so they're going to have a really short stop at the end of the race. And we're just waiting to see which one's going to prevail, really. But Juice's Motorsport Club, with about 2 hours to go here in this race, I think, Cam, are going to have a huge lead. But it's not quite going to be representative of what's actually happening in the race.
Yeah, I love this. When it's going to come back down to that final pit stop towards the end, it's going to be a great battle over the course of the next 4 hours, but we still don't really know. It's really just the difference of someone wants to have a shorter pit stop at the end, and then someone wants to have the fastest average lap time over the course of the whole race. So it's quite a big difference in terms of the action, but hopefully the output is going to be coming pretty close. And to be honest, I think it might work. This is something that I personally tried when we had the McLaren Senna a few years ago. It was a similar situation where you could go well past the hour on the fuel tank. So what we used to do back then was a similar situation here. You underfueled the car to go bang on the hour and have the shorter stops throughout the way. And normally by the third stint, which is what we're coming into now, is generally where you have quite a big advantage of having the lower fuel, and then of course the fresher tyres when you come out of that pit stop as well. So this might be quite an important stint for Juice's Motorsports Club.
Yeah, and it's no longer Wojtek Polesny. It is Michal Sedlacek who's just got at the wheel now, I think. As long as I've got my car numbers right, yes, indeed. The fact that they've got 73 and 74 makes things very confusing, and I can't remember which one's which.
The rear wings, look, one's blue and one's red.
Oh, that's really obvious, yes. I can say that. Although maybe now you point that out, I'll remember it. But no, Michal Sedlacek, another one, a very strong driver actually in a GT on rFactor 2, talking about Andronowski earlier, but Sedlacek has been around for a while and knows what he's doing. There's no doubt about that. And so important few laps coming up for him. But I do get the feeling, I said this to Zach a little bit earlier on, if you were tuned in, but I feel like some of these gaps through the pit stop phases are a little bit down to luck, to be honest, because if you look at the Juice's car and Morinus E-Stars, they're on completely different points of the circuit, and it's basically luck as to which part of the circuit they're at and which part of the circuit has more traffic, and a lot of gaps are getting bigger and a lot smaller as a result of basically luck. But I guess that's the case in any endurance race. It's just more obvious here.
Yeah, this track is huge, especially for the prototypes, for the traffic management. It's such a momentum-based track that through these corners, especially this one that we're coming up to now, the penultimate corner, massively fast right-hander. Doesn't necessarily look it, but it's still sort of 4th, 5th gear in the DPIs. So that is a lot of speed that you're carrying. So you have to think, if you then slow your car down to a GTE speed, you're literally going to be losing maybe even a second, just like that. And it's very important to get through that traffic as smoothly as you can. And to be honest, just not taking the absolute limit of risk in some situations. And I think that is really one thing that we saw, for instance, with Binz. I think it was earlier into this corner, turn 3, going up the inside, making it a 4-wide situation, just taking so much risk at an early point in the race, and obviously coming a bit unstuck from that one.
Yeah, I don't even think he intended to. Well, obviously, I think it's obvious he didn't intend to make it 4 wide, because anyone knows that that's just not going to happen. But there was a bit of single-mindedness there in that he was entitled to go down the inside of the LMP2, but I think it was obvious, or he should have expected the LMP2 to be trying to head down the inside of Christian Mikel in the GTE there. But it wasn't Christian Mikel, was it? It was Caspian, sorry, in the GTE. It just happened 4 wide, and obviously Binz was shoved actually onto the anti-cut on the very inside of the corner, which really didn't end well for him. But the leading battle in LMP2 is certainly on now. It came down with at an alarming rate there, as Guillaume Mas had to get through on Scuderia Leone. A 2-second gap went down to nothing in a matter of a couple of corners.
And that is the glory of Laguna Seca. And all of a sudden we have a battle for the LMP2 lead. And these two, as we were mentioning, have swapped places a couple of times. RAG starting on that pole position, but losing out in the first stage of the race and getting back to lead. Then it's swapping around again. And Go Team Racing, of course, really just going for the top results. They've been improving over the course of the last few seasons. They've been able to get a couple of podiums here and there, but race victories, of course, are so difficult. And they've got 2 chances with the 2 cars, but as it stands, it's Guillaume Mas leading the way, and he'll really be wanting to hold on to this one.
He will. Not particularly because he wants to lead as many laps as possible or anything like that, but I think he just wants to keep Hemmingsen behind here, Andonovski behind, so that he can just hold him back a little bit. If he stays in front here, then he will be able to slow RAG down over the next few laps, at least just a little bit, and that will help everybody, including themselves. Might even help their teammates as well, but teammates now nearly 30 seconds away. Gemo Hevesi's incident in the final sector, just as he got into that car, has really put Go Team Racing behind. But there's still got 1 bullet in the gun, and as we said earlier on, that's exactly why you have 2 cards to play, 2 cars in a race, and that's why they've put all their eggs in the LMP2 basket this season, unlike Simpreme, for example, who've gone all over the place, and numerous other teams who do that from time to time. If you put all of your resources into the LMP2 basket, then chances are at least one of you is going to rise towards the top.
Yes, it's a good tactic. I think quite a few teams do it, actually, but sometimes it can be a bit awkward if obviously one race one has a bad time, and then the next race the other one has a bad time, and you sort of both average low results rather than one getting it. Even though you may get a couple of race wins in a row, if they're not in the same car, obviously the points go to the individual team. So it can always be a tricky game, and of course working out where you're going to split your drivers up, because normally the teams have 3 or 4 drivers signed up to each car. So say you have 8 drivers, you need to work out how you average out the speed across those 8 drivers. Are you going to have one sort of A car and a B car, or are you going to try and make them both the same? It's certainly a tricky situation for the team managers to work out. That's why sometimes it's easier having just one car, as we see with the likes of RHG in this case. In this category, but yeah, for sure, managing drivers is a big point of endurance racing, and especially with a lot of these teams like Go Team Racing, who race in so many series.
Yeah, certainly. I've noticed their drivers obviously racing in a lot of series as well, individually, even if it's not actually part of Go Team Racing. I've seen Guillaume Mas actually, I've seen in quite a few places over the last year or two. Andonovski, though, with a real head of steam now, coming out of turn 6. Guillaume Mas halted by the Ferrari. Up towards the corkscrew they go, side by side. My goodness, we haven't seen this all day, and they're still maintaining it. Guillaume Mas round the outside through the second pot has managed to hold on miraculously, and somehow he will lead at the end of this lap by the looks of things. Andonovski must have thought, this is my golden chance to go through, but he wasn't able to take it. It's a great defence from Go Team Racing, who will continue to lead.
And that just stamps their foot down as they are in this battle for the lead. They could have, Massa could have just sort of backed out of that one, let Andonovski have it, but no, he fought it and he made it work through the corkscrew, difficult parts of the track, and fair play for that one. It takes some bravery to go side by side. You have to really trust your racing partner there to get DX Droid to come in the middle of this battle. Andonovski's not going to be enjoying that one, just getting a little bit of contact as well as it goes up the inside into towards sort of turn 4 sequence, but that is certainly going to be a big factor for this battle.
And here we go again, another chance here given by lap traffic. Round the outside through turn 5, gives you the outside for 6 as well though. Oh, contact, and maybe a flash of the lights as well from Guillaume, who will slot in this time. Timothée Andonovski finally does take the lead now. After a couple of chances, it was the DX Droids car that got through on Guillaume there. That opened the door for Andonovski, and RNG Esports are now into the lead of the race. And you'd expect Andonovski to be able to maybe pull away in these next few moments.
Yeah, I wasn't expecting that one coming through the part of the track. I thought Andonovski would be losing out, but he actually used it to his advantage, getting that momentum as Mas couldn't take the full speed through the second right-hander there, turn 4, and that is the very important part of the track, because it gives you that little bit of a back straight, and that was enough for Andonovski to keep that momentum going. And let's see how he does now in the lead. Already 0.6 of a second in half a lap, and I wonder how that gap is going to increase, or maybe not, because we do know that once Andonovski gets in the lead, he doesn't like relinquishing it, and for RHG they're going to be enjoying that one, as this battle is looking pretty comfortable as they're still 16 seconds ahead of third place.
I think it's very important for RHG Esports to have a good race as well, because while they did get second at Monza, they were miles away at Spa. I don't actually think they finished at Spa, and so I can't remember, to be honest.
I think they just started the race, and then I don't know what the issue was, but I'm pretty sure they just DNF'd on that one.
If I'm honest, my memory's getting so bad, I don't remember a single second of that race at the moment. It might come to me later.
The rain? Remember the rain? Valet were leading for quite a while. Then you have race clutch and burst coming back through from their penalties, and then we had a code 80 at the end, which changed the strategy and really hindered a couple of drivers.
It's not coming back to me, if I'm honest. But I'm starting to get really leaky with my brain at the minute, or my memory at least. A lot of old me, yes, unfortunately. But what I was going to say was that, however they managed it, RNG Esports didn't get a great result at Spa, but they need to bounce back with this one. And it's got to have been tough, really, because the last race was a long time ago now, more than 2 months ago. So they've had a long time to think about that, and a long time to let that settle. That could have been a good thing or a bad thing. Some teams want to get another race under their belt to kind of remove the bad memories from the previous race. And some teams obviously just want to, or kind of dreading the next race because of a bad one. But whichever way round, they need to bounce back well, and they are doing, at least early on here.
Yeah, and they're still sort of in contention championship-wise as well. Obviously, they're in that 10th place, but because we've only had a couple of races, they're only actually 20 points off. I believe it's 30 points for a win as well, so they're not a race lead already off the leaders, so there's certainly time for that to work out. And of course, there's increased points. I believe it's 1.5 points for Le Mans way in June 2023 as well, so certainly a lot of time for this car to come back, and if they can put a couple of race victories in, that is good. Especially with the likes of Zancho and Jean-Lace, even Mugen not necessarily having the best races today, this could be a good opportunity for them to claw back loads of those points.
Absolutely, but very difficult to do so. 30 points for a win, as you said. Somebody was off the road there. It's the number 6 off the road, and that's Yanka Tao from second. That's why the gap between second and third was coming down so quickly. Burst Eastport are up to second. Yanka Tao has got off at turn 5. This is not very long into his stint, about half an hour in maybe to this stint for Yanka Tao. And, well, maybe a little bit longer than that, actually. We're probably not that far away from more pit stops and we aren't for the DPIs, but down to third for Seawolf, who were really applying the pressure to the leaders earlier on.
Oh, and there's Pescarolo in front of them, and that's a little bit of a late lunch there. I think Kitao half thought he was being let through there, but Pescarello didn't really sort of make the opportunity for that one. And yeah, obviously it's the fault of the fast class. They are the ones who need to get through in a safe manner, and that was certainly, I think, Kitao's fault, and unfortunately losing out by 10 seconds to Burst Esport now as well. So that's really quite a big factor in their race today.
Certainly is. And a real shame, really, because they did bring that gap down to a good 3 or 4 seconds at one stage while Gilsinski was at the wheel. But now Kitao off the... I think, to be honest, I don't think he was even trying to make a half-hearted lunge. I think he was just surprised at his braking performance relative to the LMP2s and just ended up there on the inside. But there's another reason why the anti-cut should probably be getting rid of it here at Laguna Seca, but I've already made my point about that. So, yeah, it's a surprising one, really. But either way, Kitao now down to third. One of the easiest passes that Michi Hoyer has ever had to make in his sim racing career.
Yeah, that was quite a nice one for the Burst Esport, but yeah, I'm sure for Silva, as we're coming up again back to Pescarello, let's see if he can do it the right time this time around. And it looks like, yeah, massively faster in a straight line for the DPIs around here. But that's one thing with these DPIs, they are so fast. I mean, obviously it's not the speed difference in terms of lap time isn't too much around here because it's such a short lap, but in terms of physical speed, the difference is still there quite a lot. And we mentioned it's a lot of momentum around this track, so that's very important. But also important, side by side, P2 for the GTE category. Sedlacek trying now on the outside. That's going to be inside for turn 3 as GTC Race Centre there dropping down to P3s. We're getting one of the DPIs coming the inside of them. One of the Simfreen cars there up the inside, and that is going to be Sedlacek up into that second place, of course, in a slightly different strategy to Satellite Racing, who are now back into the pit lane. And we're also getting GTC there trying to fight a little bit further back as well.
Yeah, GTC here have gone 1 lap longer on this stint than they did last time. This is lap 101 now. They only managed 50 laps last time. So you do the maths. 51 on this occasion. They'll be in this time, you would imagine, as will the leaders here. Jean Lacey Esports, Joseph Holock. Oh no, they carry on. To be fair, they did go 51 laps last time, so this will be another 51 lap stint, if indeed they come in at the end of this one, as the 21 car has gone miles off there. That's Riccardo Corazzari. Where even is he? He's miles off. There he is, at the penultimate corner. The barriers are so far away from the road there, Cam, but I think he still managed to grab them.
Surely he's had some help to get there, because
imagine.
I don't understand how you can get there, because obviously it's a fast corner, but just the way that you turn in, you would be a lot further like around the corner, if that makes sense. He was almost straight on to where the apex is, so I wonder if there was some help in hand with some other traffic or cars involved in that one. But Corazzari, of course, this car leading the way in the championship as well in that DPI category, and they've got a fairly somewhat comfortable lead of 7 points, which is can be quite a major factor with the way that the point system works around here. They obviously won the first race. I believe it was second place last time out as well. So good start to the season, but going off in the gravel there isn't going to help their race today.
Yes, certainly not. Still fourth though, and that's not bad. Well, they will be fifth, I suppose. Michi Hoyer has just made a pit stop, by the way, and so it is the first to do that on this occasion. And Burst often have been the first to go into the pit lane. That was a 41 lap stint, which is actually the longest they've done by a good couple of laps so far at Burst Esport. But now really on the back of Riccardo Corazzari. No tyres taken on that occasion from Michi Hoyer, but it doesn't seem to have mattered. The heavy car doesn't seem to matter either at the moment. He's still right on the back of Riccardo Corazzari and might be able to go down the... well, not on this occasion, but at some point in the near future might be able to make this move. And it's pretty important for Hoyer that he does get out of traffic. Maybe he can do it up the inside, free wide of turn 3. Would have been impressive. Doesn't come around too often though. We've already seen one of those this race. It'd be impressive to see another one from the same car in this one again.
Oh, Michi definitely pushing at this moment, but yeah, just up the inside turn 3. Not enough momentum compared to Corazzari on the outside there. But Burst, they've been doing some good speed. Before they made the pit stop, they were only about 12 seconds. Oh, another big slide there for Michi, but they're only about 12 seconds off the lead. Bear in mind, they had those 2 drive-through penalties as well. So the speed is there compared to Race Clutch. And we are mentioning they are doing sort of 1 lap shorter than some of the teams, maybe 2 laps shorter. That's going to multiply over the course of the race. By the time we get to the final pit stop, there might even be towards sort of 6, 7, 8, maybe even 10 laps, which could be quite a big factor in that final pit stop. But for now, they're really making up some ground and are looking to put themselves in a solid P2, but just losing some time there on this lap. So maybe Mitchell just needs to take it down a 10th and then have a bit more of a smooth running in that car.
Yeah, certainly. So we may well see that develop very soon. John Lacey Esports have been in on lap 102, and it looks like GTC Race Centre have also been in, and now João Asensio is at the wheel of that one. So driver change is happening in GTE, and I think everybody has now changed driver quite possibly. Well, other than Ivan Avinoa, who's only just making his second stop right now. But I mean, I can't remember the last time I've ever seen GTEs going this deep into a stint here. I mean, that's more than 1 hour 10 on 2 occasions now for DXTroyers, and Blackhawk Racing managed to go more than an hour 10 as well on their first stint. Unfortunately, that damage to Kevin Yeager forced them to make an early stop, but it's been a very long time since I've seen GTEs going so far on a stint.
Yeah, especially in the dry. We know in the wet, obviously, we can go this distance, but it's actually a similar situation, actually, with sort of wet racing. I think what Zach was mentioning earlier, there aren't many sort of really hard acceleration zones around this track. It's because of the momentum factor. That means that you're not accelerating as hard, and especially in the DPIs, when they come up to this traffic, they'll be able to lift off so early and just keep that momentum going so that they don't have to brake in the corner. You lift off early so you can still accelerate out of the corner, so you sort of lose it before the corner, so you go slow in, fast out, rather than fast in and then slow out all the way down the straight. So there's definitely some different factors that you can do, but especially for the GTEs as well, that just continues the sort of the same philosophy as well, just keeping the car going, keeping it smooth, just keeping that speed in a straight line, and you'll just be that little bit more efficient. It seems to be working out pretty well, and for the GTEs, it's really just a game of now, if you go as long as you can, you go into that final hour even more, and you just save yourself seconds at your final pit stop.
Eduardo Garcia making his way out the pit lane here. Alexei Kutsak has been able to get through on him. Where is Ben Crooks is a good 30 seconds behind, so it looks like DXTroyers will have a bit of work to do before they can get involved in any more battles. Guillaume Mas is not exactly letting Timothée Sadonowski go here. 1 second between 1 and 2, although to get through on John Lacey there, who are third in GTE. 3 wide down the straight, with RHG putting a lap on somebody as well. So we've got the 4 off the road. Is that it's not Jan Katau, it's Liam Rance who's off the road. Morandes E-Stars, I should say, off the road through turn 6, getting back going again up towards the corkscrew.
Yeah, I wonder if that's him just going a bit wide through the kink up the hill, because I don't see how else you're going to be getting slow at that point of the track. Of course, it could be clipped maybe by a GT or something like that, but I would assume it's just going a bit too wide. You really have to push through that kink of turn 6 as you go up the straight. It's a very important part of the track because it's high commitment, completely blind, and if you get it slightly wrong, just an angle here or there, then you're really going to be starting to struggle. And yeah, just sliding there with the rear end. I do wonder if that was a slide maybe in turn 6 on the previous lap of course.
Yeah, certainly.
They're a lap down now, aren't they? They're already P6. A lap down.
2 laps. 2 laps down. Such is the shortness of a lap. They're now 2 laps down. So, yeah, now a lap down on Valet and 2 laps down on Race Clutch. Is that correct, or are they nearly 2 laps down?
I think Race Clutch still need to pit, which is why the gap is so big. But yes,
well, yes.
There's still to be a lap down to what is effectively P2. As it stands with Valet as well. That is, yeah, certainly a disappointing situation for that car, because we've seen this actually with Satellite. Obviously, they've got the 2 cars. They've got the Miranda C-Stars here, and they've got the actual Satellite car as well. Slightly different liveries and naming, but it's the same team. And they've got a lot of potential, I would say, but they just can't seem to get the results sometimes, which is a bit of a shame, especially for Liam Rance, who I would say is one of the more top-level drivers, but sometimes that, I guess, consistency isn't there to get the top results.
Yeah, certainly. Valet Esports into the pit lane, by the way. Fabian Barley has been able to stretch that stint out longer than Janssen Bintz was able to do during his. Janssen Bintz only did 41 laps on a stint, but Ballard just did 43. So very much down to the driver as to how you can get through this stint and how many laps you can end up doing on a stint. Daniel Brewer here not too far behind Saba Kiss at the moment for Pescarolo Esport. Now, I have noticed there's a lot of drivers floating around in teams that I wasn't expecting. And I've also noticed that Mugen Sim Racing are also not here today, despite second place at Spa. I do wonder what's happened to Mugen Sim Racing, to be honest, because I've seen Roland Zux driving for, was it Go Team Racing earlier on, or somebody else earlier on? Saba Kiss is now driving for Pescarolo. Martin Mergley was driving for Pescarolo. Was it Pescarolo? Someone else earlier on. I do fear that Mugen Sim Racing might have, all their drivers have gone elsewhere at this point, unless I'm reading too much into all this or misremembering some things, but it does seem that their drivers are all over the place now.
Yeah, I'm just having a look at the entry list, and you're right. I mean, the Mugen car isn't there. So there's obviously been some switching around there, as you say. Some of their drivers go around. Jukes was actually driving for Simframe in the LMP2 category, if I'm not mistaken, as well. So yeah, definitely some swaps going around, but that does happen, of course, with the time span of the championship. A lot of things can happen. Sign up for this series, I believe, was in July, if I'm not mistaken, maybe August. That was already sort of 4 or 5 months ago now, and a lot of things can happen in sim racing for that. As we're getting Callow there gets a penalty, and yellow flags in sector 2, so someone has gone off. It's number 75 there on the exit of turn 9, and that is the Seawolf car.
Front right wheel's off. I just saw it on the background. And it wasn't part of the tyre wall. It's off this car, I'm afraid, for Ben Crooks. Is it? Maybe he has got one. I can't really see from this angle, but we'll get when he pulls around here to get. Oh no, I can see 4 wheels there, so maybe he isn't missing one. But there certainly was one in the background there. Oh dear.
Oof.
That was tight. There's certainly a lot of damage there, whether he's got all his wheels or not.
Yeah, sometimes when you get so much steering damage as well, and the toe is completely out, it's just just completely crabbing. Very difficult place to drive. As Nick De Silva comes in, and is that one of the later pit stops? Satellite Racing also in, but is that one of the later pit stops for the DPIs? That could be very crucial in the final pit stop cycle when we get there.
Has Guillaume Bass been into the pit lane, or has he had a monumental accident? Because he's lost a lap here. He must have been in the pit lane. I'm going to guess, while I was not looking.
Oh.
That's the dive. That was, that's where the wheel came from. It was Moore and Aziz Stars and Liam Rance. Well, I'm afraid that is not the first misjudgment Liam Rance has made through traffic so far today, and that's where that wheel came from. A real bad misjudgment, really. I don't think we can put that one on Ben Crooks at all.
That was a big hit on the anti-cut on the inside, just obviously not enough room, and Seawolf there, so unlucky. Let's see where this wheel rolls. Actually, there was that famous was it from Canberra maybe, when it basically just landed on the tyre barrier. But
that's disappointing.
Yeah, but fortunately it's actually off the racing line there. Everyone will be on the inside, but just had some info from one of my good friends, Anthony Nispon. Basically, that number 34 Simframe Esports LMP2 was the Mugen car. They've just swapped to brand it as a Simframe car, so it's an extra Simframe car as such in the LMP2 category. So that's why it's got the same drivers of Zux, Kloksai, and Varconi in that car as well. I guess Mergley swapped to Pescarolo at some point in that as well, but also from being told Mugen disbanding as such.
Yeah,
their drivers going to Simframe or moving around to other teams.
Well, yeah, that's the thing. Martin Mergley has gone elsewhere.
Well, he was the team boss, wasn't he? So
I don't remember, but possibly.
There's obviously been some things going on there, and that's a good signing though from Simframe, I'd say, because that's a fairly
just have all of them, yeah.
Yeah, that's a fairly solid entry in terms of driver level as well.
I mean, they were 4th in the standings. after that, those, only 10 points off. It's a strong set of drivers, and to have 2 bullets in the gun now, they're probably too far back in the championship now, really, to be able to fight. But they can fight within races, and they can help their teammates, certainly, in this. Also, Saba Kiss, who's driving for Pescarolo at the moment. Now, because Pescarolo Esport, I don't know what else they do other than the VEC. Maybe they do.
They do Le Mans Virtual.
Okay.
And it's I don't know if it still is, but it used to be a real life team as well, which is where it started, if I'm not mistaken.
I'm very sure about well, the Pescarolo cars were around a long time ago, like early 2000s, mid 2000s sort of thing, but maybe later than that. But yeah, the reason why I bring it up though is that Saba Kiss is driving for them now, as opposed to Juices, unless I'm mixing up drivers here, because I see so many sim races in a week. I don't know where they've all come from and where they're going next.
You're right. There's there's definitely some switching-aroo, because one of his teammates is Robert Pawn, who also drove for Juices at some point as well. So there's definitely obviously some drivers moving around over the course of the season, as we were mentioning. But definitely Visna and Kish, I believe, have been in that car and in that team since the start of the season.
Yeah, it's slightly confusing, really, all of this. But anyway, we'll try and get some answers. Nick Newcomb is was in the chat a few moments ago, telling us about Mugen being split up. So maybe you can tell us about Saba Kiss, because I have seen situations in the past where a driver does still belong to a team, but also is driving for another one, just as a one-off, or for a season, a particular championship, something like that. So. That could be the situation as well, but I'm not particularly sure for the moment. More pit stops though. Simpreme Esports, while we're on that subject, have just changed their driver. Andrea Terzi now is at the wheel there. He has been at Simpreme for a long time. We can say that for sure. Rick Van Earl getting out of that one, and Terzi exits the pit lane now in what should be 4th place.
Yeah, it's certainly should be for that one, and it's obviously going to be about 5-second gap, maybe just coming down a little bit actually, as Havesi there comes around turn 1 and 2. You see him in the background there, the Go Team car, currently in that 5th place as well. So Go Team 2nd and 5th, but we're still waiting for RHG to pit and see exactly where they come out, which is why the gap at that front is so big, as we're getting some more pit stops as well. The other Simfring car there, Roland Zooks, that we were just talking about, coming in for the number 34 as well.
Yeah, it was on that 121. So 40 lap stint from them. First time they've managed that so far today. We're still waiting for RHG to come in, hence why they've got a minute's lead right now. And they might be quite close to lapping everybody here. They are just, well, I can't find them on the circuit just for it. They're just making their way through turn 4 as things stand. Timothy Sandorski at the wheel of that one, and will probably remain so at the end of this one. But given the lack of fuel burn actually at this circuit so far, it does look like this race is going to turn up being 8 stints, which makes things a lot easier for a prototype.
Yes, it certainly does, and the pit stop sort of philosophy here is quite interesting, with the fact it's so short, and that is creating some lapping situations which could always affect things. We saw earlier, for instance, like the likes of Burst Esport, they were getting lapped at one point, had to let through the Sim3 car. Now they're second, just 10 seconds off the lead as well. It's pretty good. But we to close up on the sort of Mugen situation, we had some more info from Newcomb. We've seen the likes of Shaba Kish. He's still part of Juices, but loaned out as well as Robert Pawn as well. So they've obviously got a bit of a collaboration there going on between those two teams, giving some drivers to Pescarolo. And certainly a good way of getting Pescarolo back and sort of racing the VEC as well. So sometimes it does work out for the teams to sort of loan drivers rather than sort of just sign them themselves.
He's starting to predict what we're about to say, which is probably not that difficult, really. But anyway, giving us some good information, so thanks for that. But yeah, lots of switching around, and Juice is being helpful and lending their drivers to a couple of these teams. Guillaume Mas now has got the chance to retake the lead. He's coming through the final couple of corners as Timothy Sandorski makes this pit stop in LMP2. This is coming in on lap 123, another 41 lap stint from them, and 5 or 6 laps longer now on fuel than these guys for Go Team Racing, so they are having slightly longer stops maybe, not entirely sure, but Andonovski's still in the pit lane. This is over a minute stopped in the box. This is quite a long stop on what I was expecting to be just fuel, no tyres.
Maybe they must have changed tyres then for it
They've
to
only
be
done
that
one stint.
long. That is also weird being on the hard tyres as well. Unless there's just some damage there that they wanted to repair, but surely that means they're going to be losing the lead, which they have by quite a way. And even, is that going to be potentially, no, not quite for third place actually. Tozzi's still quite far behind, but that for Andonovski there could be quite a big factor, but I would be interested into why that was so long. There's of course cut penalties that could be into factor as well, but maybe it was just some damage that he wanted to repair. That's the only thing I can really think of to lose 30 seconds like that. And also with how cold it is, they should be able to easily do double stints.
You'd think so, but maybe it was a mistake really. We're looking into this too hard. Maybe somebody just forgot to press. I mean, I know that that's something I often struggle with, to be honest. Only remembering on your in-lap that you've got to figure out quite what you're telling your pit crew to do on the pit stop. This is normally what you have crew chiefs for if you're in America, or what do you race engineers. But in VEC you're not allowed to change it, or you're not allowed to have someone sat there watching all the time. Well, it certainly used to be the rule. I don't know if that still is.
Yeah, it still is.
It still is the rule. Okay. I should check for these rule changes more often. But yeah, I mean, you're not allowed to have someone sat there changing it for you. So basically, the drivers have got to do it themselves when there's not a new driver getting in. You basically got to do it yourself.
As we've had the 14 race clutch there, they've gone off. And Burst has taken the lead in the DPI. That was between 3 and 4. Nick De Silva has had some sort of issue, was about a 10-second lead, and that car, is that crabbing a bit, or is that just maybe the Australian internet? We'll have to find out. But there's certainly been something going on there for Race Clutch, because they've led the race for the first almost 3 hours now comfortably, and it's come to blows as Burst take the lead.
Here it is. They had one Akko not far behind them, but it was Nick De Silva on his own. Oh, into the wall hard as well. Dear me. Race Clutch now with a big job on their hands. Race winners at Spa, of course. Looking to go 2 for 2, and it was going well. But Nick De Silva now surely has got damage to that car. The gap gets up to 7 seconds. I think that car is crabbing around. It's rear suspension damage as well, which is even harder to deal with than front suspension. And we're miles from the safety of pit stops.
Yeah, we certainly are pretty much halfway in a stint almost, so that is a very awkward point to make a pit stop, because that might put them into the fact of making an extra pit stop at the end as well. But that car is certainly moving around a lot. You're going to see the steering wheel is not going to be necessarily in a straight line, although there isn't really a straight around this track, but certainly that is not going to be too nice, as we've had a yellow flag again. Who's that? The 33. LMP2 has gone around. Who is that? It's John and Lacey not having the best day. Huge damage on the front from the Tear crew.
Yeah, absolutely. Is he crabbing around? Oh dear, yeah, that is damage for John Lacey, I'm afraid. Second in the standings coming into today, but third in the standings coming into today. And off the road, unfortunately, we have got a developing battle in LMP2 as Gabor Hevesi closes in on Andrea Terzi. That is a driver change. Excuse me, Hevesi got in at the previous stop, not the most recent one, but the previous one to that. This is a replay of what happened to Krupe, who just looked like he was letting those guys through. That's the RAG car that's been tipped around and went straight into the path of Krupe, who then went off on his own. But that was that race leader's Burst Esport who making that dive there, or was that a similar
I think it was either the Seawolf or the Rookie Monsters. They look quite similar. I wasn't
quite similar to Burst as well.
Yeah, paying full attention. A lot of white. You're correct. A lot of white going around. Yeah, but I do believe it wasn't the burst car in that case. But yeah, certainly turning into a big battle in the LMP2s, because of course that is changing things around quite a lot, with RNG just losing some time there even more. Now Hevesy getting the run up towards turn 1, coming now in towards turn 2 into the Andretti hairpin, but they're going to have Sasai diving up the inside. That sort of blocks him off a little bit and is going to lose him just a bit of ground as they try and get their way up towards Andrea Terzi, and unfortunately they're going to have to try and swindle that one back into their favour a bit later on in the lap.
Certainly, this is very busy and could be very messy as well. Let's see. Hevesy and Terzi trying to fight their way through, and they get through on one of the LMP2s. Outside line of Scuderia Leon and also Deuce's Motorsport Club. Oh dear, big slide, contact as well. And Gemo Hevesy is going to have to do a lot of that hard work all over again.
Yeah, got a lot of traffic around Laguna Seca. You think you're close, you think you're in a battle, but before you know it, you're losing some time. Was that actually the GTE leading Juice's car? I think it might have been getting involved in that one, so that is not what they would have wanted to see, but certainly that is the way it works. And all race clutch into the pit lane. So Nick De Silva has decided to come in. That is early. Compared to the lap counts that we have been following, so this could be quite big for the strategy at the end. But also, one thing to note in the VEC, the damage repair times are a lot longer than the default one. So if they are repairing damage, they could lose laps here with just how short it is.
Absolutely. Is it still maximum 20 minutes as we used to have? Because it used to
I
be
think it's 10.
Unbelievably severe.
I think it's 600 seconds is for like the full repair if you've lost wheels, if you've lost rear wing, which obviously they haven't. So it might still just be 100 seconds here or there, but that's, you know, a lap and a half around here.
Yeah, yeah, certainly. I'm not discounting the fact it's going to be a long time, but it used to be the case. I think season 9 maybe it was introduced. I remember it was still a Sebring 12-hour race, so that maybe helps you with the season. But it was introduced for the first time. Everybody was going off everywhere thinking it'd be 2-minute repairs, and then all of a sudden we had LMP1s finishing last and all sorts. But anyway.
Was that me?
That
I was racing LMP1s by then. But I think if it was LMP1s, it was probably season 10. Because we actually talked about this a bit earlier as well. Because season 10, we had the 1,000 miles of Indy, and then we had the 12 hours of Sebring. Whereas
we started in Indianapolis 2 seasons in a row. Not for a 1,000 mile, but we did have the first race there 2 seasons in a row. Not this time, of course. Went back to well, I don't know if we can call it traditional quite yet, but we've 2 years in a row now. Monza start for the Virtual Endurance Championship. Monza 6 hour, and they've produced good races both times. As we see this battle for third starting to just develop once again. I do fear, by the way, we may have had our first time of the day actually with Seawolf Net Racers GTE in the garage at the moment. That might be the end of their day.
Yeah, had that big crash a bit earlier with Liam Rance in turn 9. Huge crash into the wall, and I wouldn't be surprised if they just saw their damage repair time. And as we said around here, losing so many laps that it always gets to a point where it's not the best to continue. However, if they go an extra 15 minutes, I believe they get points after half distance. So that could be something to think about, even if it's just a couple of points here and there. That might make a difference at the end of Le Mans.
Well, we need to go through the rules for a start. They will get a minimum of 45, I think it is, for competing in Division 1. I think it's 45.
Yeah, I think you just have to start the race to get the participation point, which is just to split up Div 1, 2 and 3.
Well,
but then I think to get the actual race points, you need to be 50% of the race, which of course we're coming up to. Yeah.
Of the laps of the class leader, yeah, you've got to do 50%. Obviously, we don't know quite how many laps they're going to do, but you can make a good guess and try and complete as many as possible. We are, by the way, going to get more than 300 laps today. I can't remember the last time that happened in a VEC 6-hour race, if ever, because this could be the shortest circuit we've ever held a race at, with the pole time in the 105s earlier on today. I can't remember any shorter circuits that we've held races at. I mean, we've had Road Atlanta in the past, but the cars back then were a bit slower than now, I think. And I think the laps were slightly longer in terms of time, so it could be the shortest.
Yeah, I think this is short. I think it's shorter than Road Atlanta in terms of distance. But it's not VEC, but I remember VLMS, the second tier as such of sort of the other league of SRC did do what's called Line Rock a few years ago.
Goodness me.
Which was certainly quite interesting that time around. But we'll come back to this battle for P3 as that's getting very close for Go Team Racing. On the back of Sinfrey, down in towards the Andretti hairpin on the outside there, side by side between the two as they go through the apex. But just Terzi moving out slightly, just to slightly block off Hevesy there. Obviously, nothing bad, but just some good racecraft there from Terzi, knowing where to put his car to keep that position.
Certainly, he is going to make life very difficult for Gabriel Hevesy. You'd imagine these two now 50 seconds off the overall race lead. They're being held by Go Team Racing and RHG Esports after that incident not so long ago, and a couple of things going wrong in the last few moments. Now seen that gap go up to 20, well, say up to 20 seconds. But it's down to 20 seconds, isn't it, from the half minute it was when they come out the pit lane. I think they may have decided that maybe changing tyres every stop is actually quicker. Surely it can't be, but maybe we'll see what happens at the next pit stop.
It will be in terms of raw lap time. It just depends if there's enough laps in the stint to come back from that. We've actually, to come back on your point, Jimmy Allison's just let me know Mid-Ohio was used quite a few years ago, 2015, and they got 360 laps on that occasion.
Wow, 6-hour race.
Yep.
In a 6-hour race, my goodness. Mid-Ohio. Okay, well, all right. I'll take that one. This one is going to be more than 300, but not going to be. Surely the lap times must have been about a minute long then. If it's 360 laps, if it's 360 minutes, must have been less than a minute a lap with the pit stops and everything. So, wow, that is remarkable. Either way, Gabriel Hevesy is still trying to make his move here.
Oh.
Not going to be able to for the minute. Go on.
No, I'm just saying I misread.
Oh.
Time was 360. It was 295 laps. My bad.
Okay.
Yeah, so not quite. You're right. Otherwise, that would be, as you say, a minute a lap.
Less than,
for that
yeah.
one. But still, 295. Similar lap times here, actually, because the fastest lap of the race was a 107. Which is not too far off what we're getting here in the DPI. So it might actually be pretty close there with Mid-Ohio way back when. That would be like season 9.
Yeah, no, season 7, 2015. Time getting on. What, 7 years ago? 7 seasons ago? It would have been the back end of season 7 then.
We're getting old, Ewan.
God knows how old I was at the time. Anyway, but yes, the only reason why I bring it up is because we're not yet halfway through the race, and Richie Hoyer is currently completing lap 145 in this race. Where is he on the circuit? He's just around the back end right now, so might be able to get. Yeah, I reckon we could squeeze in 300 laps. Oh dear, not like that though. Hoyer's off the road at turn 6, and we could see yet another lead change in this crazy race. Race clutch off the road earlier from the lead. And now it could be the turn for Burst Esport.
And how much damage is Hoyer going to have? That was a big hit. That is going to be some steering damage for sure. And as we've seen with Race Clutch, just how long the damage repairs. I would say that was obviously a lesser hit than Race Clutch. But Race Clutch down in 8th place now, many laps off the lead. 5 laps off the lead. This could be game-changing for Burst Esport, especially in a position where Hoyer had such a nice lead. Didn't need to be taking any sort of major risks there, but certainly a difficult corner to do so. And yeah, definitely some damage there. Let's see how this one goes. Obviously his is a bit later, so we are a bit closer as such to the pit stops, but still about 15 laps for them, if memory serves me right.
Well, his last stop was 26 laps ago, and he's doing about 39, 40 laps, somewhere around there. So he's about 2/3 of the way through this stint. I reckon to be safe, to make it to the 3-hour mark, and then I'd just pull him in, to be honest, because then you know that he can make it on 4 more stints for the remainder of the race. But I think the big worry is not only the pace and getting caught by Seawolf. I don't think that's the big worry. The big worry for me would be Hoyer going off again as a result of the damage and making this even worse.
Yeah, and then also when they come in to repair, they're going to lose time anyway, plus the time that they're losing per lap now. Yeah, very awkward, tricky situation there as we're getting to Butler Power Motorsports. Don't talk about them enough Really, they haven't had the best results in recent times that they would have wanted, but they are now just 0.5 behind the team ahead of them in the LMP2 battle as well. Unfortunately, this is quite a bit further back, but it's Mariano Callo there a little bit ahead of them. But look at all this traffic there, everyone's trying to navigate.
Yeah, these real clumps of traffic do appear from time to time. Rookie Monster's going to be boxed in here, and they're going to have a terrible time. Spurs Esport try and filter their way through as well from the race lead. Arm Cybra involved here. Free wide maybe towards turn 5. Simulator for Holland involved here. DX Droids as well. Their DPI also going to get boxed in. Free wide towards turn 6. Difficult enough on your own this corner. Never mind with 7 drivers trying to go through here all at once. They do all manage it. Oh, it's up towards the corkscrew. That was very close. And it looks like everybody's gotten away with that, but very nearly. There was contact in the background there slightly, but my goodness, these clumps of traffic do appear from time to time, and they're very, very difficult to filter out.
Yeah, I really thought the DX Droids car there over the curbs on the left-hand side, coming into a left-handed corner. I thought there was definitely going to be a crash there, but it looks like that wasn't the case, which is very, lucky, I would say, in some ways. But you're right, the traffic sort of comes around so quickly, just because of the, the speed difference between the cars. All of a sudden, the prototypes just clump up together and there's just meet a sort of moving chicane that the GTEs are, in their perspective, is pretty crazy indeed. And this is an important gap, though. Focusing back on Michi Hoyer, 17 seconds approximately to Jan Katau. How is that going to go down? Because if it doesn't go down too much, then it is going to be worth him, I guess, staying out until the pit stop. If that starts to come down massively, then they're going to need to pull him in. But you're right, they need to get safe on strategy to the end first, having 4 stints to the end, just to make sure that they don't then lose out again from the strategy like race culture.
Yeah, it's a very interesting situation we have right now. Nearly halfway through though, nearly 3 hours gone already, really, in this race. It has gone by very quickly indeed. Hoyer still leading, 17.5 seconds is the gap there. Closest battle for a podium place, undoubtedly, the one between Terzi and Hevesi in that third position right now. They're, a good amount of time off the actual lead, but they've been fighting for a while. It's a good example of what happens when, or how difficult it is to overtake around here at Laguna Seca, to be honest, because we've seen that battle for a very long time now, but it's yet to change.
Yeah, one thing with this, I don't know the exact situation in the GTs and LMP2s, because I know they have more of a fixed gearbox situation. They just have a couple of final drives to choose from. But in the DPIs, they have more freedom in terms of the gears that they can select. And around here, obviously, you want the shorter gears to get out the corner. And just the way that the engine works as well has a very sort of short torque or peak torque period as well. So you want to have those really short gears to get through them. But around here, you don't have the straights long enough for the car ahead to get sort of to the drag of the car, like the VMAX of the car, in terms of velocity. So because of that, it makes the slipstream that a little bit less effective as well. So certainly it's quite hard to slipstream around here. So we're seeing a lot of overtakes happen sort of on the exits of the corners and diving into the corners rather than a normal sort of slipstream maneuver into a hairpin corner.
Yeah. Oh dear, that's all out of shape for John Lacey Esports in the GTE. But through goes Michi Hoyer, able to negotiate that one without any problems, and he is still dealing with this car very well despite having the damage there. Is he going to force it free wide? Not quite. Didn't have to in the end, up towards the corkscrew. There's no doubt that damage will be affecting him. It does seem though that he's just been able to deal with that damage, and he's slightly on top of it now. He's almost used to it, I guess.
Yeah, certainly. You get, as you say, you sort of just learn where the new reference points are for the steering and whatnot. It looks like it's fairly well balanced as well, because sometimes what can happen with these damages is you can basically get the car out of balance, either you're really understeer or really oversteering, it starts compounding the issue and it makes the car really, really difficult to drive. But if you can keep the car in balance, it might be slightly slower still, but at least you can have control of it and you have some sort of factor. And actually, I mentioned a few laps ago, 17 seconds. It's gone up to 20 seconds now. So Hoyer still has the control of this car, and in that case, he might as well just keep going and maybe even give the damage to Skowron when they change drivers if they're really that comfortable.
That would be cruel. Give someone else my damage. Yeah, have this.
Well, it's a team sport, you know.
Yeah, it's a team sport, but at least help each other. Come on, that's just seems rude. But anyway, we'll see. To be honest, they might be able to afford to do it. Given the gaps by the end of the race, I would want to feel safer with the damage fixed, really. Rather than I know Richie Hoyer's still dealing with it well, but I would feel a lot safer having the damage fixed and all well. But we'll see what happens. As I say, 20 seconds is the gap right now. And staying that way as things stand. The LMP2 leaders, by the way, still Go Team Racing. Gap now 12 seconds as Timothej Andonovski continues to bring that gap down. And Juice's Motorsport Club continue to extend their lead, actually, in GTE. We're in the Z-Stars now 28 seconds behind. So we do have some pretty big leading battles right now. But as I said to Zach earlier on, I was expecting that, really, because I was expecting at least the end of this race to look like old school VEC, really, with loads of different cars on loads of different laps and you know, big gaps, especially towards the front, with the race winner having at least one lap, maybe more.
Yeah, it still, I think, has potential to get to that point, especially as we're starting to see not necessarily the sun setting, but it's certainly getting a bit lower in the sky. So in another 3 hours' time, I might be getting a little bit tricky with the visuals, as there's a famous video, of course, on YouTube, as I'm sure loads of people have seen, between the Porsche and the Corvette around here in NMS. Coming towards the end of the season as well, and it was getting to really twilight phases, and such an amazing final lap battle between those cars on that occasion as well. Jan Magnussen driving the Corvette that day, a great spectacle. If you want to search that up on YouTube, and I wonder if we get to that in 3 hours' time. But certainly battles still on. Here is Hevesy once again for Go Team Racing, but can't quite get past the 36. He's been behind that Simfring car for quite a while now.
Yep, absolutely. By the way, that last lap you just referenced there features some pretty rude driving, how I would describe it. But anyway, depends on your opinion, I suppose. It's either entertaining or I don't know, a display of how not to battle with each other. I don't know. Depends how you view it, I suppose. Depends if you've seen the video as well. To be fair, if you haven't, then you don't know what we're on about. So sorry about that. But anyway, up for third place in LP2 still happening, and Simfree diving down the inside of Go Team Racing there have really helped out their teammates, not ironically at all, because Gabriel Hevesy there got absolutely dived by the Simfree DPI, and it's helped their teammates out in the LP2.
Yeah, you can't really plan that such, but for sure when you have the opportunity to, it's good, because the DPI is not necessarily doing anything wrong, but it's inadvertently working for themselves. So yeah, fair play to that one, and that is another reason as well why it's sometimes good to have a stronghold in each of the classes as well, to give yourself some flexibility. And just went to the tyre tab, because over the course of the race, it's been some interesting situations as we get to the 3 hour mark now left in this 6 hours of Laguna Seca. The LP2s, there's a lot more hards now than what we saw at the beginning, and in the GTs there's been more of a migration towards the mediums, and then in the DPIs there's also been a migration towards the soft. So as the race has gone on, a softer compound step has been chosen by quite a lot of the teams, which is a very intriguing one. We have had quite cool temperatures here compared to what we've seen in some of the races earlier on, obviously being in winter time. Now the cooler track temperatures really helping those softer compound tyres, and of course then the mediums and the GTs as well.
Yeah, absolutely. I think I heard Jimmy say earlier on that at the start of the race it was about 4 or 5 degrees out ambient temperature to start this race. So while it looks sunny and very nice, It's barely warmer than the UK at the minute, which is...
It's quite a bit warmer than the UK, actually.
Well, yeah. It has been on occasion. Anyway, Gabriel Hevesy has got a good run out of turn 6 here, and he might risk it up towards the corkscrew. Oh, he got into the back of Supreme. He somehow held that car forwards, and he's still going the right way, but he got straight into the back of Terzi there, and that is exactly what the orange zone was designed to discourage, but thankfully there was no incident.
Yeah, the orange zone, I think, also was for the overtaking traffic, but this is in the same class, just going in a bit too deep for Hevesy there, and you can't quite see it on the camera, sort of from the TV cameras, but from the onboard, the elevation changes at that point. It's so like up and down and left and right. There's so much going on. It's really difficult to get the braking zone right on your own, let alone where you're really trying to push your opponent, and literally pushing is what Hevesy did there. So he needs to watch that, because that time they sort of got away with it, but if he does that and spins his teammate, getting a double a penalty, potentially double drive-through for the next race isn't going to be nice, because it is Daytona, which is the longest pit lane in the world.
Not officially, but it might be. Into the back though for Hevesy, you can see it there, but look at the angle that car was at there. I can't believe he's held that going the right way, but he has done. Not ideal, of course, to get into the back of the car in front in the battle, of course, but it was a spectacular save once he got into that situation. Big slide again as he got onto the power early down the hill at the corkscrew there. It's such an iconic corner, such an iconic section of corners, and it's really the section that gives this track its entire reputation almost. Laguna Seca without the corkscrew is almost, well, it's nothing really, is it? It's by far the most exciting point in this circuit as well, even if it's, I wouldn't say it's a thrilling one to drive, but it is spectacular.
Yeah, it's a very awkward corner to drive. Oh, that's a massive send. I thought they were going down in between those two cars, with the arms car there on the inside, but I think that's the Blackhawk GT, isn't it, that Hevesy there just got past. But for sure, on a track map, the corkscrew just looks like a chicane, but it's so much more than that. And to be honest, if it was planned now, I don't think a modern track would get the check for that type of corner, with just how dangerous it really is. But that is why we love coming to these more old school American tracks, because they really just bite you if you go off and make some mistakes, and they're not very regular as such. There's a lot of things going on, and it's great to see the onboard there so downhill. Even that camera angle doesn't do it justice, as we're getting the car there on the inside. The 73 Juices car, currently 5th place, has gone around. Fortunately, it looks like there's no cars specifically around them for position, but that is certainly not what they wanted to do.
Yeah, certainly not. That's down the hill at the corkscrew again, just as we were talking about it. Kalinic off the road, and all sorts of ducking and diving there. Someone in the pit lane, the 81, that's Blackhawk, into the pit lane. Then another DPI down the inside. But either way, back to the battle. 3rd place still going on as Race Klutz now in 7th place begin to get going again. This is a replay of what happened to Kalinic. Well, it wasn't even getting on the power too early, that speed went on for a very long time.
Yeah, just went too wide there on the exit, and it's quite funny watching the cars come over, because they really go light and then just drop down. And as soon as you sort of feel the compression, that's when you get back on the throttle. But yeah, just going a little bit too wide on the left-hand side there, just touching the gravel ever so slightly. And as I was just literally just saying, the track bites around here. Such a big grip difference between the left and right side of the car at that point, and just goes for a spin. But yeah, this battle for P3 in the LMP2s has gone on for this whole stint so far, as we've come over half distance now. It's great to see, but Hevesy, I'm sure, will be getting slightly frustrated there in the Go Team Racing, but that is just the nature of racecraft around this track.
It is, and really frustrating to drive in, I've got to say. Not jealous of Gabriel Hevesy in this situation at all, I've got to say.
You don't drive one.
Well, that's true as well.
Although a little birdie tells me you were very good on the simulator.
Very good is a wild stretch, I would say. I think Lewis McLean, this is of course, his expectations for me were so low. The fact that I was able to use my hands and legs meant that I looked good, I think. But anyway, that's a story for later on, maybe. But yeah, I mean, it is just so frustrating. We saw even towards the Andretti hairpin there that Hevesi had his best opportunity of the lap, but he was still nowhere near. I mean, even at this point, I would, if I was him, I would wait for the pit stops at this stage. I would expect to see the 47 in pretty soon, really. This is lap 39 of the stint now, so we can't be too far away. It might even be this lap.
Yeah, it might just be. I do wonder if anyone, as the race goes on, if they change their lap counts that they were doing, because of course when the traffic gets a bit crazy, you can save a little bit of fuel, or if they're just staying to their exact strategy. We'll have to see as the burst car there, of course, coming from the lead. We'll relinquish that to the number 6 for a bit of time, but then of course that will stop around once again. But with the burst car coming in so early, I do wonder how that affects the final pit stop, and if actually Michi Hoyer is going to be taking any damage repairs from what we saw earlier.
Yeah, that's the pit stop time there, maybe. Let's get our Hevesi. Oh, here we go. Up on the jacks for Hoyer. He'll drop down again, and then we'll see what the pit stop time is. Hevesi had a half chance there into turn 5. Wasn't able to go through, evidently, and so we'll stay behind. But you'd expect, well, maybe Cam, that Demi and Squadron would get back into the car at this point. It seems to me that 2 stints on, 2 stints off is the way these prototype teams are going.
Yeah, it also makes sense, and especially with the fact that that's getting very close there. There could be an opportunity for Hevesi, but no, it actually gets a little bit blocked, ironically, by his teammate. We were saying earlier with Simframes on helping their teammates, that one definitely didn't help his teammate. But yeah, for strategy, I'm sure if there's 8 stints, you just do 2-2 and then 2-2 again.
Yeah, absolutely. Sorry, I was about to interrupt you and say that's DX Droids, but actually it's not. That was Go Team Racing's GGE for once.
They are also close. So
oh, there's GX Droids, actually. I was looking away for a moment there. You will have seen that if you're watching at home, wondering what the hell I'm going on about. There's GX Droids. Look at Go Team Racing. These 2 teams really need to have a stern conversation.
There's quite a few teams actually out there, because there's quite a few combinations, like blue, white, red, white and blue is obviously quite popular on them. Black, white and red is also quite a popular one, and just a white base of a car first is also a popular one. So yeah, there's quite a few livery schemes out there that are of course quite popular. Yeah,
we need to have a race for colour scheme kind of thing going on, so that the best team gets, or whatever, so that just to make our lives easier, really. As the 74 comes into the pit lane right now, we're about to see absolute madness in the pit lane, really. GTEs are not far from pit stops, LMP2s on, and neither are DPIs, and so we're going to see quite a few stops in the next few moments.
Yeah, so I thought Hevesi was going to drop it there, like we've seen a couple of times. In the background there is the burst car, and Skovron is back in. He's got Seawolf just ahead, but of course Seawolf not on the same lap, because they're actually a lap ahead due to the pit stops. This is Burst almost trying to unlap themselves with the way that it is worked out. So from that point of view, I do think maybe Burst didn't do damage repairs in that pit stop, but I guess we'll have to see when that one works out, because if they're only a lap behind, then that's just over a minute, which is the time for a pit stop.
Well, the lap time's currently about 1:10. The gap before was 20 seconds, so if you add those 2 together, that's about a minute and a half lost, and that's not pit lane time, that's just time lost. Let's not forget that driving down the pit lane, you don't excuse me, you don't lose, because you're not stationary when you're driving, of course. You lose a bit less. So I think they actually have taken a few repairs, because I think they will have spent longer than a minute and a half actually in pit lane from entry to exit. So maybe there has been a change around there, although I'm not entirely sure. Of course, I still think they'll hold the lead though.
Yeah, they had quite a nicely 20-odd seconds. So yeah, I wonder how that one has worked. I guess an onboard with Skovron would. Oh, we can't get the driver on board from my control panel, unfortunately. But obviously, an onboard of Skovron would be able to see the steering inputs to see if that was continuing. Continuing from Michi Hoyer, but it's not necessarily like secret. It's just obviously part of the game that sometimes not 100% of the damage gets transferred over as well. Like, there's still damage, but sometimes it's not quite as bad, which is something that you can work out as well. But let's see, is there some steering to the right? Yeah, probably just, yeah, actually, yeah, I'd say there's a fair amount there. So maybe they didn't do some damage pairs, but we'll only find out when Seawolf come into the pit.
Yeah, absolutely. So yeah, maybe not. Well, well, yeah, we'll find out some more answers soon, of course, with Seawolf coming into pit lane, the number 6, but not expecting to see that for another few laps just yet. 41, 42 laps has been kind of their norm. So lap 165 at the earliest. That means not at the end of this one, but the end of the next one at the earliest. And then we'll see from there. Speaking of leading battles, by the way, Tim Sandanowski has very much closed in to Guillaume Mas at this stage in the race. 1.5 seconds is the gap, and this gap has really come down after being 30 seconds after the pit stops. So it does seem that maybe there are just enough laps for this every pit stop tyre change to work.
It might do, and I guess that's why they've gone for it and trying to take the aggressive part of the strategy. He dives there down the inside, one of the arms cards out, a bit of contact maybe though, could have left a little bit more space there on the outside as he was being let pass, but the number 28 comes onto the front straightaway, up over the hill through turn 1 and across the line, 1.1 seconds away from the lead. So it's really working out for RHG, and of course if they can, especially if they can get back into the lead before the pit stop, then that is just confirming the fact that single stints to the end are going to be quicker.
Yeah, absolutely. It's 1.2 seconds for now. I'll be very interested to see now whether some other teams maybe decide that this is the best idea. And will RHG decide that maybe they're actually going to go back to a double stint at this one? That would be slightly weird, because they will be kind of put slightly off strategy, if you see what I mean, with the tyres. And maybe it wouldn't be the best idea. But they could try it. Up the hill towards the corkscrew. And obviously he'll be feeling a lot better on his tyres, Tim Sandanowski, than Guillaume Mas is in the lead of this race, but we're not far away from pit stops happening here for either Go Team Racing car. I thought they would have been in by... Oh no, they've still got actually a little while yet. I misread my notes earlier on. They've still got maybe 10 laps.
Yeah, I think obviously the next stint there's not going to be any difference though, because they're both going to change tyres anyway.
Oh, true.
One from a double and then one to a single. So the next stint maybe there isn't going to be the advantage, but then they also might change drivers at this point in the race as well. So that could be quite an interesting factor, how that one goes into a next set of drivers. But yeah, for sure, when it comes to that, when it's just singles versus doubles, every other stint that you then get the bonus. But there's still plenty of time in the race that there will be another probably 2, if it continues like this, probably another 2 stints where they get the advantage from that.
Yeah, and yeah, when there isn't they're not gaining an advantage, it doesn't really matter because they'll be right together on the circuit anyway. So they're not really losing anything in that respect. Up and down the corkscrew again. That's more and Disease Stars still second in GTE, just up in front. A big slide for Henry Sinnick there. Oh dear! Sandanowski tries to follow Mas through and very nearly went badly. The Aston Martin pushed out wide. And Sandanowski goes around! He may have been touched there. There may have been a touch because the Aston Martin would have been very close. And all of a sudden, Sandanowski's work is going to be undone.
It is, and that is a big shame. Actually did quite a good job to rejoin there, not getting in anyone's way, but has lost 12 seconds, probably going to be 13 seconds by the time we get towards the Andretti hairpin as well for RHG, and that, as you say, just gets rid of that work of using those new tyres. Next stint, they're not going to have the tyre advantage, so it's now not going to be like an hour until they get back into a stint where they have the advantage, so that is a crucial spin for this battle for the lead of LMP2.
He might have done it on his own here.
Yep.
Oh, he'll be very frustrated with that. He'll be really frustrated. Sandanowski has put in a near perfect stint, really. But right at the end, it just falls apart ever so slightly. That 123 is when they last come in. They'll probably be in on lap 164, which is still 11 laps away. They have got time to close back in again. And it just shows that this strategy would have paid out, because there was more than 10 laps till their stop there. And, you know, they'd caught to the back of Go Team Racing already, so it was paying off.
Yeah, it certainly was, but that just shows you how one mistake could potentially turn the course of a 6-hour race. It's pretty crazy, just the level that we are seeing between these teams. So close. And of course, Go Team really just battling everything that they can to try and get the race victory, which did we work out that would be their first victory as well. So certainly a big day potentially coming up, and that half spin could be quite a big factor in it.
Certainly could. Oh, Eduardo Garcia off the road for DX Droids. Don't come back on. Oh, and GTC Race Centre go off in sympathy almost. That was João Asensio who's gotten. And the right hand side of that car is absolutely mangled now. Dear me.
Huge hit there. That I wonder if that was a bit of distraction as well from the DX Droids car. Just sort of putting Asensio there off straight into the pit lane, and probably some damage repairs for him.
Oh, Eduardo Garcia is one position behind GTC Race Centre, so maybe you should just fake rejoin in front of them to overtake them. It would be the biggest of
scandal.
I'm not really suggesting they did that, but it would be really quite. I don't know how funny is the word, but
ironic.
It would, ironic, I guess. Let's have another look at it. This is from João Asensio's point of view, coming down the hill here. I think you're right. I think you're right that they were slightly put off by the DX Droids car rejoining.
That looked very strange because they obviously weren't going full speed coming up, because the Juice's car was so much faster on the outside there. Very, very weird. But I don't know how they then crashed in the way that they crashed, because they were sort of going in a straight line at that point. That is a very weird one. Just the smallest slide in a straight line somehow sent that car around. Very weird to see, as we've actually got the 37 Guillermo Mas into the pit lane of Go Team Racing, along with Hevesy in the 47. So both Go Teams in at the same time.
Yep, and indeed, DX Droids will now get that position from GTC Race Centre, ironically. But it was weird to lose the car in that way, in a car that has traction control. Yeah, it's slightly odd. Slightly odd indeed. Fabio Barley, by the way, new race leader for Valet Esports, but I don't think this is going to last very long from this point onwards now. He is completing that 169. I think he will be in here. This is 40. Oh no, carries on again. This is 45th lap on this stint. Can that be right? Well, I guess it can be, but it's a very long way.
Yeah, definitely doing a good job for Valet, jumping in somewhat last minute. I saw just only getting signed up to the car a couple of days ago. Of course, Michael Ayres and Stavros Mazidis also signed up to this car, both of which Ayres doing a brilliant job last time out in Spa, really fighting for the race victory at one point before Kodati towards the end of the race unfortunately changed the pit sequence for them. And of course, in the first race in Monza, we weren't really expecting Valet to do much. They started pre-season in Division 2, which is why they've got a 200 number. They got promoted after winning the pre-season race. And then they were just doing such a good job in Monza. We really thought they were going to be batting for the lead then, but unfortunately Mazidis lost the rear end coming into Parabolica and had a big crash on that day. So they've certainly got some speed coming for them, have this car, and it's really just showing why they obviously ended up getting into Division 1.
Yeah, certainly. Into the pit lane now after 45 laps. Impressive stint from Fabian Barlett. We're still waiting, of course, for Riccardo Corazzari to come in pit lane, by the way. Corazzari put slightly... Am I misremembering this? Or did he used to be a Monaco driver? I don't think that's true, is it? I'm making that up in my head. He's been sim free or wave free for a very long time now. If it was ever Monaco, I don't think. I think I've made that up in my head. But either way,
Spitting facts.
He's leading at the minute. 39 laps into his stint right now. Should be able to go another 5 laps. And this is going to result in a really short final pit stop for Sim Premiums, but we've not spoken about them all day. But this is exactly why they're in the lead of the championship, because they never get into trouble. They are always up there by the end, and first and a second place finish, despite not really seeing them very much throughout races so far this season.
Yeah, they're doing a very good job indeed, and I definitely think the consistency factor is there for this team. Of course, they jumped from the GTE to the DPI as well, so a huge change in category. Was that someone crashed in the pit entry?
It could have been.
That was on the arms car. That is a Roman Grosjean moment if I've ever seen one into that corner. Hopefully they didn't lose too much time, but that was definitely a front end collision going into that hairpin. All very tight there up the inside for Rosal.
Yeah, and I don't mean to alarm anyone, by the way, but I believe Fabien Bardet is on third stint tyres now. He didn't take tyres, I'm pretty sure, in that last stop, and well, that might be displayed right there. Braking deep into the corkscrew, and Seawolf will be catching them at a rate of knots now. They will be second when Simpreme come in, but surely Valley Esports haven't gone for a third stint on these tyres.
I guess maybe they've worked it out. That is also interesting if they've done that going longer on the time as well, but maybe that's just a very conservative strategy, conserving the fuel, going longer and trying to just put less wear. Although I think the tyres are definitely starting to go on Valet's car there. A couple of corners we've seen him starting to slide. And what actually tyres is he on? He's on the medium tyre, so I guess a medium on the triples is certainly more sort of obvious than a triple on the soft as such, but certainly, yeah, an interesting one indeed. They have done some differences on the tyres in Spa and in Monza, which is why they were up towards the front as well. So they certainly have been trying some other things compared to their competitors. And at the moment, it seems to be working, because getting a podium finish here today, either way, would be a very nice result for the team.
It certainly would. See if they can manage that in today's race. Valley Esports currently 5th in the standings. They did get on the podium at Spa with a 3rd place, but would like maybe a little bit more. Are currently running 2nd, but they're surely going to be caught very quickly by Benjamin Gilsinski. This is the first flying lap for Bardet. Well, it's invalid actually, but Gilsinski is closing in so quickly. 1.2 seconds is the margin right now, and well, 1 second even. Very, very close indeed. And so this battle for 3rd place is going to be on, but I don't think it's going to last very long.
Yeah, might not do. A tyre difference around a track like this is absolutely huge, because even if you think about it, just losing half a tenth every corner, very little, but that adds up very quickly around here, especially in these high-speed corners where you really have to commit. It's not just the downforce that you have to commit, is also the tyre life as well. And Jasinski already caught up almost a second as we come up towards the corkscrew sequence of corners through turn 8A, through turn 8 and then 8A, which is an amazing name, of course. That's why the corkscrew is so much better. And I'll get into a point on that in a minute, actually, because Jasinski is getting very close as you get towards the final corner.
He certainly is, and this should be a pass in towards turn 1, you'd imagine. More into C-Stars as well, closing in here right now. Still Liam Rance at the wheel there. He's been there for 3.5 hours now. Very drained, you'd imagine. Gilsinski, though, is going to head down the inside here. Bardet tries to hold on, and he does well around the outside. Holds on very well. And he should get down the inside now of the Aston. Oh, Gilsinski goes round the outside. That is unbelievable. Turn 3, round the outside of not only the Aston Martin, not only was it 3 wide, but also went round the outside of Fabien Bardet as well. That was incredible for Benjamin Gilsinski, and he is up to 3rd place.
Unreal move, not just from the fact of getting past, as you say, his rival in Fabien Bardet Esports there, but also getting past the GT traffic there. That was a huge move for Jasinski. Had so much confidence there, and that is why newer tyres as well, because not only did he have the sort of natural speed over the GTE being in the DPR, but he had so much extra grip to hold it all the way around the outside of the number 223. What a move there.
Absolutely fantastic. Gilsinski up to 3rd for now, will be up to 2nd very soon. 25 seconds still to catch First Esport, of course, but that was very, very impressive indeed. I've got to be honest, I thought the Aston Martin wasn't really going to see him. He was going to get pushed off into the stand, and it was a silly idea, but it paid off, and well, he's got his own highlight reel moment there as well. If ever he wants if ever he needs to find a team in the future, then there you go. Right the outside. That's scary, by the way. That's purely scary. Fabian Barley did a good job as well, not to slide straight into to Gilsinski there as well, because he was all out of control.
Yeah, insane bit of driving from the three of them, really, to go racing at that point of the track. As we're getting the 21 car of Corozari now into the pit lane. That is so much later than his Averst Esport rival in the number 1 car. So as you say, a big pit stop differential is coming in a couple of hours' time for that team, which is going to be pretty insane. And already, almost 4 seconds is the gap. Ballet losing so much time. So even though he's made it work, I think he's just going to be losing more time than he's really going to gain from saving.
Yeah, I agree. As we see Corozari in from the lead, there will be a lead change there. There may be a change for second as well in GTE very soon. Oh, they go past their teammates there. Maximilian Kalnic off the road as the 74 of Michal Sedlacek was trying to make a move. Seeing your teammate off in the sand on the outside line, never particularly comforting for. And Kalnic is going to drop down to 6th place and might even have to fight for this with Eduardo Garcia in the Porsche there in the background.
Yeah, that was not a great redrawing from Kalinic. Not necessarily in terms of drawing in front of someone, but just almost doing a double donut to get going. But having said that, the gravel has very, very little grip, as we've seen a few times this race already. And that car as well has been around, I believe, before this race. So certainly a difficult one for that Juice's 73 car. But of course, a little bit better for the 74 car currently in that P2. We'll see how that one works out for them. But yeah, they've now got the Porsche, the 53 DX Droids car coming for them now, as Kalinic needs to try and get back up to speed. But let's look at their teammates of Sedlacek, who's now got Herlock coming in just a second behind.
Yeah, he's just gotten through there, Sedlacek. So 40 seconds behind Moran and Z-Stars now. However, they made their pit stop 13 laps ago already, and Moran and Z-Stars still yet to take it. So we're going to have to start to work this one out now. The gap would be 40 seconds at this stage. If this race was ending after 4 hours, Moran is here. I don't know how much fuel they'd have to take on, but less than half a tank. I don't reckon they could do less than half a tank, even if they skip tyres for this final stint. I don't think they could do that in and out before they're overtaken by Sedlacek with only 40 seconds of a gap.
Yeah, possibly not enough time there, so that is, yeah, it's going to be difficult, but it might still be close. And sometimes always it's worth just trying something different, even if you end up getting the same or similar result. You might as well try it, because if it does go in your favour, then of course you'll be victorious. And similar with Juzinski there in turn 3. Some people may say, it's too crazy to try that, but it works out on this occasion. So sometimes it is worth trying it, even if it doesn't completely work out. But there, Henry Sinek into the pit lane, so Sedlacek takes the lead.
He will do for the moment. The 64 in the pit lane, and Joseph Herlock will also go through there. But that will change pretty soon as well. Also got the leading LMP2 into the pit lane. That is Timotes Andonovski. You can see his pit stop time just going above 50 seconds. You can see on the small display just next to the number 28. We'll see when they get going again. Hard tyres, it seems to be. As I said earlier, it really fooled me seeing green striped tyres on in the dry weather. But
single stinting hards as well.
Yeah.
Crazy track. And this is also probably a good time to mention that we had obviously this new Goodyear tyre update before got released quite timely before the VEC season started, and it's just opened up so much more tyre strategies. It's great to see.
Yep, it's exactly what you want from a series like this. Endurance races where nothing really changes throughout. Yeah, nobody wants to watch them, but ones like these where things certainly do. Again. Then you do. There's Kalinic not having a good stint here. That's the 3rd time we've seen him around. I'm afraid in this stint so far, really struggling out there.
Yeah, it certainly is, and it's a snowball effect really as well, because you sort of get into your head as a driver, and then of course the car becomes even more difficult to drive with the damage that you accumulate as well. So it's not an easy position to yeah, to be in for him. As that was a awkward situation there with Arms and Burst coming through there. Kalinic not quite going the full speed even for a GT. Is he going to be coming into the pit lane? Yes, he is, and I'm sure some damage repairs, maybe a driver swap is coming the way of that car.
Yeah, maybe. Not sure when they were last in, really. Yes, I do. I wrote it down. It was less than 10 laps ago for Kalinic. Only 5 laps into his second stint of the day. But you're right, he might well be getting out and repairing some damage here. So not going too well, I'm afraid, for them. As it may have been more of the Z-Stars triggered that yellow flag there, just as they got in the pit lane. But they are in now. I've got to say, as brave as this gamble has been from Fabian Barley, the gap now 13.5 seconds to Seawolf, and they're only losing time at this stage. I feel like this gamble hasn't really paid off.
Yeah, losing 15 seconds in what, 4 laps? Like, yeah, just way too slow to really make that work, especially as he had quite a few laps left at the time that we started following this. So that it's just too slow, to be honest, to really make it work. To be honest, it's compared to some of the other teams, maybe not so slow, but I'm sure that's because those cars got traffic on those laps. But this is just Fabian Ballet's speed, potentially, as well, and the fact that he still needs to make the pit stop, whereas the likes of Burst ahead have, if I'm not mistaken, as well. So I just don't think it's really going to be working. But they might save a pit stop, which could work out in their favour in some ways towards the end, because they are still in third place with quite big gaps behind.
Yeah, it is 40 seconds, but I do still fear that they might lose all those 40 seconds in this stint if it carries on like this. Paulie Ahonen at the wheel now for Satellite Racing, and so he's under a lot of pressure from, well, just as I was saying, that Colin Spork has gotten through. He really is on a charge, Colin Spork, and top 5 might be the limit for him here today. We'll see just what is the limit for him, but after those issues earlier on, Colin Spork has got a lot of catching up to do.
Yeah, they're about 3 laps off the lead in total, which is not ideal for, of course, a championship contender. They did come back from quite a few penalties at Spa, but that was, of course, not so much the time loss that they had. Nick De Silva there putting it in the wall between 3 and 4 a bit earlier on in his stint, and just really making it a bit of a struggle, considering they came into this race with no penalties as well. They really had the opportunity to have such a solid lead, which they did for a long time, but unfortunately just making one mistake. And we've seen so far just so many times how just one mistake is all it takes to ruin your race.
It certainly is, as John Lacey Esports come into the pit lane. Another 52 lap stint from them, from Jersey Pollock. Well, actually the first one, but either way, they're going a long way into this race now. I mean, they might even be wondering whether they can do 1 minute, 1 hour 13 stints to the end of the race. I mean, it's not impossible that they cut out an entire pit stop here, because I mean, if they don't, then they're going to, only need a few laps towards the end of this race. Oh, is that somebody off in the background there? That was the 205 of Paulie Ahonen just in the background going off the road.
Yeah, it certainly was, and just maybe struggling a bit. The Satellite car, obviously, as I mentioned with Valet, they have a 200 number, which means they started the season when the initial grids were allocated, they were in Division 2. And you keep your number even if you get promoted, so they weren't sort of given the number 5 as it would be if they were directly in Division 1. So they've been promoted, so they've obviously had some good results in Division 2 to work their way up, but unfortunately just not having the race today in Division 1 that they would have wanted. And I do believe this is the next race as well, race 3, where we're going to be getting a swap of like a promotion and relegation. So we have this every 2 races, so we had it after race 1, then it will be 3, 5 and 7 as well before the Le Mans race in June. So the sort of the bottom, maybe 1 or 2 in each division, and then the top 1 or 2 in the division below it will be swapping around.
Mattia Krupi,
no!
Off the road and into Satellite Racing, who clatter into them as Mattia Krupi tries to rejoin. That is certainly going to be a penalty for Mattia Krupi, I'm afraid. And now he's got the really difficult task of getting back underway again. Oh, no, no, no. And he's now got the rear wing off as well. This is painful for John Lacey Esports. They're about to get passed by Pescarolo as well. This car, well, actually doesn't look that bent in terms of suspension. It's just got no rear wing now.
Oh, that is a huge, huge incident coming through. Was that turn 4? Exit turn 4. That was as well. Yeah, hugely fast corner for the cars coming around and just being, just in the wrong place, but then moving at the wrong time as well. And he's definitely going to lose the car, because what happens when you lose your rear wing is all the aero balance goes to the front, so then the rear goes really light, and it's especially difficult in this car. As are we going to? This will be a code 8, it'll be a short one because of where Krupi is. So this will be very short because Krupi is only going to take maybe 20 seconds from now to get back. So I do wonder if anyone's going to come into the pit lane, but it's not going to be a full advantage of a full code 80 stop as such.
Well, there's only about 2 cars that will benefit anyway. Paulie Ahanen's in already, but the 58 and 46 have decided that it's a good idea to come in. The 58's GTC Race Centre and Joao Asensio, and 2 hours they can do with the good luck, really. And the 46 is Visceral Esports, who also could do with a bit of good luck. So, you can't be mad at either of those coming into pit lane at this stage. Into the pit lane, though, for Mattia Krupi. And we should be going big good racing again.
Oh, no.
Oh,
Couldn't
no.
make the entry.
Well, that was nearly an embarrassing moment for Mattia Krupi. Well, not embarrassing, really,
Well,
is it?
as if it
Because
wasn't
he is
already.
damaged. As if he's got any other choice. But he has made his way in, and we are back green flag racing again. But all in all, not too much change there. Darius Andre has, still not made it out. He will have benefited a little bit from this pit stop, but none of the main contenders came in under that code 80.
Yeah, and if they had obviously people helping them out, they would have seen that would have been a short code 80, because as you would have seen, the code 80 is only from the time obviously that it starts until that damaged car gets back to the pit entry, and the track is then safe again. So especially on a long track like Le Mans, if someone crashes in Tete Rouge, and then you have to imagine 80 kilometers an hour from there all the way back to pit entry, that's a long code 80, but here it's very small. But that was not if you're watching that as a driver, do not rejoin like that. It's just look at the speed of the cars coming around there. Such a fast corner. That's not where you want to be putting your car perpendicular to the oncoming traffic.
No. Certainly not. And Paulie Ahanen will know that better than most right now. As a result of that very large accident, I'm afraid that Scrobron gets through and is continuing to lap well at the front of the field. 25 seconds of a lead ahead of Benjamin Gilsinski. Then it's Fabian Vale for Vale Esports. Lorenzo Arisi for Simfrit, with then a couple of laps back to Ricardo Costa to round out the top 5 of the DPIs. The field's starting to very much spread out, and that's what you'd expect here after nearly 4 hours of racing, but still more than 2 hours to go, and still a lot of unknowns going into this final moments of this race, going into the second half of the race. Martin Henningsen is back at the wheel of R8G Esports' LMP2, and they're once again catching the leaders.
Yeah, they're doing a good job to use the speed that they do have. This team is very good with Antonovsky and Hemmingson in particular. They obviously formed the racing team, as it was just called. Just Racing Team was their name last season. The only Ligier in the LMP2 field, and unfortunately the Ligier didn't get the same update as the Orica got, so that's why the Orica is the only car available, and why they didn't choose the Ligier for the LMP2 category this year around. But they're still doing a good job to go back to the Orica and be fast. Of course, they drive it in the more virtual series as well, so they definitely know the car well, and they're using that speed and knowledge to their advantage. But as it stands today, they haven't been able to be consistently at the lead. They've only been there for a few handful of laps here and there, and they need to do a good job to come back after that little bit of an oopsie from Antonovsky about half an hour ago.
Yeah, certainly. I mean, we expect these two to be on similar wear of tyres at this stage, so it can't be down to that, but Henningsen is just a bit quicker. Henningsen and Antonovsky, of course, do a lot of driving together, and have done, as you mentioned, with Racing Team last season. Well, I think they were also at Drillers Esports together when that was a thing.
Yep.
disbanded back in 2020, which is, wow, more than 2 years ago now. Dear me.
I told you we're getting old, Ewan.
Well, time's just getting on, really. The fact that 2020 is nearly 3 years ago now is quite wild. And I'm not enjoying that fact either, actually. But anyway, not that I want 2020 to come back, by the way, just before you get any ideas at home.
Talking of awkward facts, this is one I've been sat on for a little bit, and I think this is a good time. So earlier I was saying how the corkscrew is effectively on the map turn 8 and then 8A.
Ah, yes.
So first of all, it annoys me that it's got a letter. But second of all, it's not 8A and B, it's just 8 and then 8A. But also, I was having a look, and back in the day, before we had the sort of Sector 2 part that I would call it, where you sort of had the hairpin at turn 2 and come back on yourself, they added a few corners. It used to go from what is now turn 2 up towards turn 5. It used to be just a little sort of left-hand kink as such. It used to be like a straight line, yeah? And even back then, and bear in mind the track was built in 1957, apparently, according to my facts, it was still turn 6 and 6A back in the day. So this letter formation has been there for quite a while in the track namings, which I thought was quite interesting.
What's that, nearly 70 years they've been getting it wrong? Yeah, mate.
Brutal.
Sorry, America, but you do need to brush up a little bit on coordinate. Just use the numbers. We're not. It's like maths in school. One day, someone brought along letters, and after that, no idea what's happening. Anyway, that's a story for another day. But yeah, no, you're right. It's very odd. But I would have liked to see that previous layout where turn 2 to 5 was just kind of connected.
Fast.
Just very fast. Not much space for runoff and a wall either. So I imagine that wouldn't happen these days. But it would be exciting to see. And this is what we got sim racing for. You can do these things with no fear of injury. As Darius Andre, I'm afraid, has damaged his morale maybe a little bit at the corkscrew by just going off. I'm not entirely sure whether there was contact there because the 205 satellite racing car was in their vicinity when they went off.
Yeah, maybe. It's always hard to see retrospectively. But of course, some cars down here not having the day that they would have wanted, and a little incident there wouldn't be. Adding to that one, Andre is second last in the LMP2 standings. Only Zicciello for the 242 behind them, so 13 LMP2s on the field. Very competitive field as it was last season as well in the LMP2, so it's so difficult even to get inside the top 10 sometimes, and if you're having the day that some of these drivers are having, then yeah, that just makes it even harder.
Yeah, I'm afraid Visceral Esports have really been through it today in LMP2, currently down in 11th place in the standings. I'm afraid they haven't had particularly good races so far either. It's just been a very difficult opening to the season for them. They are also racing on another simulator, by the way, in another league, as of right now. I've noticed, Cam, there's a lot, since it is the last weekend before Christmas, it seems that every league ever created is trying to cram one more round in before the end of 2022. Because I can think of at least 6 series that is happening this weekend over Saturday and Sunday. It's quite remarkable, really.
Well, yeah, it's pretty much just because next weekend, of course, is the big day of Christmas, depending on if you celebrate it on the 24th or the 25th in your country. So that
somewhere
is
else, or at a different time completely.
Well, yeah, absolutely. So yeah, certainly lots of things happening next weekend. So, and obviously then the weekend after is New Year, Saturday night. I'm sure a lot of people will not be capable of driving either in real life or on the simulator. So certainly this is the prime weekend if you want to get one final race, as you say. And Andre, they're really pushing the limits like some people will over the next 2 weekends.
Absolutely. That was very good. I enjoyed that. But yeah, but maybe a bit of an insight into Cam's weekends coming up over the next couple of, just letting us into his life there a little bit.
Hashtag retired.
Yeah, yeah, exactly. Yeah, I never started, so have that. Anyway, we'll try and stay on topic for at least a few minutes over the next few hours. Unfortunately, there aren't any battles to really speak of as of right now. Demian Skrovron has lost a little bit of his lead, as you can see. 21 seconds is now the gap. This is probably the closest battle between Cosmo Prosciutto and Andrea Terzi. seen a lot of prosciutto racing actually over the course of 2022, and I'm sure you have as well, Cam, in FSR in the Pro Series. Don't think he actually won the Pro Championship in the end. I can't remember.
He did.
But he did.
Yeah.
Oh, there we are. Yeah, well done to him. I'm pretty sure I commentated on it as well, but I don't remember. Maybe not, but
I don't think no, he didn't do the pro category. Yeah, he did win pro, which is the second division there. And I still take credit, at least a little bit of him going to Go Team Racing, because he did ask me what team to look out for to join in VEC, because he wanted to move over. And I mentioned Go Team Racing, so I do take just 5% of any
5% agent fee.
Any salary that he may or may not get unofficially. But yeah, he's certainly doing a good job there. And Go Team was definitely the move for him. A very solid driver is Prosciutto, and also a very important asset because he is American. I believe he's on the East Coast, but that is a big factor for the time zones of the race. Obviously, a lot of the drivers are European based. As is obviously the VEC League in general. So to have a drive on a completely different time zone, especially when we get to the longer races such as Daytona, we're going to be going into the night in Europe. But then if you have a driver racing in the afternoon in America, for instance, that is a very big advantage for I guess, driver fatigue.
Certainly is. And they'll be making sure Prosciutto gets the hours in. To be fair though, the Daytona race only ends at midnight, so it's not exactly midnight in the UK, 1 a.m. in Europe. It's not exactly like the old days where we used to have 12-hour races ending at 5 a.m. in Europe, which did used to happen. Although that's probably a good 5 years ago now, the last time that happened. I can't remember when we shifted the start times, but it wasn't recently.
Yeah, so we shifted the start times later, but for instance, this is going to test me now, season 12 maybe, the first year that we had the McLaren Sennas.
11, no, 12, you're right.
Yeah, I think that was 12. The races I still believe started later at the sort of 5 o'clock time, but that was the season where we had a load of short races.
Yeah,
if you remember.
We didn't have a 12-hour that time, no.
Yeah, so there were only sort of 6. There was a couple of 4s and maybe 1 8-hour in there. They were a lot shorter that season. We tried a different concept, and then obviously when we went back to having a lot longer races, which was probably season 13, I believe, which when it moved a bit earlier. But obviously, everyone has their opinion of what the timings should be. But for sure, doing those 12-hour races going into literally 4, 5 a.m. is certainly one that I don't think Jimmy Allison misses.
No, certainly not. It's a very long day and a very late night for Jimmy Allison. Well, and everyone really. So we're not going back to those days quite. But I mean, this is the first season in quite a while where there have been a load of really long races. I mean, I know we've not experienced that so far. 6 and 8 hour races have been the norm. But you know, we're actually have a 12-hour. We've got 1,000 miles in there, and the 24-hour, of course. This could well be the longest season we've had, maybe since season 10 in terms of hours. I'll have to go and do the maths on that at some point. But it is going to be a long season in terms of hours, and not least with the Daytona 12-hour coming up either, because it's been a very long time since we've seen Daytona on the Virtual Endurance Championship calendar. It was supposed to be there on season 8, but it got changed for the Spa 24-hour. Which eventually happened. It's probably a better idea because Spa was chaos anyway that year. But yeah, Daytona back on the VEC calendar, and 12-hour race back on the VEC calendar again. So, lot to look forward to in February next year.
Yeah, that's going to be a great event. Of course, a fairly, I think it's been maybe there for a couple of years now, but Daytona, a fairly new track to rFactor 2 as well, and made great additions in the likes of like the Formula Pro Series as well, going there. In the summer, and of course in general, it's just a great venue, and I can't wait for the real life 24 there, but of course a 12-hour race in VC is going to be great indeed. It's such an awesome track. I just really love it, and of course you can get some floodlights around there if we go into the night, which I'm sure we will during a 12-hour race, so plenty of action is to be had. And it's always a great run as well to have a 24-hour. It's such an early time of the year. The other big ones, the likes of the Nürburgring, Le Mans, the Spa, as well, they all happen in the middle of the year during the summer where you have the long days. But in February, of course, you get a lot more hours during the nighttime though.
Yeah, I was going to say, you might want to dream on about getting 12 hours of daylight in February. if we're honest. I think whenever you start that race, we're going to end up in darkness at some point. And at Daytona, I can't remember the last time, if ever, I've ever seen a race start and finish in the daylight at Daytona. Because in sim racing, for some reason, we just love setting Daytona to night time. Don't know why, but
Because we can.
well, yeah, exactly. because we can, I guess. But I don't know if I've ever seen a race start and finish in the daytime there. But anyway, we'll see. It always seems to happen. Anyway, battle for third place still going on here. By the way, Cosmo Prosciutto has been able to hold off Andrea Terzi pretty easily, really. There's not really been a challenge since we've been watching this battle.
Yeah, he's certainly been closing down, but Prosciutto doing a good job as it stands. But I do think Terzi does have that slight bit extra in hand as it stands, and actually through those last couple of corners making huge grounds there with the Juices car, the 74, getting a little bit in the way, of course, just doing his own race, being in the lead of that category. Whereas now Prosciutto having to think about it, look at his mirrors a bit. As come through turn 6 all the way up the hill as well. Very steep hill, but then of course you come back down through it via the corkscrew. Very famous corner that we've been talking about, and they do that very nicely indeed. But Terzi is now within half a second and the pressure is on.
It definitely is, and the pressure will be on for the race lead soon as well, as we approach the 4-hour mark in this race. Long time towards you see any kind of pit stops here, by the way. We've very much reached that point where everybody came in together there, and so we've got a long time until we'll see anybody in again. Not that there's really a stage anymore in this race where everybody comes in together. Everybody's strategy is very much spread out at this point, and the gap's very spread out as well, as you can see on the left hand side now at this stage. It has been a very exciting race so far though, been a lot of action, but Andrea Terzi is about to experience the downside of Laguna Seca, and the fact that he's just going to struggle to overtake for the next few moments. And we're about to get a demonstration of just how similar DX Droids and Go Team Racing have chosen to put their liveries. Just in the bottom of your screen there. I mean, how can you tell them apart? To be fair, Satellite Racing's car just behind us are much better either.
Yeah, certainly quite similar between those cars. I think the main way of identifying them is that DX Droids has, I would say, a little bit more red, whereas Go Team's a little bit more blue, but they are still the same colour palette as such. So certainly a trigger one to point out when it's sort of in the background of shot, and especially as we're just talking about the sunlight and stuff like that. It's definitely starting to get towards sunset here at Laguna Seca, and still 2 hours to go, so it's going to be very dark, if not actually dark, when we get towards the end of the race. You see the shadows are getting longer and longer here on the west coast of the United States for the start of an American leg here at the VEC.
Absolutely. Got Road America, Road Atlanta, and Daytona all coming up. Not in that order, but they are all coming up on this VEC season. Then we'll be heading around the world once more before the Mars. Oh, dearie me! Off the road for Andrea Terzi. That was quite stylish, but not the best thing to do in front of sim racing for Holland. Somehow, everybody's avoided that without accident.
That should have been a crash twice, but somehow it wasn't. First of all, the crash itself, Terzi actually did quite a good job to keep it on the tarmac, but then spinning around right in front of the Sim Racing for Holland car, I'm sure that would have been a very scary situation. Who's in the car? Dennis Dooner's in that car as it stands, and he did a good job to avoid that one, because pirouetting around for Terzi was the quickest way for him, but not necessarily the safest way of rejoining the track.
It wasn't selfless rejoining, was it? It was. It didn't really have much regard for everyone else, I'm afraid. So there we are. That's quite spectacular, really. But maybe not what you want to be doing. Martin Hemmingson, by the way, is certainly closing in on the race leader. We'll get a look at that in a few moments' time. But let's see what Dennis Dooner saw of this battle first. Of this spin, sorry, first. Well, oh my goodness. Well, more luck than judgment, I would say. Not from not that I would have blamed Dennis Dooner for actually crashing into Terzi there, but I feel like those two got very lucky there.
Yeah, that was a very awkward situation, and thankfully they managed to get out of that, but someone who has still needs to get out of their situation is RAG and Martin Hemmingson. They've been sat behind this goating car for hours now. They had an opportunity to get towards the front, but then Antonovsky pirouetted it at the final corner, which set them back, and they've had to chase it down and chase down once again, and this time on the same tyre strategy as well. So this is all on pace. This isn't on a gain in the tyres, which it was in the previous stint, and it's actually working out pretty well because it's back down towards 2 seconds. You can see the car just ahead in front of it, that Juice's car there, and as it gets up towards the corkscrew, it is getting closer and closer between the two. There's actually an arms car in between them.
There certainly is. Yeah, just trying to identify that one from this angle is quite difficult. The sun is becoming a bit of a problem, and it will be. It often is around Laguna Seca, especially with the long sunsets that we get this time of year. It'll be a problem for quite a long time in certain areas for these drivers. So there'll be something to factor in, but not too much as Valley Esports make their way through. That's Fabian Ballet, who's still out there on his triple stinted tyres. Last lap was at 1 minute 9.6. Not bad at all, really, given the fact that it's almost unbelievable that he's been able to do this. But he has, he has lost quite a lot of time now to Seawolf, who are now a minute ahead of him after passing him earlier on in this stint. But either way, Fabian Ballet is still on the road, and that's an achievement in itself, really.
That is crazy. If that is correct, a minute. That's almost a whole lap that Ballet has lost literally in the last 45 minutes. That is pretty major, to be honest, in terms of the lap speed. So that is, that's quite interesting situation for them. But they're trying to make it work, still in third place, but the gap behind to Simfrim is definitely getting closer and closer.
Absolutely. It's got a yellow flag here in sector 2. It's the 34 again, off the road. Well, I say again, it's quite rude. Not even accurate either. Thorsten Varkey off, and this car hasn't been off very often. Got suspension damage though, no doubt about that. And there's also the 52 was off there briefly, but Simfrim Esports were having a very good day there, Cam, and I'm afraid it's not turned out well for them there. With suspension damage, that's going to be a bit of a repair for them.
Yeah, we're just talking about this car an hour or so ago, just moving from Mugen to Simfrim. The whole entry has, and certainly that is not the way that they would have wanted to do this race. In general, Simfrim having a great race in all the categories that they're racing in as well. So hopefully that isn't a too big of a repair, but I think they are going to be really losing out on that one.
They certainly are. I'm afraid. Well, we're nearly 4 hours into this race. Benjamin Gilsinski is now leading the way, 30 seconds ahead of Damien Scrovron. I'm going to take my lead very soon, but we're going to welcome in Neil Heatley to the commentary booth for the first time today. We'll be with Cam Roger for the final 2 hours of this race. Neil, welcome in. It's Laguna Seca. It's 6 hours of racing. It's been very, very difficult for some teams so far. There's been a mixture of chaos, carnage, but also fantastic racing as well.
Indeed, Laguna Seca is a little bit of a bull ring there. Really that many places to pass. Of course, your main opportunity will be coming down towards turn 2 on the front straight. But yes, a lot of these corners are fast and hectic and come at you quickly, especially when you're in this top hyper-class car coming down to turn 2. We can see now Benjamin Gilsinski, I believe this is, we're currently looking at in that Seawolf Net Race car. The race leader stands in that number 6 coming through turn 3 and 4 in this sort of infield section. Again, all these corners are very fast. We need a surprising amount of downforce here, and then of course coming through this left-hander and starting the way up the hill towards, well, the world famous corkscrew.
Yeah, certainly it's produced its fair share of drama as well. But I'm now going to take my lead, Cam. Benjamin Gilsinski has got a 35-second lead at the moment over, well, no burst bias, but here's your team in second position at the minute. We're going to see how this race develops. Very much look forward to watching on from the sidelines. Still a lot more action to come here.
Yeah, so there goes Ewan O'Leary here for the first 4 hours of this race. So thank you very much for that one. You and myself, Cameron, Roger, and Neil Heatley to take you through the final couple of hours. And we still don't really know who's going to win each of the categories in some cases, with just some of the way that some of the strategies are working out. And of course, a couple of code 80s potentially with the carnage that is bound to happen. But Neil, of course, a very interesting first 4 hours of this race. And as we start to get the sunset as well, I think it's only going to get more difficult for these teams.
Yeah, it's just going to get more and more difficult. What if we might just get a little bit of darkness as well towards the end of the race? We might. That'll be even more exciting and, well, even more dangerous, if you like, for all of these teams. And yes, having a look here coming up, it's so difficult with the traffic on this circuit, isn't it? Because this part of the circuit, it's so fast. And really, where the hypercars have an advantage over the P2s is in terms of acceleration, and you really don't get that at these mid-speed to high-speed corners like you have here on the back part of the circuit.
Yeah, just really, we're sort of looking at 5 seconds difference between the two classes, sort of on average between DPIs and LMP2. So as you say, not so much of a difference around this track, and that does make it harder because actually you've got to use that momentum to overtake rather than the pure power, the pure speed out of the slow speed corners, as we saw with the likes of Monza coming out of these chicanes. So definitely a different type of driving, and with the sun starting to get in the eyes of the drivers, that is going to make it even more difficult. But this is a good opportunity to see the three classes go, and you see the LMP2 can't get around the GT in towards turn 3, but the DPI certainly can.
Yes, and again, it's all about almost this, excuse me, all the different types of downforce that these cars have. Of course, the GTs have the least downforce out of all of them, which means they're a lot slower through the corners. But it also means that if you get caught up behind them, you can lose a lot of time. Having a look here, do you know, just coming through that fast left-hander there, the prototype losing a little bit of time. This race leader, the Seawolf Necklace car, just because he had to let out the throttle when being stuck behind that GT. But diving down the hill now towards the last couple of corners is the race leader, is Klaczynski, and not coming into the pits this time. And I believe, no, you can just see pit entry there on the top right of your screen. Obviously, drivers left and accelerating out of the final hairpin to cross the start-finish line as there's a quick yellow in sector 3 for who I'm wondering. I think this is for the number 28 car, the LMP2. I think that was for the HG Esports, second place.
Absolutely.
It looked very slow coming out of the second last corner in the live timer.
Yeah, absolutely was. Martin Hemmingson indeed going for, I guess, a little bit of a spin coming through turn 9. Also, not having a valid lap last time as well, so going off, getting a cut track. So definitely potentially a bit of an incident happening for that team.
Yeah, a lot of pain there. The cut track, obviously you've only got a certain number of cut tracks before you then get penalties. And yeah, you've got to make sure that you keep these to a minimum. And obviously strategically, I know certainly in V8 supercars, for example, at the Gold Coast, they have strikes, if you like, for the chicanes. It's 3 strikes until you get a penalty. And sometimes the save goes up until the end of the race when they're trying to battle for positions. Perhaps some of these teams are banking those strikes a little bit towards the end of the race, should lead to a little bit faster to gain that extra position.
Yeah, it's just only a couple of corners you can really use it around here. As we were mentioning earlier, if you look on the inside some of these corners or even the outside, there's some of these big anti-cuts. It's very difficult actually with track limits around here. It's a pretty old school track, but really sort of the final corner is one, and the exit of turn 6, which is the corner that sort of kinks up the hill. Those are sort of the two places. But you are right, some of the teams, obviously everyone has the allowance. I think it's about 5. Obviously we have the new points system, so you don't just get 1 for a cut track. It's sort of, it sort of maybe senses how much you cut. Maybe you get 0.25, or maybe if it's a big cut, you might get 3 straight away. So it's more of a point system now that we have to look at. So we don't necessarily know what points they get, but certainly this corner here, you see the drivers really run wide.
Yeah, using every single centimetre of track possible that is allowable. And look at that sparking right there in the apex at the top of the hill. The floor of the car just hitting the ground. You can see it there coming through the third to last corner as well. These sparks really going to show how hard the suspension is working as the race leader there coming into the pits now.
Yeah, so that is it's quite good information, because that's about 7-8 laps, I believe, after the burst car. When we get to that final pit stop, they are going to be, of course, doing a lot shorter. But there's going to be sort of 3 stints in total I think, to the end of the race, including the one that they are on. So it's going to be, it's going to be quite obviously important with that final stop. If you can obviously save a few laps, basically go longer, save a few laps at your final pit stop, you save a few seconds, and that could be very crucial indeed. But we'll see what the gap is for Damien Skovron and Burst Esport in that #1 car coming out of the final corner along the start-finish straight, taking back the victory. And Jasinski is, of course, still sitting. And this is really the fight for the lead in the DPI. So whatever this gap is, when they finally get up to speed out of turn 2, that is going to be the gap that Seawolf need to try and chase down. And they should be able to keep that P2 to Valet as well, who are, of course, trying that slightly odd triple stint strategy from what we can see.
Yeah, that strategy, as you said, is going to be very interesting to see if that plays out. But of course, we won't be able to see the final result of this until the last half hour or so of the race. But Hugo Gorzinski actually coming back out in second place, only 11 seconds ahead of Fabian Valle in that Valle Esports car, but only 19 seconds behind that #1 car. 19 seconds in 2 hours, certainly feasible to make up.
Yes, definitely possible, especially as we know that Burst car has a bit of damage from contact with the wall through turn 6 from Michi Hoyer. That was quite a while ago, actually. That was a couple of hours into the race. So they've been going with that damage for a while now, and they've been able to hold on to that battle. And ironically, it was a very similar gap. It was about 17 seconds at the time of that crash, so the gap hasn't gone up too much. But of course, Seawolf will be saving some seconds at that final stop. So they need to be trying to close that gap down if they can. But they've also got to look in the mirrors for Valet, who are coming in behind. But also, the dark horse, really, of this top battle is Lorenzo Risi for Simfree. Currently 4th place in the #21, your championship leader in the DPIs. They've really caught down Valet. And I think they will be getting up into that 3rd place and could potentially be coming for the #6 because they're only 12 seconds behind the Seawolf.
Yeah, 12 seconds, as you said, not gap. So having a look at this gap, I'm just wondering how big 1.5 seconds looks there on circuit, as that was a quick yellow in the middle sector for whom, if we can actually get the correct tab up. I think that's the 28 car again, yeah. Coming out of turn 6, this kink up the hill.
Yeah, RAG not having the time, but no rear wing as well.
Oh,
so that has
that's
been
not
a
good.
big crash. Yeah, big crash. There's all Visceral goes sliding in the background. So loads of action happening here as we're really starting to get to the sunset now. Loads of shadows on the track as we're going to get code 80. No, just a slow car warning for the drivers, as he is literally just one corner away, but he needs to be careful. And this, of course, is realistically one of your championship contenders. I know they're 10th place as it stands, but we were mentioning earlier how close they are realistically still to the lead, but now they're going to be losing a lot of time. That's going to be quite a few laps, probably going to be 5 or so laps that they're going to lose with damage rebates.
Yeah, and of course, as I was saying, as I came in, this really is a bull ring, so that means you lose a lot more laps because it is such a short lap time. You can see number 28 car Martin Henningsen now up on those jacks. And it's always interesting to have a look at the live timing tracker, which you can find on simracing.com, and just having a look at a gaggle of cars bunching up at the corkscrew. You know, you can just see that occasionally. It's like, how on earth did that not end in a massive accident?
Yes, there's been less crashes, to be honest, than I would have expected over the course of the race so far. But there's still been obviously quite a few. But it's just the nature of the track. And as you say, corners like this, like the corkscrew, you're going to see drivers making mistakes, especially even though a 6-hour race is obviously one of the shorter races. I believe we do have a 4-hour race later on. When we get to Bahrain, but obviously one of the shorter races, but there's still long enough for things to happen. So there's definitely challenges around this track, and the teams need to obviously try and get around that. We had the 241 go around as well. This car's been around, Mariano Callo. They have had a few issues over the course of the race. This one, the ARMS cars, I believe, and they have obviously need to try and rejoin in a safe manner, but that is a difficult situation at the corkscrew.
Yeah, difficult situation, as you said, and it almost looks beached there on the gravel. A little contact into the tyre barriers there, but just managing to get out eventually. You can see it's almost precariously balanced on some of that gravel occasionally, can't you? But managed to get out of that sand pit and coming through the third to last corner. I'm wondering if there's going to be a dive into the pits. I'm wondering if there's going to be much damage on that Armand's car, or whether it was just a harmless slide. It looks like it's probably the latter.
Yeah, it doesn't come in, so maybe yeah, just not really hitting the wall, just going for a spin. We've seen that a few times. Just you lose the rear end because obviously the front goes downhill, so the rear end goes really light, and if you yeah, just turn in at the wrong point, you can go for a pirouette, as we've seen a couple of drivers do, but yeah, it's working out pretty well for the rest of them as it stands. But this battle we've been speaking about is coming, and it is now on the screen. Lorenzo Risi getting really close for that place, but let's see what happens to Hemmingsen.
Yeah, so coming up towards the corkscrew, just lost it essentially on turning, on braking, and locked up all the tyres to try and avoid hitting the tyre barrier too hard, but was not able to avoid the barrier, and the rear wing popped off. That was very strange. I don't actually think Hemmingsen got 2 tyres on the sand on the outside. I think it just became a little bit unbalanced under braking, then coming out over the curb on the right-hand side of the circuit.
Yeah, maybe just turned in slightly late. There are marbles, of course, out there now at this point in the track, but that is almost identical crash to what we saw Michi Hoyer do earlier. But Michi Hoyer obviously went in at a slightly different angle, didn't hit the rear end, so didn't lose the rear wing. The issue for Hemmingsen then was he hit just at the wrong angle there. It slapped the rear into the wall as well, losing that rear wing, which is where the big damage is going to be. So definitely Burst being a bit lucky on that crash a couple of hours ago to still be in a position to lead the race, whereas Hemmingsen is going to be, as I said, quite a few laps down, as this battle is now definitely in play with the Risi half a second behind Fabian Ballard.
Indeed, as you said, just almost slapped the wall there, and that just kind of increased the rotational momentum of the rear end of the car and made that impact a little bit harder for the rear end, and then that rear wing just popped off a little bit. Having a look, as you said, this battle to Ballard and Risi Esports, Ballard in the Vala and the Risi in the Sim Freem car, the 223 versus the 21, and then coming underneath the bridge in towards turn 5, this left-hander, a medium speed-ish, maybe down a couple of gears, and then racing up the hill, but Risi's going to be stuck behind this GT car.
And that's going to lose not too much, but a couple of tenths here and there. Yeah, it's just enough, isn't it, to really just end that battle as such, because when you're at such a high level battle, every 10th makes a difference, because it also matters on the momentum that you then carry into the next sequence of corners. And of course Risi's got to be pushing because he's got the race clutch car behind him. Colin Spork is in that, just 2 places behind his 6th place, but 3 laps down, such is the damage that Race Clutch had earlier. And of course they want to try and get some laps back where possible as well. So it's a bit of an awkward situation for Risi, but that actually wasn't the best lap for him. But Ballet actually came into the pit lane anyway, so Ballet obviously has ended that battle. A bit of contact there though with the Race Clutch car.
Yeah, a little bit of contact there, incredibly slow corner. That can just sometimes happen when the car ahead doesn't accelerate at the point that you thought they would, especially when you're in that slow corner. It's literally just a matter of a couple of meters separating the 2 cars, and again, a little bit of contact can be made. Having a look here, the battle between 2nd and 3rd, well, 14 seconds, the gap or so. We're having a look at this number 6 car, I believe, or is this the 21? Oh no, it's the 21 that we're looking at. There we go. I should actually get my glasses, but look at the risks being taken coming up towards the corkscrew.
And it's actually worked out pretty well, because he's got Colin Spork off his back. Spork obviously trying to unlap himself, but that is yeah, completely ended that situation, which is great to see. As I want to jump to the LMP2s, because we have Go Team Racing P1 and P2 for LMP2 category, only 1.3 seconds off each other. They are doing such a good job today.
Yep, don't take your teammate out though. It's number 1 rule of motor racing, so hopefully they'll be able to race each other a little bit nicely. Should they get a little bit closer? 1.3 seconds the gap between the 37 and the 47. Michele Leroux and Cosmo Pachetto in these 2 cars. And coming up the hill, a quick yellow in sector 3, so it's probably just someone having a little bit of an off. We're probably through the second last corner or so. It appears that there is no one slow out there on circuit. But yes, diving down the corkscrew, look at this, that gap's halved. It's 7 tenths of a second. It might get even closer because Leroux is stuck behind this GT car.
Always certainly is. The 2 teammates get closer and closer together, and the important factor is the 37 is higher up in the standings as well, as that's so close in the final corner, as we're going to be getting side by side across the line. Both either side, we get the DPIs cut fast as well. insane racing here at Laguna Seca.
The GT car in the middle and nowhere to go, got a bump, as you can see. I think that was actually from Prosciutto in the 47 car that bump came from. Essentially trying to give that DPI a little bit of room on the very inside, but somehow there wasn't a big incident there either, but a good bit of car control there from the GT in the middle, which kind of just got swallowed up by everyone.
Just exactly what you expect from Laguna Seca. As it continues again, coming up on the run between 4 and 5, and the two Go teams get completely separated there by 3 cars. As LaRue had a bit of a slide there. He's going to be getting the satellite car come past, as in the background Prosciutto is going to need to be trying to get past. But yeah, just to finish point, always someone's way off there. That's the satellite car, I believe. The DPI has just got past him. He's going to be going off the track, and he's going to have to get back up to speed, just showing how quickly it is to come off. And he goes off again, and that was a huge spin in the background.
Yeah.
Who is in that car at this moment in time? Not quite sure.
5, it is Polianen.
Oh yeah, it is putting out, and then I clicked on the wrong card there. But yeah, Honan, is he still around? I think he is. He's having to wait. Oh, that is a horrible place to be right
on the apex. Oh, and look, which P2
John
is
Lacey.
that? Is that the Lacey car? Probably just going off in, well, panic and seeing the car struck right there on the apex.
Yeah, Matteo Krupi, he's already had multiple issues with spinning. In fact, it was before you got on, Neil, but I don't know if you saw, Krupi had a massive rejoin accident with, ironically, the satellite car, who was also spun around at that point as well. It's really getting to a crazy point as we're getting the
242's gone off.
Wow, what is happening at this point of the race?
Car, Salvatore Zitello. Yes, just before turn 6, actually. So before the turn.
It almost looks like he's run out of fuel. Or something like that. Rolling backwards now, definitely needs to be holding the brakes.
Yep.
If anything.
I wouldn't say that's an engine blow, because it's going far too slow for an engine blow. So it probably is fuel, as you'd say. Hardware, I think, probably wouldn't cause something like this either. But no, as you said, not holding the brakes. It could actually be a hardware failure as well.
Yeah, this is very dangerous, rolling back, of course, far off the racing line. But imagine a car is trying to overtake on the inside of that corner, and it doesn't look like Salvatore there has control of the car. Fortunately, has rested on the wall. I do wonder, as you say, maybe there is actually a hardware failure to a point where he can't control the car, and he has gone back to the pit lane, which is probably safest for everyone.
Yeah, safest for everyone, as you said. Accelerating up over the hill here is the second place car. It's now Cosmo Prosciutto. 2 seconds now the gap. So just ebbing and flowing, really. And this really happens when you have so much traffic around a short track like this. These gaps can just expand and contract. And here we go. This is what happened to Anne, and just lost it on turn in. Stuck there right on the apex. All these cars streaming by with only a matter of millimeters. A little bit of a clutch spin there to get it pointed in roughly the correct direction. Then I think we were actually on board live from that point. We just saw how close some of these cars were coming to the front end of Anne.
Yeah, I want to see where does the John Lacey car come from though? Oh god, that was so close with the Caspian car.
Was there contact? I think there was actually.
Yep.
The rear end starting to rotate there. So I think there might have just been a touch of contact.
That's so unlucky.
Just the slightest. Yeah, just literally mistiming it by about a centimetre or two.
Yeah, I do feel a bit bad for Krupi actually in that situation. Difficult one for Ahonen though, but you just can't roll back onto the track in a situation like that, as we do see Lorenzo Arisi now into the pit lane for the number 21 championship leading DPI as well. So certainly some pit stops coming in, but you can just see throughout the field now, especially in the DPIs, just all the +1 laps that we see. But here's Krupi, and yeah, just a little bit of movement. It wasn't much, but it was just enough for the nose to stick out.
And you could see Krupi actually doing a little bit of a steering correction there, coming down the hill.
Yeah, and that's a difficult place.
To the left a little bit, yeah.
Yeah, because you're completely blind coming over the crest, and then I sort of mentioned this earlier. You sort of then go into a compression down the hill, and that's where you get the steering feel back, because once you're going down, it feels really light. So you wait until the compression, you get back on the throttle. It's sort of a lot of muscle memory. So there, trying to steer out the way, it's a very, an awkward situation, and I'm sure he will be ruining his track position at that time to be in the wrong place at the wrong time. But Lorenzo Arisi there comes about still in third place with a big gap back to Janssen Bintz, who has now got into that valet car. 40 seconds is the gap.
Yeah, 40 seconds, which is about, it's just under half a lap, isn't it? I think it is.
Yeah, it's a bit. It's actually a bit more around here, as such. A half lap for the GTs in terms of time, but yeah, about 1 minute. Let's have a look at last laps. About 1 minute 8 is probably about the average for the DPIs. So about 70 seconds or so. So yeah, about just over half a lap for Bints to try and catch up. But 4th place would still be a very good result for this Valley car that, remember, started in Division 2.
Yeah, and of course, you get these participation points as well. So I think that's a little bit of an extra, I wouldn't quite say penalty, but a hindrance when going towards the championship, isn't it?
Yeah, the participation points is certainly an interesting factor, but it's really just there to differentiate from Division 1, 2, and 3. So if you go to simracing.club and you look in the standings pages, you will see all of the DPIs, all of the well, basically all the 3 classes, I should say, that they have one big championship for each class, and then there's a participation point which is slightly different for each series. So you even if you win in Division 2, you are still in the bigger ultimate championship for the DPIs, for instance. And after this race, as I mentioned, there will be a relegation and a promotion situation. So the bottom 1 or 2 from Division 1 and then the top 1 or 2 from Division 2 will be swapping around. So you will see a couple of new cars in the division at the next race.
Indeed, if you're in D1, you get 45 participation points, D2 30, and D3 50. These be the divisions, I should say, rather. So essentially, you begin with 45 points in Division 1, and then you add the points that you score in the race. Here at Laguna Seca, for example, the winner gets 30, then it's 25, 21, 18, and then 16, 15, and so on, and decreases in 1 point intervals down to 1 point. So yeah, indeed, the maximum you get out of a weekend is 75 points here in D1, and 73 Esports number 21 car managed to do that in race 1, and the race clutch number 14 managed to do that in race 2, at least in terms of the DPIs. So yes, all 75 points here on offer. But you say this, the 223 car has still managed to be 5th position in the overall standings, only being behind the 21, the 14, the 6, and the 1.
Yeah, the fortunate thing for them was that they got promoted after the pre-season race, so they got promoted before any points were even awarded. So obviously in race 1, they of course got the participation points for Division 1, so that was a big help from them, especially because of course they effectively have been in Division 1 the whole time, and that is why they've been able to do that. Had a great race last time out in Spa as well, really fighting for the victory until the closing sort of hour, a half hour of the race on that time. So yeah, definitely a good team to join up, and they've got some good drivers in their lineup as well. Janssen Bintz, to be honest, I hadn't really heard of him before the season started, but he's just shown to be a top-level driver and is completely at Division 1 standard. And of course, Michael Ayres, who had such a mega stint back in Spa as well, putting them in a great position that time. So definitely got quite a few drivers to call up on should they need them.
Yeah, Dino, you said it was the bottom 2 in DPIs in Division 1 will get relegated, was that right?
Yeah, I believe it's 2, but the way Jimmy does it, it's not just straight up the top 2, bottom 2 at that point after that race, but it also depends on penalties and things like that. So if you've been huge dive there, especially into an orange zone corner from Arisi. But yeah, things like safety is also taken into account. So if you are slightly lower, but then a guy above you gets those penalties, then it's taken into account. As the other Simframe car that goes off, that is the Simframe LMP2, as RHG get a place, get a lap back anyway on that car.
One of the laps back on that car. Indeed, as you said, but here we go, Lorenzo Ricci, a quick yellow there in the final sector. I think it was sector 3 just flashed up there, so probably just a small off in the second to last corner or so. But yes, the 46 car is in the pits, and I think just coming out of the pits as well in the LMP2 class. Is number 46 being the Visceral Esports car, Darius Andre, currently at the wheel there, and almost a full lap behind the Arm Serba car, the 241 for 11th place. So down there fighting for 11th and 12th place at the moment is that Visceral Esports car, and in the pits at the moment, just coming in, was the 51 car as well, I believe. So the Ramada Motorsport coming in from 5th position, the GTs as well.
Yeah, I think sometimes that flash of yellow in the final sector is just
Double
when they
clear
slow
to the
down. Yeah, just
Yeah.
when they slow down before they actually enter the physical pit lane. The game obviously sees them as slowing when not in the pit lane, if that makes sense. So it causes a flash of a yellow flag. But certainly we've seen quite a few other yellow flags this
Indeed.
race. It has been
Indeed.
very very attritional in some ways. We've now got is it two DNFs so far. We've got Ben Crooks, which was the 75 Seawolf GTE. We saw that get absolutely punted off by Liam Rance in turn 9. That's quite a while ago now. And then we also had Zicciello, who we saw a few moments ago in the 242 car, started rolling back and eventually DNF. So 2 DNFs though, out of I think it was 38, I think, that started the race.
37.
That's not, I'd say that's still not too bad of a percentage, considering the carnage that we thought was going to happen at this track.
No, that's actually quite respectable, I must say. Only having 2 out of 37 DNF'd so far. Having a look here at Lorenzo Risi, I still believe, yes we are, that's 21 car. 30 seconds ahead of Janssen Vince, and then just getting held up just a touch there with that GT car, but there is a yellow there in sector 1, and that will be for a proper instance. Somewhere is it? It's the 46 LMP2 on the run between turns 4 and 5, the 46 being the Visceral Esports car that's just came out of the pits.
Yeah, we've also had the 58 go off. Have they been able to get back? I think it was on the wrong one. Yeah, the 58 there. GTC, they went off as well. So 2 cars at the same time going off. Both of them seemingly getting back on, but Asensio did lose a position there to Garcia due to that one as well. So definitely just showing how this track can bite quite a lot there, with 2 cars going off in 2 different, completely different categories. But for the likes of Darius Andrew, this car has been in the war, so he's had some big damage repairs at times, and that really just explains their day and why they're down in 12th place.
Yeah, look very squirrely actually. What on earth is happening there to that prototype behind? Is that just me that just saw that? This DPI that's just going past was some erratic driving actually there coming down the front straight. But yes, as you said, we're having a look at Andre coming out the final corner there. It appeared to be incredibly squirrely on throttle application coming out of that hairpin.
Yeah, absolutely. It's certainly something that can happen in these cars, because you're really trying to smash the throttle because you have the traction control. That is definitely a big factor. Am I seeing that right? I think the 242 is coming back out. Yeah, coming back out. So they've gone away. They went back to the pit lane. They've obviously lost quite a few laps. 10 laps is the gap to Darius Andrew, but they're coming back out. So fair play to them for trying to continue in this race for the final 90 minutes. But we don't often see that when a driver goes back to the pit lane.
No, of course, they could just stay with the points that they had, but of course, points are awarded, I think, for almost like the top 20 positions here. So they're just hoping, as you said, quite a number of laps down, but if any of the other LMP2s ahead run into trouble, they can maybe gain another couple of points for that championship.
Yeah, you are absolutely correct. It's either 20 or 25 the points go down to. So for the likes of the DPIs and the LMP2s, when there's only 15 teams in total anyway, you're guaranteed to get points.
It's getting a bit darker now, so headlights will be required for the rest of the race. Headlights required.
Headlights to be turned on, which, to be honest, is a good call. It is starting to get very dark indeed around this Laguna Seca track. And I don't believe there are really any floodlights either. So when the sun does finally set, the last half hour, 45 minutes, I think, is going to be quite difficult around this track.
I can't actually recall any real-life series that run in the dark. At least I think when Elsa runs here, they only go into twilight. So almost like this, maybe about another half hour. But I don't actually think they race in the dark. So yeah, it's going to be very interesting to see when night finally comes and night does fall. The race leader here is the Burst Esports cars, Dennis Coron in the number 1 reigning champions. We do have the number 1 there, coming up the inside of the 4th place LMP2, that number 27 car in the final corner, accelerating out to cross the start finish line once again, almost exactly 90 minutes to go now.
So I thought we'd just take you through the top three in each category, and as it stands, as you say, Bursty Sport leading the way. Damien Scovron in that car. I do believe Mitchie Hoy is going to be getting in that car to finish it a bit later on. They have been in the wall, but they've seemingly carried on with the damage, and they've had that pace to hold on to Seawolf. It was 17 seconds a couple of hours ago when they had that damage, but they've still been able to hold on, so good pace from them so far. And it is Jaworzynski in that second place car for Seawolf Net Race. His teammate Jan Katau also doing a good job today, but 26 seconds off the lead. And then we go back quite a way to the number 21, Lorenzo Arisi. They are a lap down, and they're pretty much a lap down to Jaworzynski as well. So they certainly need to try and make something work for the race lead, but they've done a good job to get back from third place after being a little bit further down. Then in the LMP2 category, we've got a double Go Team Racing at the front. We've got the 37 leading the 47 with Prosciutto in that second place with LaRue leading the way for Go Team. And third place, both in the DPI and in the LMP2s, is Sim Free. And this time, Andrea Terzi in the 36 machine, driving that car as it stands. And we go to the GTE category. We've got Miranda's E-Stars there. Henry Cynic leading the way. They've been at the front for quite a long time this race, and I do believe when we get to the sort of pit stop sequence, they will go back into second place with Wojtek Polesny on a slightly different strategy, going to the hour with other drivers waiting to have a shorter final pit stops. And then third place as it stands is Jelle Binsbergen for Jean and Lacey Esports, who have a bit of damage on the car there, so they've also been in the war. So that's your top three in each of the categories, but of course we've still got pit stops to come, still got 90 minutes of racing around a very attritional circuit.
Yeah, but well, you say attritional circuit, but with only 2 out of 37, cars currently being DNF'd. Well, no, it's only 1 out of 37 now because the 242s came back out. So attritional is probably not the right word to use today, at least in this race.
Yeah, you're right. I guess, not in terms of DNS, but there's certainly been a lot of incidents and carnage, as always. We see Binsbergen, they're just driving on the gravel, but continuing with that one. But yeah, certainly been a lot of just little incidents and things happening here and there throughout the course of the day, and hopefully that doesn't continue for some drivers. And that is Pastorino in that car as it stands. The final place last and 10th in the DPI, so that would be a silly penalty, and he has got a penalty there in the top left of the screen as Nello Pastorino gets what I would believe is a drive-through penalty for not having the headlights on after being instructed to. A bit of a silly penalty to give away there.
Indeed, and that's presuming there's actually a headlights button bound.
That would be a silly one to enter a race without it.
As the yellow there's for the 242 car coming out of turn 6 and the run up towards the corkscrew, going off there, at least was stationary there on the run between turn 6 and the corkscrew. Again,
that car's been in the wars today, and they've actually changed drivers. Itiello was in that car, but Penin Pede is in that car now, 13th place and currently last in the LMP2s of this race. But as I said, fair play for them getting back into it. 11 laps down as it has worked out, but still driving as fast as they can to get to the end of this race.
Yeah, as you said, trying to get to the end of the race to try and gain those points. You only need to actually cover 50% of the leader's distance in order to get points here. So they've all crossed that barrier. You're pretty much guaranteed they've crossed that barrier at 3.5 hours, and that was very close. A little bit of argy-bargy there as the DPI, I think that was, or no, sorry, the P2 there coming up the inside of that number 51 Ramada Motorsports car. Tried to go too wide, almost wasn't room for that.
Yeah, I think that was Luca Martino of the 241, the other arms car. There are two of them, the 242 and the 241. Yeah, one of them going there up the inside of turn 4, a very tricky place. It's only a bit of a lift off in the prototypes, but it's definitely a corner in the GTE, so very awkward position to make the overtake stick because they are so on the limit already. And we've jumped to Ramada Motorsports, the number 51 here. They've got the Juices car, just letting them through to be a lap down, but there's somewhat of a battle forming here with the GTC Race Centre car, the orange car there, number 58, just up the road from them.
Yeah, just up the road, as you said, not that far, 1.5 seconds here between 7th and 6th in the GT class, braking hard for turn 2. And, well, probably the hardest braking zone on the circuit, isn't it? The corkscrew might be about equivalent in terms of speed scrubbed off.
Yeah, that's they're really, and also I mean the final corner is quite slow as well. But
Yes.
yeah, the corkscrews are organised to go 3 wide there, kind of up towards turn 4. All the categories passing each other. But yeah, the corkscrew is actually very tight. As someone went way off onto the gravel there, I think that might be in the DPI there, Simfree DPI, trying to use extra parts of the track that we haven't paid for this weekend. But yeah, certainly, yeah, corkscrew is a difficult corner, but just because it's so awkward on the exit with the dropping down of the elevation as well, you just have to be that little bit more conservative in that corner.
Yeah, just need to be a little bit more conservative. But as you were saying earlier, with the strikes, these 5 points that you have, perhaps some of these teams just banking on these and starting to use them up as we're heading into the last quarter of the race and trying to get as close as possible to that 5-strike limit without going over it and receiving that penalty. Having a look here, Andrea Terzi in 3rd position in the LMP2s, the Simfree Esports number 36, 7 seconds behind the number 47 Go Team car. So not that far behind actually, it being 7 seconds, just a couple of corners caught up behind GT traffic, and suddenly that comes in towards 5 seconds or 4 seconds, and suddenly that Go Team car becomes a lot bigger in the windshield.
And the second that we click away from the battle, we do get a swap of position. So I think something must have happened with the GT Race Centre car, because they had just a little bit of a gap actually. But Basto has got past the Ramada up into 6th place. That would be a nice result for them, ahead of Asensio there. But I do just wonder if something happened between either those 2 cars, or maybe an extra bit of traffic involved there as well, because that changed around very quickly, potentially in that final corner. But certainly that is doing well for Ramada. Just trying to see where they are. Yeah, they're down in 12th place in the standings as it stands. GT Race Centre in 9th. So for both teams, this is a good positions and a good result for them here at Laguna Seca.
Yeah, good result. As you said, very crucial to get those points to at least not be near the relegation zone, from what you were saying. As you were saying, of course, Jimmy makes a little bit of a judgment call, but the further away you are from that relegation zone, the less likely you are to be relegated. So every point is, as said, there appears to be 2 very good days for these cars. The gap, though, between Ramada and GTC expanded a little bit, now up to 1.3 seconds, 1.2 seconds, where it was only about half a second this time last lap. So the Rada Motorsports car perhaps a little bit faster in clean air, but not able to get the brakes in traffic.
Yeah, traffic management is so crucial, even for the GTs, where of course it is the responsibility of the prototypes to get past in a safe manner, but the GTs can still sort of help a little bit in certain situations and just see something coming and have a little bit of self-preservation as well. So sometimes they can just lift up that tiniest bit coming towards the braking zone just to make sure that the prototype does dive down the inside and they're not actually battling on the apex as such. That is where obviously the smarter drivers come out in that one. You definitely do need to be looking in your mirrors as a as a GT driver. The 242 has gone around again.
A corkscrew, yeah.
Wow. So many incidents for one car in one race.
Yeah, indeed. And corkscrew, we've seen it, well, even since I've been on, only about 40 minutes since I joined the broadcast. And again, we've seen how many times it is so difficult, that corkscrew, because as you're saying, you get very light at the top and you compress massively at the bottom. And of course, when it comes to setup, this makes it quite a difficult suspension challenge when it comes to setup, because you've got to deal with that lightweightedness and that massive compression.
Yeah, it's not easy in this car, especially the LMP2, in general, to set up for that type of thing. But you're right, you've got to have almost, because you've got these sort of faster corners, you almost want a more stiffer, stable car for those parts. But then you've also got, for instance, like the corkscrew and other parts of the track, where there's these big elevation changes where you want the softer suspension to absorb that energy and that travel. So it's definitely a bit of a compromise. I mean, a setup is always a compromise, but it's an even more extreme compromise around a track like this. And especially just the way that this LMP2 is and how it twitches on the rear end with the differential as well. You definitely have to get a lot of confidence from just doing laps and laps and laps. And as we've had a huge break from the previous race. We did Spa way back on the 1st of October, so it's been 2.5 months. So there's been a lot of time for the drivers to try and tweak their setups around here.
Yeah, a lot of time, as you said, and quite a bit of time until the next race. I believe it's about 4 or 5 weeks. I'll just have a quick look at the schedule because I managed to click off it. Indeed, it's the 11th of February, so it's actually about 2 months. So 12 hours of Daytona on the 11th of February here. So, yeah, what's that, about 7, 8 weeks, I think?
Yeah, I think 8 weeks it is to that one. So again, plenty of time for them to do some laps, which is obviously one advantage of having the races a little bit more spread out from that perspective. Of course, I'm sure most of the teams don't do loads of testing until maybe the last week or two before the race, but at least you can still get some sort of base. As we're seeing the first couple of pit stops in this next round come in, we've got Damien Skovron there from the lead of the race coming in. And I believe that was his second stint. So with about 80 minutes to go, 2 40-minute stints give or take, I think Michi Hoyer is going to be jumping back into that car to finish it off, as we're seeing another DPI of Ricardo Costa there also making his pit stops. These should be 2 stints to the end for these teams, but that is going to be 2 fairly full stints, maybe slightly shorter on that final stint. So any laps that, for instance, the number 6 is doing staying out now, if they go another 5 laps, that's quite a bit of fuel and time that they're going to save at their final pit stop.
Yeah, and when it comes down towards this final pit stop, this is where I always faltered when I was doing solo endurance races, because I could never get my final pit stop shorter than my rivals, and I always came out about 10 seconds behind them with only about half an hour to go. This was something that I was never good at, conserving enough fuel to make that final pit stop good.
Yeah, it's definitely one where you need a teammate or a specific race engineer. So a lot of these teams, they will just use their driver who's not racing to work out the fuel numbers. But some of the drivers will have a specific person who's not a driver, but is actually there just to coach the drivers through the race and work out the fuel numbers and the tyre strategy as the race progresses. As we've seen throughout, as we go back to this graphic, the tyre changes, I mean, all over. At the beginning of the race, the DPIs, most of them on the mediums. Now we're seeing a lot of them on the soft. Even in the GTE category, we now see the 93 they're going to the soft, where there's a lot of hards at the beginning of the race. So all these changes over the race, you definitely need someone there working it out. And as you say, Neil, doing it on your own is so difficult.
Yeah, indeed. With night beginning to fall, this of course comes with lower track temperatures, which means the softer tyre becomes more viable tyre. Oh, 4-wheel drift after clipping the front of that GT car.
Yeah, that is certainly taking some risk indeed. Nice little 3-way battle and contact into that final corner. That is just a bit of Laguna Seca racing there. And it's always good when you see the 3 classes, as we're going to see once again, trying to overtake each other. There's always Jean Lacey there just gets, because you see, I think that's the Go Team racing car. They're not necessarily like blocking the car, they're just doing their own thing. And then it's, as I said, there's job of the prototypes to get past, but it can get very sketchy in certain situations.
Yeah, indeed, because, essentially the idea, it's written in the rules that the slower car, the slower class, I should say, rather, keeps its line, and it's the job of the faster class to go around. And this happens, of course, in this 3-way battle, this 3-way scenario with the 3 different classes. Obviously, the P2 is keeping to its line to try and overtake the GT, and then it's kind of the responsibility of the DPI there afterwards to make sure they don't contact either the GT or the LMP2. Coming down the inside of the third to last corner, there is this battle for fourth. This Valcard, chipping there, very, very strong, decisive steering movements there done by Vince.
Yeah, he was, as you say, decisive with his overtakes there, especially into that penultimate corner there, turn 10, I believe it is. You have to just make it stick. So if so you're more new to endurance racing and you go into the prototype classes, especially this DPI, which is so fast. As there's a car off there, that's the Symphony car. This is the one that they are battling with actually, so this could be important for Valets. This is going to turn into a very big battle as Race Clutch zoom in behind as well, trying to get a lap back. This is all sorts going on here in the DPI category. But yeah, if you are in this prototype with a DPI that is so fast, especially compared to the GTs, you have to be decisive. If you see a gap, you just need to go for it. Even if it turns out to be the wrong move, you can't really back out of it. You just have to go for it, and whatever happens, happens. Because if you start backing out of it, then you start being sort of half a car width next to someone, and that's when spinning happens. If you go completely side by side with contact, you have a lot better chance of actually coming out from it okay. So you've got to always just be committed and just go for it, like there, round the outside, the penultimate corner, just making it happen and really gaining quite a few tenths from it.
Yeah, it's all about gaining these tenths, these important tenths, especially when you're in such a close battle like Vince is here with this number 21 car coming down towards turn 2, braking hard and trying to, well, of course, because it's a downhill braking zone, this extends the braking zone when it would be compared to coming to a flat non-elevated corner with the same radius and the same approach speed. Now, of course, with this longer braking zone, it gives you a little bit more chance of opportunity for braking because there is more time braking as well. It also means that there's more chance for the car in front of you to mess up a little bit and miss their braking point. As we're going side by side through turn 6, almost, you've got to be careful of that massive sausage curb on the inside. Janssen Bits trying to go all the way around the outside of the corkscrew. A little bit of a lock up there from the 21 cars. Contact there on the apex at the bottom, almost.
Frantic racing between the two. Coming up the back straight there. Is this a dive up the inside of the penultimate corner? Not quite enough space for Vince to dive that Valet car down the inside, but this is getting intense and we're going to see some big defending here from Simfreem, although it's all over that inside curve. Going to be getting a worse exit as to come onto the front straight away. We've got the 223 battling the 21 for this third place here at Laguna Seca as night is starting to set in as they zoom all the way past Race Clutch in the background and get in contact with one of the Juice's cars, and that could potentially be a penalty coming for them. But Vince, is he going to be able to make this move? Yes, he does. Yes. Round the outside. Lovely move.
It is what I was talking about the last lap, this variation of braking zone for turn 2, and Janssen Vince, that Valley Esports 223 managed to really make the most of that braking zone and break it last couple of opportunity while still making the apex. And I think the 221 just missed their the 21 just missed its braking zone a little bit as well, and that opened up the door on the inside for Vince in that 223. But look at that gap already, 1.6, 1.7 seconds.
Yeah, I think Arisi just lost a bit of momentum with that 2 seconds already after just half a lap. I wonder if there's some sort of issue going on there. And of course, Race Clutch in behind with Colin Spork. 2 places behind, but about 3 laps down for the direct position as well. So trying to get his laps back. But yes, certainly a huge move there from Janssen Bintz, getting back up into 3rd place and just really showing how Valet do deserve to be here, which is great to see as actually in the background, Arisi there losing a place, losing the lap to Colin Spork trying to recover.
Yeah, trying to recover, as you said. Of course, getting that lap back might be quite nice, but obviously they've got to make sure that they don't really affect the battle that's right ahead of them at the moment.
Yes, certainly. You don't want to get involved in that, but it's a big one. And something that I'm just looking at, talking of battle as well, back to the front of the DPI category, Burst Esports, they've obviously made their penultimate pits already. Mitchell are back in the car. 75 seconds is the gap to Jasinski there and Seawolf, who are yet to make their penultimate pit stop. So they are going much, much further. And when we get to that final pit stop time, they're going to be saving, of course, a lot of time. So this gap could be quite crucial as well, because obviously for Burst they're being a bit risky with the likes of the Code 80 as well. If it comes at the right time, Jasinski and co are going to be getting a bit of a free pit stop, such as the gap between them as well. This is looking good if it's a clean race to the end for Burst, but there's certainly potential here actually for Seawolf to nick this race should circumstances work in their favour. Yeah,
working in their favour, as you said, but the final pit stop, well, I think they were still due about 2 more pit stops from each of these DPIs, aren't we?
Yeah, well, Burst have already made that one, so they still have 1 stop left. Jasinski were waiting for him to make that stop, which will put him back behind the number 1 car, or pretty much close to him. Anyways, one of the cars going off there. I think it's one of the Simfring cars, potentially LMP2s going off. But yeah, as it looks so far with the pit stop time, with 2 stints left, there's probably a tyre change as well. It looks like Seawolf will jump back into that 2nd place. But the important factor is going to be, because they're going so much further, when we get to the next pit stop, they're probably only going to be taking maybe sort of half a tank, 3/4 of a tank, whereas Burst will be a lot nearer to a full tank.
Yeah, a lot nearer to a full tank, as you said, which of course makes them a bit slower at the beginning of the stint as well, because they've got more weight to throw around the circuit, and generally that just makes them slower through this final part of the race.
Yeah, the fuel weight is certainly quite an important factor, especially in that final stint where they'll be on used tyres. If you're on used tyres with full tank, of course, that's going to be even worse, like with a snowball effect, than if you're on half a tank on used tyres, because the used tyres obviously have that little bit less grip. So if you put more load into them, it'll just snowball the fact that they are used around here. But of course, that is going to be an important factor. But still, an hour and 10 minutes to go. But I would be surprised if we do see this Seawolf car coming into the pit lane fairly shortly. I think maybe 1 or 2 more laps by my calculations. I think about 7 laps after Burst last time, and I think we're on lap 6 of that now. So maybe 1 or 2 more laps for Seawolf still.
Yeah, not too much time to go for that Seawolf number 6 car. 73 seconds, 74 seconds the gap. Obviously that will reduce a lot when this number 6 car comes into the pits. This GT traffic ahead, we've got to be careful of though, navigate it well, and coming out of turn 2 up towards turn 3, around the outside of both of them, and really there you can just see how much of a performance difference there is between the DPIs and the GT cars.
Yeah, literally just driving around them is pretty crazy, and that's one thing that I really wanted for this season, actually, compared to last season. The gaps between the classes were a lot closer. So this season, the DPI is quite a bit faster than it was last season. A lot better brakes, has reduced weight as well in the car. And then from that, also the LMP2 has had a bit of a power boost from, and I think a weight reduction from last season's specification as well. So that has then pulled the LMP2s away. So all the 3 classes have spread out away from each other. So it just gives that extra 2 seconds lap difference, which makes it so much easier to race around a tight circuit like this, because the DPIs can, at points, literally just drive past the GTs as if they were never there.
Yeah, and that really just goes to show how much of a difference, as we were saying, there is between the classes. And again, you can see this number 6 car just driving around the outside of the GT before, well, it's actually in the braking zone for turn 3. And it's so incredible just to see how agile these DPIs are as well. A little bit of 3-wide action there with the P2 and the GT. Will that be inside the GT at turn 5 as well? So, yes, well, of course, driving these DPIs is quite a bit of an art, isn't it, in order to be able to navigate all this traffic and not lose any time.
Yeah, it's a great improvement from the sort of the base car as such that we had last season. It's just so much more nimble now, and it's a lot more almost like an open wheel car. It is so fast and so much grip, and you have to be on the limit. Because it's so fast, you can't back out because you just lose so much potential speed from that, because it's so capable, and it's really turned it into this awesome formula. I myself, I only drove in the first race in Monza so far for the Burst number 1 car, but we'll see what happens with that. But just in that race alone just proved just how much of an improvement it was before, because before it was a bit sluggish and it wasn't as good at braking, so it's harder to get past the GT cars because you basically had longer braking zones and stuff like that, whereas now you can literally just do what you want in the traffic, and it makes it in some ways a lot easier to get past. But of course the speed difference is so high that awkward situations can happen, like we've seen a few times this race.
Yeah, and you just have to wait a little bit, especially if you are in the faster class, because as we've said, and who's this?
We've had a DNF. This is the Simfring car, the 34. Varconi there has DNF'd from the race. Didn't see how it happened, but they are back into the pit lane, and unfortunately seem to be out of this race for now.
for now, but of course we've seen a few times, well, let me start that again, you are able to get back out on the circuit. But yes, having a look now, Ruben Correa-Alves in the Scuderia Leone car, 4th position in the GT class, trying to get on that podium, just 1.8 seconds between them and that podium though. Jelle Binsbergen though, that Jean Alesi car, is going to defend as much as possible though.
Yeah, of course, want to look up and down the categories, and there is, I think it's Basto letting Alves past to get up into the track position, put another lap on him, and Binsberger there 2 seconds up the road, and it's great to see all the different actually manufacturers of this GT. There's Porsche there, and then obviously got the C8 Corvette. And then, of course, we've got the Ferrari a bit further up the road as well. So loads of different manufacturers. And, of course, we've got the Aston Martin with the Madness E-Stars up in that 2nd place currently as well. So, yeah, great to see that the chassis are remaining pretty similar. But as it stands out, there's just a little bit further off Binsbergen for that 3rd and 4th battle.
Indeed, as we continue to have a look at this battle currently across the crest of the hill, through turn 1 and down towards turn 2, that gap extending a little bit up to 2.5 seconds now, mainly because Alves there, I think, just had to let this traffic through, well, the traffic that Binsberg is about to get through, and there is that stop for that number 6 car.
And that is quite a bit after. It's at something like 5th, because I think Hoyer was around 1 hour 20 remaining, so about 15 minutes.
It's a big gap, isn't it?
Yeah, so that is a way bigger gap than I remembered off the top of my head. So that's a lot of laps. That is a lot of laps. There's going to be a lot less fuel in that car. So let's see what the gap is. We'll have to obviously wait for Hoyer to come all the way around. He is coming up to the corkscrew now. And only 10 seconds behind is Valet Esports as well. So Vince has done a great job. And this isn't over for Burst Esport. They haven't got this one in the bag just yet. There are 2 cars, Seawolf and Valet, chasing them down as we get towards 1 hour to go. And the different strategies are coming together. Let's see what happens to Varcone.
So coming up through over the crest here through turn 1, coming down braking for turn 2. Is it 2 wheels in the grass? No. The traffic going by, GT traffic also going by, and just loses power.
I don't know. Just going very slowly.
Is it complete fuel saving mode? Did Zoltan miss the pits?
He might have missed the pits, I guess, because, yeah, it looks like 4th gear not accelerating. You might be right. Might have been. I know it's accelerating there again. Maybe some sort of hardware issue not allowing him to go at full speed, but that is a very, very weird situation, I would say. Very intriguing one as we come back.
Yeah.
And as Seawolf have made their pit stop, they've actually dropped down into 3rd place as well. Valet have shown some good speed as Vince has got back in the car. And actually, Fabian Ballet I don't think had the best strategy, didn't have the best lap speed, but now Vince has got back in and they've got themselves up into 2nd place. So Seawolf now down into 3rd place, and they've also got Lorenzo Risi coming on the back of them. So all of a sudden, we've really got a 4-way battle with 1 hour to go and just about 20-30 seconds separating the 4 of them. So less than half a lap, really about a quarter of a lap after 5 hours of racing. So this DPR battle is certainly not over.
Yes, certainly not over. Still over 60 minutes to go and one more stop for all of them. But as you were saying, the DPIs, I think Mitchie Hoy in this burst car, its final stop has got to be pretty much a full service, or at least pretty much a fuel tank of fuel, doesn't it? If they're saying about, well, these cars can only do like 40 to 45 minutes on tank, can't they?
Yeah, they've been doing about 45-50 minutes. They stop with 1 hour and 20 left, which would leave probably about half an hour, maybe 35 minutes. So yeah, they probably have about 2/3 of a tank to take at their final stop. But then if we did see about 10-15 minutes as Seawolf went, that meant that Seawolf would have basically half of that. So they probably only have about, maybe 1/3 or so of a tank to take. So there's going to be a decent amount of fuel discrepancy between the two. But Seawolf are quite a bit behind. I mean, they're 30 seconds off the lead. I don't think they're going to save 30 seconds, considering a full tank is only about 37. I don't think they're going to save enough fuel. So as it stands, I think Burst have got them covered on that one, and it's now just going to be a race on pure pace. But of course, Seawolf will be even quicker at the end because when they get onto their used tyres, they will have a lot less fuel starting the stint on the used tyres.
Yeah, it's going to be very interesting to see how this strategy plays out, and it is going to come down to the final few minutes as we're still having a look here at Michi Hoya. It's 7.5 seconds, that gap to Janssen Binz in this Valley Esports car. Binz has been very, very fast since they got into this car. As I was going to say, that's going to be another incident sector 3, but as you were saying earlier, quick yellow probably suggests someone coming to the pits. Indeed, that was the 43 car. But just having a quick look at how we've seen people enter the pits, it's a very, very awkward pit entry, isn't it? Because you've got this kink to the right, and then this incredibly tight corner because it's on the inside of the last.
Yeah, I hope you saw the Roman Grosjean memes come around a couple of years ago where he crashed. Well, it was ironically, it wasn't in an IndyCar. It was in a Honda Civic coming into that corner. It's literally a hairpin, as you say. It's on the inside of the final. Oh wow!
Oh,
massive
that's
evasive action there from Hoya.
That's a good question. Well, no, that's technically part of the racing surface. That would count as a cut track, would it?
I don't know what the specific rules are there, to be honest, but in terms of avoiding a crash, definitely probably the safest thing to do in that regard. But there was just huge overspeed at that point of the track. As we hit 1 hour remaining, so 5 have gone here for the 6 hours of Laguna Seca, round 3 of VEC season 15. For 2022, the final race of 2022, and it's certainly been a very entertaining race so far. As it stands, Michi Hoya is leading the way, but he's being chased down by Janssen Binz. He's gone down to under 6 seconds now, and I think Hoya's starting to feel this, which is why he's taking those risks.
Yeah, taking those risks. They're just trying to push on a little bit and trying to make sure that Michi has enough of a gap in order to, well, essentially cover this final stop, as you were saying before. Having a look here at this, having a look here at this Go Team car. This is the car in the lead. This is the Michael Leroux in the 37 car. Eventually he'll be released from that stop, and here is that Valley Esports car. So Janssen Binz coming in for that second to last stop, which means that Binz's last stop will be even shorter.
Yeah, that is something that I had mistaken, but let's see here. Hoya coming over, goes over the inside there to avoid that one, certainly coming in very fast. So yeah, okay, this was something that I had missed. I didn't realize the Valley still owed the stop, so okay, this makes more sense now. So they are now basically going to be a pit stop behind in actual, as it's going to work out, because they also have one stop to go, such as Seawolf and Burst, and I believe Simfreem as well. So Valley have actually lost out in that one, although they have been showing good pace. So let's see if they can try and chase that one down in the final hour. But certainly, I don't think the strategy has been right for that Valley car today.
No, this final stop's going to be about 15 minutes, I think, for this Valley car, which is an incredibly short stop. But what particularly helped, but 26 seconds to make up to the Simfreem car, and no matter how much fuel you put in or how much little fuel you put in, 26 seconds you're not really going to make up.
Yeah, I wonder if they were actually saving fuel at that point with Fabien Ballet to try and
make it one stop less.
Yeah, make it one stop less, but I think the longest we've seen is about 50 minutes for the DPI, so I think they might be about 5 laps short.
Yeah, 5 or 6 laps they need to save, and that is a lot of fuel to not use.
And if they start saving that now, I think if they try and make this go 57 minutes on the tank, I think they will lose more time than if they just pushed and then made the splash and dash at the end, which will only probably be about 10 minutes of fuel. So I do think they probably did try and make that one stop less, but I don't think it has worked out for them, which is a bit of a shame in terms of the battle for the podium. But I think now if they just push hard, do the splash and dash like everyone else, they can have such a shorter pit stop, they'll probably gain another 10 seconds or so. So that's still 18 seconds to catch Simfreem, so unlikely, but they've got an hour to do it, so let's see what happens.
Yeah, 18 seconds in an hour, this is what going to be about. Got to be about 3.5 tenths a lap. They've got to be faster from there until the end, isn't it?
Yeah, it's going to be weird strategy today for Valle, but it's always good when someone tries something different, because you never know how it's going to work out, and if you get a code 80 at the right time, it can potentially work in your favor, especially when you stay out longer, because then you have the track position to then fall back into and have a shorter pit stop. So it's not always a bad choice. I just don't see it as it stands yet because I think even if they go to the end, they will just lose too much time.
Yeah, I kind of agree with you on this point. 26 seconds the gap, as we were saying. The gap for that final podium position in the GT class, though, still 1.5 seconds or so. John Lacey, that yellow Binsberg, and that John Lacey car trying to defend that final GT podium position from Ruben. No, it's actually been swapped. Excuse me, I should get my glasses out. So Correa Alves has actually managed to get past Binsberg.
Yeah, he has, and Scuderia Leone there getting onto the podium. As it stands, that would be a very nice result for them, because I'm just trying to see where they are in the standings. They're quite far down, 11th in the standings. So a podium finish for them would be a very impressive result, and I'm sure they'll be very happy with that. Sean Lacey sitting in 4th place, both on the track and in the standings before this race. So they'll actually be wanting to try and close that down, because they're already, before the race, 29 points off the lead to VanEeDRacing.com. So they're going to be getting a few points back to them, but certainly that isn't the result they would have wanted in a race where Need Racing are struggling.
No, indeed, as you said. But yes, but Binsberger trying to take back that 3rd position, and well, that gap is closing a little bit. 9/10 of a second now as this prototype goes round the inside, coming up towards turn 6 and accelerating up the hill. I think that prototype shouldn't actually prove too much of a burden to Correa Alves, because they'll get past before the corkscrew, and indeed you can see there, well, a little bit of slide there actually from Alves.
Yeah, definitely sort of the way that you want to do it, because you don't have much control of the front end, and also going a bit wide. There's again I believe that's Ricky Monsters in behind the number 8 in that 8th position in the DPI category, coming past in towards the final corner as we are really getting into darkness now. Sun is getting very, very low in the sky, and going down behind the hills in California as the 52 machine has
What's
gone
a long way
around.
off circuit?
That is Dennis Doon. Oh, is that his wheel?
Yep, I think
it's
that
not.
does belong. Yep, it's the front left is gone.
And this could be quite crucial if we get a code 80 and into how the pit stops are going to work out.
There we
Because
go.
this is too far for the DPIs, I think, to get to the end.
But this could help the Valley. Well, there we go. This could help the Valley car if they're hoping to do it on one less stop.
Yeah, and the number 1 car I'm seeing has just gone past the pit lane, so they can't make progress of it. But the number 14, Colin Spork, is
Second
coming
and
in.
third. Yep, look at all these P2s coming in.
Yeah, all the P2s as well. So that is going to be a big bonus for these guys. Andrea Terzi and Guillermo Mas are in, and to Splash and Dash and Prosciutto, I don't believe was at the right part of the track to make that work. No, he was too far around the track. So that could actually be a game, potentially, because of where... so when it's code 80, everyone's going 80, but also the pit lane's on the inside, so it's slightly less meters, so you gain potentially a couple of tenths from that. So you only lose the actual time that you stop for. But obviously, 10 seconds at 80 kilometers an hour isn't much distance. So you can really get a free pit stop now, and even if that means you still need to pit at the end, like these guys will, that just makes your stop even shorter again. So this could potentially be a very big move for the guys who came in. We had Mergely also come in as we get to green flag racing for the final 52 minutes of the race here in Laguna Seca. And how is that going to turn out when we get to the final pit stops? We will have to see, as the number 47 is now leading in the LMP2 category, having stayed out at that time. Guillermo Mas there, the 37, drops back behind their sister teammate, but saves some time there, and
The
will
46
that
has
work
gone
out?
off. This is what this yellow in sector 2 for. It's the 46 car at the exit of turn 5. That's a long, long way off Serge Bacher.
And that is a weird place to do it as well. On the inside of the corner, must have lost the rear or something coming out of that left-handed corner of turn 5 just before. And as we come up the hill, let's see if they've got any damage. But once again, this is another car that has just been in the walls today and just had so many little incidents that have just really added up.
Yeah, a lot of little incidents, as you said, adding up throughout the course of the 5 hours and 10 minutes we've had so far here at Laguna Seca. 47 seconds to get into the top 10 as we're having a look at replay. This is what happened lost it pretty much on the apex, actually.
Yeah, that's a weird one. I wonder if that's maybe the tyres starting to give up, or maybe they just got a bit cool during the Code 80.
Yeah.
That's a very weird one indeed, because it's such a loaded corner. It's weird for the rear end to go light like that, unless there was some weird throttle or brake inputs, maybe just holding the brake a bit too long and putting the load on the front. I don't know, but it's weird because, yeah, I said you're sort of loading up. So when you're loading up the rear end like that, unless you actually smash the throttle, it's hard to go for a spin. Bit of a weird one, but he is continuing there in 11th place.
Yeah, continuing in 11th place, as you said, 47 seconds, as it was previously, to get to that top 10, this Brittle car, and managed to navigate turn 5 that time round. Having a look at Vojta Polesny, this Juices car, a good half a minute ahead of Jimmy Nussel and the Miradnos Racing number 4. Is there another yellow in sector 1? Oh, there's 2 cars off at the exit of turn 1, so 47 and the 51. The 51 being the Romano Motorsport car. In 5th, it was battling with Yeli Binsberg, and earlier Binsberg has gone through.
Is that one of the Go Team cars? Is that? Yes, it is. That was the race leading
leader.
LMP2. Cosmo Prosciutto stayed out under that Code 80 when his teammate Pitt. We thought that might actually be working out for them. They got the track position, but now this is potentially going to be
more
another
damage
Code 80.
there. Yes, it was the 47. The 51 went off at turn 2, the hairpin. And with the no rear wing there, I'm wondering if 51 got to the back of the 47.
It might, but that is an interesting one to see GT in the back of a P2. But I mean, stranger things have happened. Could have been in the braking zone, as this 47 car is still really struggling. And as you say, it was the 51. Let's see how they're getting on. Carlos Basto, I think, is that, yeah, definitely wiggling as well. So lots of action happening here in the final stages of this race. And Go Team, they almost had a rock solid 1-2, and this might just turn into a 1, which is still good. But unfortunately, it's not going to be what they wanted.
That's one of the advertising banners taking a little bit of a spin. Oh, directly across the front and in the middle of the circuit now, getting punted by a GT car and then disappearing.
Yeah, fortunately, the adverts went out of the way of the racing line.
Collapsed. Yeah.
But, oh, actually, the Valet car's hitting one of the boards in the background as well. But that is such a shame for Cosmo and his team in the 47 car. As we see, Seawolf and Lorenzo Risi for Simframe come into the pit lane, whereas Burst have stayed out. Is that the wrong call, or were they at the wrong part of the track? Very tricky situation. I think the number 1 car was actually, yeah, looking at where they would have been too far around the track. So is that going to hinder this final pit stop sequence? Because when we see the time left, I believe that Kitao and Arisi will be able to get to the end of the race from here, but Michi Hoyer will need to make a pit stop. So this, all of a sudden, because of a Code 80, I did mention it about half an hour ago, Burst were looking good if it was green to the end, but a Code 80 at the wrong time could hinder them, and this could be the one, unless they can splash and dash within whatever the gap is when they get back up to racing speed.
Yeah, splash and dash, if it happens, oh, it's going to be very interesting. Look at how close is this GT car to the back of Jan Kitao?
Well, close enough, because under Code 80, everyone's going the same speed. So the way you go quicker is by doing less distance. So trying to take the shortest line is the best way to do so. As you come back to Green Flag Racing, let's see how this gap unfolds. It's Korzari there, the number 21. Simframe DPI, currently in that 4th place, has got a penalty, so that is huge potentially for that top 4 battle as well, because that is going to take him away from 3rd place and Janssen Bintz, who holds onto it at the moment. And that is going to be a bit of a game changer for them, as there's only 5 seconds between them. Bintz holding on to that 3rd place. They just made the pit stop as well to try and save time, and unfortunately that has turned into losing time with a penalty. I didn't see how they got that. Maybe it was exiting the pit lane, speeding. We'll have to try and see, but certainly not what they would have wanted. And as it's sped up again, it looks like it's 34 seconds for Burst Esports there, and that is going to be the important factor when we get to that splash and dash, because I do believe Seawolf now will be going to the end of the race.
Yeah, indeed, a big change in this top 4 battle. as you said, because of that penalty, the 21 car has, and Jan Katau here 30 seconds ahead of Janssen Pins. And as you were saying, I think this Valley Esports car can also make it to the end, because they could have 57 minutes to go, a couple of good areas. Might be a little bit pushing it. They still might need to do a little bit of fuel saving, but I think it is far less treacherous to get to the end than it was before.
Yeah, this is going to be an important fuel calculation for Burst, because they need to get that right to not over fuel it and lose potentially maybe 5 seconds that they don't need to lose as we come back to this battle for third place in the GT category, as nightfall really has fallen here on the west coast of the United States in California, and we are seeing Jelle Binsbergen get towards the back of Ruben Correa-Alves. Once again, has got the Black Hawk car there in the way of that battle. We'll be getting out, I'm sure, with potential blue flags there for that battle, which is 1 second for third place here in GT. So still loads of close battles in the final 45 minutes of this race.
Yeah, a lot of close battles as we are edging towards the checkered flag. Ruben Correa-Alves is managed to get actually back. Oh no, it's a Random Motorsports car, excuse me. So Ruben Correa-Alves still battling Jelle Binsbergen, the Jean Lacy car. You could just see that sky blue car in the bottom of screen in that previous shot, managing to stay ahead for now about 1.5 seconds, just under a second now actually. So this gap extending and contracting, just depending on how much traffic they have. And look at this traffic jam at the corkscrew.
Yeah, it comes around every few laps. So many cars just bottleneck and meet into each other, but certainly the gap has spread out a little bit over the course of the last lap. Also, the way the traffic has worked, Binsbergen losing some time in that battle, and unfortunately that is scuppered, that one. So has, of course, Cosmo Prosciutto still in that pit lane, and that is going to be a long wait. They were looking at a solid podium and if not a race victory, but now they're going to be really struggling. And so has another car who's had a few struggles this race, Timotej Andonovski there, back in the RHE, but 5th place for them as well. This race has really, for multiple reasons, turned almost every category on its head in terms of the standings.
Yeah, as you said, turning every category on its head. It's going to be very, very exciting what's going to happen for the rest of the season as it stands. If it continues to be as, we wouldn't quite say unpredictable as it is now, but of course it lends to some exciting championship permutations, doesn't it? But having a look here, Jelle Binsbergen is still holding on to that position as the Scuderia Leone cars actually came into the pits for its final stop.
Absolutely, final stop, I should say, coming in, because we are now 43 minutes to the end. So I believe pretty much every category now, if they pit now, they can get to the end, because even the LMB2s should just about be able to do that if they had to. So it's definitely coming to final pit stop time. We've got another car in the pit lane. That was our Pulli Alhonen just leaving the pit lane. They've had a few wars as well today in that 7th place, as well as we've got Dennis Duna still in the pit lane after losing his wheel as well. So yeah, no, it's certainly been a race of incidents, hasn't it? But it's still great to see there's only been 2 DNFs since we started the race.
Yeah, indeed. So it's been incredible lack of attrition here at Laguna Seca, despite how short, fast and furious it is. Having a look here at Richie Hoy in this number 1 car, 43 seconds out of Jan Katau in that Sea Wolf Net Race car. 42 minutes to go. So what's this, about 30 or so laps for Richie Hoy until the end of the race, and 42 seconds that gap to hold as it stands.
Funny that you say 30 odd laps. We talked with Ewan O'Leary a bit earlier about getting to the 300 lap mark. We are at 268 laps completed for the leader, so we're on 269, and that means we've got 31 laps to go, which to get to the 300. And as you say, there's about 30 something laps left for Hoy, so we might just get into that 300 lap barrier, which would be potentially a record in a 6-hour race, at least in the VEC, due to the short nature of the track here at Laguna Seca. The laps just absolutely flying by, especially these DPIs with how fast they are.
Yeah, incredibly fast. I'm just wondering, perhaps when we perhaps might have done Road Atlanta or Interlagos in the past, Because these are also very short and fast circuits, aren't they? So just wondering if either of those might have gone more laps and counted, of course, within 6 hours.
Yeah, I think this one is certainly faster because I think Intarcus is more near a sort of 1 minute 30. 1 minute 25 means we've got another car off. Who is
43
that? The 43. Wow, so many cars going off over the course of this race. It's Voitala, massive spin there, still facing the wrong way on the exit as that turn 6 up the hill.
Yeah, it's the left-handed kink halfway up the hill just before you get to the corkscrew. Yeah, indeed, and that's a long way off actually, isn't it?
And it's weird he hasn't actually tried to get going. I mean, it's been quite a long way there. Still yellow flags out, just making sure, yeah, there's no one else. This is still the yellow flags for Voitala, and I guess there's some sort of hardware failure or something like that for the fact that he is still sitting there off the track.
Yeah, and I think that probably is a hardware failure, as you were saying, because there appears to be no attempt there, or you maybe need to actually blip down the engine by a gear. Perhaps it's a blown engine.
Yeah, it might be. Normally, if it's sort of a catastrophic engine fail, you will see fire come out. But Voitala has DNF'd actually as we go into the final 40 minutes. He has DNF'd. But yeah, normally you will see fire if he's sort of like over-revved the engine as such. So I don't know what's happened there. But Voitala makes it a third retirement to go with Seawolf GTE and then the Simframe LMP2 and now the Butler Powell LMP2 as well to join that list.
Yeah, but just a few cars, as you said. I think DNF from this race as it stands, and look at all those sparks coming out from that Go Team car.
Yeah, it's great to see in the nighttime. The sparks, they've been around for maybe 6 months or so now in rFactor 2 with some updates coming the way of rFactor 2 in recent years. Really, just pushing forward what is possible with the game, and it's great to see. Especially the nighttime racing is just looking so good. You're getting the sparks, as you say, especially under like the braking, under the bumps, where you get the skid pan going off off the ground and just making the sparks. Definitely looks good under the headlights.
Yeah, it looks very good, as you said, in this nighttime racing. Good en masse now in this Go Team car. 36 seconds the lead to protect for the final 38 minutes of the race, coming through turn 5, heading up towards the hill towards turn 6. And if you just have a look at that sky though, it doesn't appear dark.
Yes, certainly hasn't dropped exactly behind the hills yet, and you can just see some ambient light of the cars, but it does look like there's minimal, if none at all, floodlights around this track. So once it gets completely dark, it will be a little bit harder to identify the car exactly. But you do see the lit number plates on the side, which is the position of the car, and they do have their own color for each class as well, so you can keep an eye on that as we get into the night in these races, as we often do. We generally end the last sort of hour or two in the dark, and it's a great way to finish the race.
Yeah, always a fantastic way to finish the race, as you said. Of course, we're going to get quite a bit of arguments next time out at Daytona, aren't we?
Daytona, yeah, and obviously being a 12-hour race, they're more nighttime, and still being in February, I believe it is, we're doing that race.
Yep,
so still
11th,
very much in the winter with shorter days as well. So I do think there'll be a lot of floodlit racing. Of course, the infield is slightly less lit, but especially on the banking, there'll be plenty of lights. And that's going to be a massive spectacle as well, seeing the cars on the high banks of Daytona overtaking each other. It's going to be, a great way to start 2023.
Yes, it's going to be fantastic to see, as you say. And perhaps going to get perhaps a few sparks there on the around the oval as well.
Absolutely. So this is getting very interesting to towards the end of this race, and obviously ending 2022 for the VEC Championship, as we're seeing go mass there for Go Team Racing. Getting towards what we believe is going to be the first race victory for Go Team Racing, if they can hold on. But they do have last year's champions, if I'm not mistaken, as well. Simframe coming up behind them. 35 seconds is the gap, though, so it looks like they're going to be able to hold on to that with 36.5 minutes left. We'll also go down to the GT, just to remind you of what is happening there. Juice's Motorsport Club leading the way by 40 seconds to Jimmy Nisler. and I believe from their strategy, they would have made their final pit stop by this time as well. So that is looking good for Juices in that number 74.
Yeah, looking very good for that number 74 car. That gap's actually extended a little bit now, hasn't it? 41 seconds. I think it has. The last time that we saw it, or that could just also be my imagination. Who knows?
Yes, potentially. But yeah, also think for this 74 car. I believe this car, I don't know if it was the lead, I think it was the lead actually that it got taken out from in Monza. So definitely a very sort of redemption race for them if they can get the race victory here, because we know they've had the pace, just maybe not the luck in some situations. So if they can do, because they've done a great strategy today, pitting on the hour every hour, so basically taking less fuel each stint, and it seems to be working.
Yeah, it seems to be working for now, at least 35 minutes to make that work eventually and take that checkered flag. But Vojta in this Jesus Motorsport Club car doing a very, very good job down the... Oh, you can almost see it take off halfway down through the corkscrew there, can't you? Just before the compression.
Yeah, they really sort of go loose and fly almost over. It's such a steep drop down there as well. It's a really... Yeah, it really is a crazy corner. There isn't really one like it, which is why it's so famous. And you were saying earlier, Neil, he thinks that corner really makes this track as well. I mean, I do like just the fast-flowing nature of it in general, but as I'm sure you probably agree, the corkscrew is just such a big reason to keep coming back to this track.
Yeah, indeed, a fantastic track to go around, and one of the iconic tracks. You are indeed completely correct there. That's the car in 5th position in the LMP2 class, just heading up the inside of Vojta Plesny, then a further prototype heading up towards the inside at turn 4, and then coming up towards turn 5, this fast left-hander, down a couple of gears perhaps, and but you've actually a lot of medium speed corners here, really 3, 4, 5 and 6, and then coming out the corkscrew, the third to last and second to last corners are also all pretty medium speed corners.
Yeah, it's an amazing venue to come racing, and it's quite crazy actually to come multi-class racing here. Obviously IMSA Real Life come here as well. They only do the 2-hour 45-minute race here, if I'm not mistaken, so they don't come for the 6-hour length that we do. But certainly it's a very it's possible, but it's a very tricky track, and you have to respect it. And I think what we've seen today, with the fact that we've only had well, it actually looks like we've only had 2 DNFs. It looks like Vojtala is actually going to be going back out. So we've only had 2 DNFs over the course of 5.5 hours around such a tricky track. Just shows you that the drivers, of course, you've seen incidents, but we haven't seen anything too catastrophic. So that just shows you, if you give it respect, you can have a good race there. And most tracks will be raceable. Obviously, you wouldn't want to go to the likes of Monaco in an endurance race, but certainly the tighter tracks like this are possible.
Yeah, it is entirely possible, as you said, and just having a look at the rest of the schedule, of course, as we say, Daytona the next race, then Road America, which is again a very fast, very wide flowing circuit, and then Road Atlanta for race 6 on the 8th of April. Now that could also be a little interesting, because Road Atlanta coming up the S's up the hill, and essentially coming down towards the final part, then the rise and then the fall of the last corner, that could also be cause a little bit of trouble.
Yeah, we did see the last time we raced there in VLMS, I think season 10 maybe. It was quite a bit of carnage. Bernd Schmidt, the race director on that day, got pretty fed up with the amount of good 80s that we had.
Fed up, yep.
That time, and that was also just 2 classes. That was P2s and GTs, whereas of course this year we have the DPIs as well. So it's going to be a very interesting race when we get to Road Atlanta. As you say, such a tight section through the S's. I wonder if that will end up being a full race orange zone as well, with the double penalties, because it's so tight. We've seen the Valley car dive it down the inside there of the Ramada car, third place in DPIs, and you can't really do that around some corners at Road Atlanta.
Yeah, yeah. Well, no, you can. It does not end well.
That is true. There's certainly a lot of risk that needs to be taken. And to be honest, it's only really that section of the track. The rest of it isn't so bad, but it's really just that sort of sector 1 part of the track where it's so tight and so blind that it just needs some respect. And I think it will be fine, as we've seen today. As bursts come in, actually, this is an important factor. It was about 52 seconds, I think I saw it go up to Seawolf. So is their pit stop going to be short enough that they get out ahead of Jan Katau? They were actually making up some good time though, so I think Katau is saving fuel a little bit, potentially to get to the end. But are they going to come out in the lead, or is Jan Katau going to snatch this track position as he comes round through the final corner?
Yeah, coming through the final corner, accelerating hard out of the hairpin and doesn't actually get it. Comes Hoya out of the pits. You've got to be very careful because your tire cooled down, which is stationary for a while, and that pit exit is very, very tight. Good to see what the gap is going to be. Perhaps as we come through the straight between turns 4 and 5. Rears have stabilised here. 8 seconds, 8.5 seconds the gap.
Yeah, that was a very good stint from Michi Hoya after the Code 80 because, as I said, the gap I think was about 52 seconds when they came into the pit lane, but when the Code 80 finished, it was about, I think, 38. So he gained 14 seconds there. Had he not done that, he would have been behind that Seawolf car. So that was a massive stint from Hoya to gain those extra 10 or so seconds and really just confirm their place there at the front. But still half an hour to go, and I think the only issue for Seawolf now is by their pace. I do think either Katau is slightly slower than Jasinski, or they were just saving a little bit of fuel to make sure they get to the end. And if so, they're going to have to continue saving fuel, and that is going to be a struggle. But it's now under 7 seconds, so it's not over, but Burst certainly in a better position than they looked about 20 minutes ago.
Yeah, as you said, that situation is slightly improving as we head in towards the last half hour of the race. 7.1 seconds, 7.2 seconds, so Michi just losing a little bit of time as the tyres get back up to temperature after being stationary there. But yes, Jan Katau, 7.5 seconds to make up in 29 minutes.
Indeed. It's going to be a tight battle, I would say, towards the end, as we've seen a few small moments change the factor of this race so far already. But as it stands, it is Burst from Seawolf, from Valet, and then we just touched on it, but just to confirm, Korozari did get a penalty during that Code 80 period as well, which is why he's dropped further back from Janssen Bintz. They've actually done such a good job, Sinfreen, to come back from a poor start in this race and really battling for that podium. We were mentioning it was 4 cars within sort of 28 seconds for the lead, but that has just spread out quite a bit over the course of the last hour, and that penalty certainly didn't help your championship leaders.
Yeah, it certainly didn't help, as you said, but again, this is just something you've got to take with endurance racing. Sometimes things fall your way, and other times they don't.
Yes, endurance racing is something that's very, very weird indeed, with just how some of the races go. And of course, in a 6-hour race, there is certainly plenty of time for things to happen, but it's also not long enough in some ways for certain things and certain strategies to really work their way out. The strategy has worked out though for your GTE leader, Wojtek Polesny, and just to reiterate the strategy that they were doing, what we've seen from the GTEs this race was that they could go longer than 1 hour. So roughly LMP2's DPIs, they go around 45 minutes on a tank of fuel, whereas the GTEs are normally almost exactly an hour. So because of that, you want to pit exactly on the hour every hour, so you have 6 exact stints throughout the 6-hour race. But here today, we've seen that the fuel can go a lot longer. So maybe you could do 1 hour and 10 minutes. But what Juicers have done is they've done an hour each time. So they've under-fueled the cars, they've taken less fuel, which also means they're quicker at the early parts of each stint as well. So they've gone for the average speed rather than having just a shorter pit stop at the end.
Yeah.
So out of a whole 6-hour race, it's coming down to that final pit stop, which just shows you how a 6-hour race can be quite short sometimes, because that would only work because it's a 6-hour race. They wouldn't be able to do that. They wouldn't be able to gain enough time if it was only a 2-hour race, where there's only 1 pit stop. But because we have 5 pit stops, it's potentially working out for them.
Yeah, it's going to be incredible to see how it's going to play out. as you said, towards the end of the race, and I'm very, very much looking forward to it. As I said, 26 minutes to go here. But to Pelesny, that gap's still extending though. So this Juice Motorsport Club used to be the faster of the two cars.
Yes, certainly is. It seems to be just working out, and you can't sort of take anything away from that. They've obviously done the research, they've done the planning, and it's good to see that they've sort of figured out what is going to really get their championship back on target. 7th place as it stands, but some 31 points off needracing.com. So that's going to be a lot of points gained back as it stands, because of course Need Racing struggling a bit today, down in 10th place in class.
Still points available there though. I still think it's about 10 points or so actually available there. So still a few, 10 or 11. But of course, as you said, every point counts, especially when you only have this, this 8th race championship. It's going to be very interesting to see how that plays out, because of course when you have a championship so short, you're allowed maybe one bad race and still in the championship hunt, but then that's it. If you have a second one, you're most likely out of it.
Yeah, and 8 races is actually that nice sort of middle ground as well, in terms of being not too short but not too long either. But it's still a position where you don't really want to have a bad race, especially in the likes of sort of the official rFactor championships, with the likes of GT Pro, Formula Pro, etc. Even Le Mans Virtual, where it's only sort of 5 or 6 races in a championship. That makes it so difficult, because if you have one bad race, with the level of those competitions, it's so hard to get back from it. But in this series where we have 8, you have just that extra margin. And potentially that bad race could have been that one in Monza where 74 were really looking to take a victory that day. But if they can use this race to turn around their season, finish 2022 great, and then come out with a bang in Daytona and really challenge for that, I think that is going to put them as title contenders, because they still have enough time to come back from it.
Enough time to come back, as you said, and indeed that's probably their one bad race out of the way. That race at Monza, but we just got to wait and see, because we're not even halfway through the season, not in terms of races and not in terms of time being raced either. But Leslie, though, still extending that gap, 52 seconds. A very, very good job today by that GT Motorsport Club squad.
Insane that the gap is just increasing and increasing. As I said, I do believe that all the final pit stops in GT are done, from what we understand. So that certainly is, unfortunately the pit stop counter there is slightly wrong, because we had to slightly restart the overlay a bit later in the race. But yeah, certainly from what I understand, all the pit stops are done, and that gap is just on pure pace now. And Pelesny really showing the way in that 74 car. And of course, Pelesny as well, he's been around for quite a while, and he's raced a few different cars over the course of the past few seasons, and he was at Varga, when Varga were entered, and now they sort of Varga and Juicy sort of, I don't know if they merged as such, but they were working together for quite a while now. Pelesny's in that Juicy's car, and is also really pulling it forward. So great to see that we're getting that 74 car back at the front.
Indeed, the 74 car, this will be 75 points for them, and should actually almost catapult them up into 3rd or maybe even 2nd in the championship.
So important race for them.
From their current 7th position. So that just goes to show how close this GT championship is. Indeed, coming into this race, the gap between 2nd and 14th is 20 points.
Yes, so close indeed, and I do think it's actually quite good. The way that we've got the point system now, I think, has actually worked out really well. I believe it only used to be the top 10 that got points, or maybe top 15, but the fact that it sort of goes down a lot further and it sort of spreads out the points mean that the points for the top 10 also become a lot closer. So it's actually worked out really well for keeping the championship close, and the amount of times in the last couple of seasons where we've seen fights for the championship still going to Le Mans, even after I think last season we had 6 races, but the one before that we had 9 races, and we still saw championships coming down to Le Mans. It's so incredible to see just how close and how competitive this championship still is, even in season 15 of the VEC. We're still seeing the fact that these top teams are still competing so hard at the front.
And this is why we keep on coming back to speak words over it.
Indeed, and just looking through a couple of the leaders, we saw Leslie for quite a while in the lead of the GT, but now back to the LMP2s. They also have a fairly large lead, 27 seconds to Simframe LMP2, reigning champions there, and in the 36 car. Loving life there for Rick Van Oel, but not enough to close down. 21 minutes still remaining in this race, and Go Team, they are going to be absolutely loving this one with the number 37 machine as it stands, leading the way. 5th place in the standings, but only 13 points because the LMP2 battle is so close. So this is really going to be propelling them up towards the front. Unfortunately for them, Rick Van Oel in that 2nd place, they are leading the championship after that win last time out in Spa. So that is not going to be as many points they're going to be gaining, but certainly might push them up towards 2nd place in the championship.
Yeah, 2nd place in the championship, as you said. Of course, all the calculations will be done at the end of the race. I can't do them just now because I will get them wrong.
Commentators' maths, you know.
Commentators' math, always good. And quick kill on Sector 3 because someone probably just diving into the pits. I don't think it's the top 8 in any class though. No, it doesn't look like it. That gap for the lead in DPI is now only 6 seconds, under 6 seconds now. So that is slowly closing. 6 seconds in 20 minutes. Is it possible?
It is getting close indeed, isn't it? This is why I did say when they came out of the pit lane, it's looking better, but it's not over. We've seen gaps like this come down. That can very easily happen with some traffic here and there. And Catal, we did think he was maybe slowing down for some fuel saving, but I don't think that is the case anymore, as they are now, I should say, within 6 seconds. They're getting very close, and Seawolf have a chance at a race victory today, which I also don't believe they've taken in the Division 1. I have to go back and check last season. I know they were fighting, coming into Le Mans, fighting for that championship with Nita Velex and Bacolas Burst, but certainly they've had some good results, and this would be another one if they could get a victory today.
Trying to get that victory, as you said, and trying to get that 30 points, maybe a full 75 available, and yes, that will be a good boost to their championship opportunities should they be able to do that. This Burst esports car currently 4th in the championship, 22 behind the Simframe number 21, so not able to overcome that gap today, but certainly will put it in 3rd, and I don't think it'll put it into 2nd either, because this race clutch number 14 is in 6th, and they were 15 points behind now. I don't think there's 15 points difference between 1st and 6th.
Yeah, I tell you how, I wonder how much Nick De Silva is ruining his mistake coming out of turn 3. Easy to make, mind you, but certainly that crash for race clutch, so about 2 hours into the race, was such a big kicker. They lost so many laps from that, and coming into the race, just 7 points off the lead for the number 21 Simframe. 2nd place in the championship. They would really have loved to have won this race, considering Burst had 2 drive-through penalties. Simframe had a bad start to the race as well. It was a great opportunity for Race Clutch just to have a dominating victory today, but with how it's worked out, with them finishing down in 6th place, Burst in 1st, it's really going to get so close at the top of the DPI standings.
Yeah, getting so close. It's going to be very fun to see what it's going to be like before we get to Daytona in 8 weeks' time. Michi Hoya, that gap is now 5.5 seconds. It is closing, but I don't think it's closing quick enough.
Yeah, it's very, very tight.
Well, no, I say that. It was 6 seconds at 20 minutes, which means you need to get a second every, 3 1/3 minutes? So that's every 3 minutes 20. It's 16:40. If that gap is 5 seconds, it's of course for a collision course in the last lap.
Yes, oh god, it is getting close indeed between these two. Last lap, Hoyer was faster though by 4/10. He did an 8.6, Catal a 9.0. But as we mentioned plenty of times this race, traffic makes the lap times fluctuate a lot. So we could see the gap go down quite a bit and then come back up as the Visceral car there just completely getting out of the way, not wanting to get involved with this DPI battle at all. And we can't forget the fact of Valet sitting there in 3rd place. What a start to the season they are having as well. Currently sitting 5th place in the standings, almost really won the race last time, but got 3rd place. Again, fighting for the podium in Monza before a little accident scuppered them that time. But they're really showing like they're going to be fighting for the podiums at pretty much every race.
Yeah, indeed, and it's going to be so close. Not only this final 15 minutes or so, but also the championship. Indeed, Valet Esports, if I just quickly find the correct tab, there we go. Seawolf Netrace, Valet Esports, and Burst Esports were actually tied with points coming into this race. The 6-1 and the 2-2-3. So indeed, so close there at the top of the DPI standings. And here's Jan Katau, 16 seconds ahead of Janssen Vince. So Katau is fine, does not really need to look in the rearview mirror, just needs to focus ahead and try and chase down Hoyer.
Yeah, that's a very good point about how close the DPI standings are. From Seawolf in 3rd through Burst, Valet, Miranda Sea Stars, DX Royce, Satellite, Rookie Monsters and Wanaco down to 10th place. So all those 8 teams, there's only 8 points. From 123 down to 115 for Wanaco. So that just shows you how open this DPI standings are and how the championship is really going to go down. The only reason why Simframe have a bit of a jump at the front is because they got 1st and 2nd in the first 2 races, but they're going to be getting what looks like to be a 4th place here. So now they're starting to drop back, and it's just going to fluctuate and come back. And I just hope we see a championship battle going in all with us. A little bit close there. Finn's backed out of it on that one, but certainly I do hope it's a championship battle when we get to Le Mans in June, and it looks like it's going to be that way with how close the points are at this moment in time.
Yeah, so close to such an exciting championship already being cooked up here in season 15 of the VEC. Coming across the top of the hill, braking hard for the corkscrew now. Bince, that's a little bit too fast. I wouldn't be surprised if that's at least half a point.
Yeah, he's got to be counting them up. We've seen that car go over the corkscrew. I believe it was that car. We saw literally just straight lining the corkscrew as well. Just got to be careful, but as Neil says, you can sort of use the points a little bit to your advantage. Like if you've got one spare, you can sort of be, oh yeah, cheeky cut there. Oops. Sort of, looking with one eye. But because everyone obviously has that allocation, but then you've got to be careful, because what happens if you end up getting pushed off in traffic or something happens, and because of that one cheeky cut, you end up then going over your limit and you get a penalty. You can't really complain about it then. So hopefully...
Oh, sorry, go on.
I just heard chips. We hopefully will not see that from some of these teams. But Valet Esports certainly having, as I was mentioning earlier, a great start to the season. 17 seconds, I should say, off 2nd place. 20 seconds off the lead is not too bad after 6 hours of racing. Having said that, Burst did have the penalties, but I believe Valet also had 1 penalty as well. So it is really close at the front of this DPI field, and it's great to see, because of course the LMP2s and the GTs have spread out quite a bit more than the DPI category.
Indeed, look at this lead gap though, it's 4 seconds.
This is going to be tense.
It's closing down at the rate it needs to be.
Oh, it certainly is. Mitchell has got to be sweating a little bit now, so hopefully he can work this one out for the Burst team. But it's under 4 seconds. Seawolf getting there. You can just see Mitchie up the top of the screen actually coming towards turn 6. But having said that, there's a lot of cars in between them. So I wonder if Mitchie just lost some time with those GTs. We'll see how easily Seawolf gets through. And to be honest, that first one was nice and easy up towards the orange zone here of the corkscrew. But no incidents or anything like that. Getting past the DX droids quite nicely as well. But he does have, is that the race clutch? It seems like race clutch have always been behind one of these cars today since their incident and just going a few laps down. Yeah,
as you said, all it takes is a little bit of an incident, and this is what happens. 4.5 seconds the gap in the lead for the overall lead in the DPI. 12 minutes to go as Michi Hoya crossed the start-finish line. That makes it, about 8 laps or so? Maybe 9.
Yeah, maybe 9, maybe squeezing 10, depending on exactly where he is on the
circuit, yeah.
Because of course, when the timer hits 0, the next time the race leader, which in this case, as it stands, is Michi Hoy, as soon as he crosses the line, that is the race over. And then everyone following across the line then also finishes the race. So it's exactly where Michi Hoy is. So sometimes you can see a really close battle in the GTEs, but if Michi Hoy gets in between them and then crosses the line, Michi Hoy will finish it for that second driver in the battle. So it can be a very interesting
73 cars gone off at turn 5. This has been the Juicy Motorsport Club, the current championship leaders, I believe, in the GTE standings.
Yeah, actually,
sorry,
I think
third place, I should say, rather.
Yeah, I think third place, yeah. They've had a pretty solid start. Oh no, he's lost a rear wing!
Oh, that's the rear
Goes
wing's
around
gone.
again.
Yep.
Massive slide there for the 73. That is not how Juices would have wanted to finish. Is this going to be some sort of late Code 80, or will he be able to get back safely? Hopefully he can do that, but this is a sketchy part of the track. Pitch black up at the top of the hill. As we mentioned, no floodlights around here, just the headlights on your own machine, and just those little halos, the two little circles at the back as we are getting Sector 3. We're not getting a Code 80 because he is so close. P9 as it stands, and that is a sad way for Juices to end the race.
Yeah, it's sad. Hopefully we might be able to get a replay at some point what happened. This was at turn 5. We've seen a few incidents there so far today, haven't we?
We certainly have. It's been a race full of incidents, but fortunately the teams have been able to continue. And twice we have seen cars leave the race and then join back as well. We've only got 2 official DNFs with the number 34 and the number 75, although we did have P1 Esports actually not start the race as such, so a third car to DNS rather than DNF, as we hit 10 minutes to go here for the 6 hours of Laguna Seca, and just 5 seconds separate the top 2.
Yeah, just 5 seconds, a small mistake from Mitchie, and Seawolf is right there.
It certainly is. It's getting closer and closer, and this would be an amazing achievement for Seawolf. They put the challenge to the big boys of Cetrez, Nitavelix and Bicolor's Burst Esport last season, and they were really the only ones to challenge in the Division 1. Of course, this season is a lot closer, and they are still putting up the proof. Here's the replay.
As what happened to Schmira coming up towards turn 5, it looks like he's doing something by himself. Oh, a big snap right there and turn in, and not able to make it stop before the tyre barriers goes in rear end first. It was a big snap on turning though, wasn't it?
Yeah, we saw that with, was it Darius Andre, a bit slight, almost unlapping there from Race Catch, but not quite. Yeah, we saw, I think it was Darius Andre earlier. It's so weird to get at that part of the track, because as I was mentioning at the time, normally you're so loaded up there. It's a bit of a weird one to get so loose, but just making the car a bit uncomfortable on the entry.
91 car this time. This is the NeedRacing.com. The championship leaders in GTE has gone off at turn 6.
And that is not going to help their day. Already down in 10th place and having a bad day, and they don't want to be losing any more points.
33 has spun the bottom of the corkscrew. You'll just see this, perhaps.
Matteo Krupi, he's been twice since I've been on. He's been around at that corner, and there goes another time in 9th place. That car also having a very difficult day, but it's good to see that they are continuing to race, but certainly a very frustrating afternoon for Jean Alesi.
Yeah, not going well for that particular Jean Alesi car. Although it's still going to be on the podium in GTE, third position with that number 66 car, Jellybinsbergen, still at the wheel there. Yes, the LMP2 entry has not gone as well as it could have this weekend.
Oh, big hit there on the inside.
And sausage curb, yeah.
Literally what Michi Hoy did quite a few hours ago now. Fortunately, as still gone, I do not know how Michi Hoy was able to keep the speed in that car, but maybe they would be even faster and have won this race a bit more comfortably had they not had that damage. Who knows? Because that was a big hit. Just in a similar way there, as we see Matteo Krupi hit, just losing the rear end. We've seen that a few times as well, going light, basically turning too far left as well.
Just as we got away from that replay, it was that reverse back onto the apex. It looks a bit sketchy.
Yeah, got to be careful with those reverse. That's another thing that we've learned this race is about the rejoins as well. We just saw Valet there going into the pit lane. They had a splash and dash, which of course I forgot about again, but Valet there still doing a good job, still in third place, thanks to that drive-through penalty that Corazari had to do about an hour ago.
Yeah, indeed, and you always need to exploit every single opportunity you can. Here, but look at this gap now, it's up to 11 seconds. I think Kitau's had a little bit of a problem somewhere.
That's why I was just starting to think. It got down to about 3-4 seconds, didn't it? So that's a lot of time to lose. So surely a little half spin or just a little awkward moment in traffic going onto gravel maybe has happened for Seawolf, and that is a very difficult situation to come back from now, as they are 10.5 seconds away with just 6 minutes remaining. It's getting very close to the end of the race now, and I think that's probably going to be a stretch too far for Seawolf.
Yeah, going to be stretched too far unless Hoya also runs into a little bit of trouble towards the end of this race. But coming through the turn 2 now, accelerating now, Xian Kitao 11.5 seconds, and appears to be falling back actually, so it's perhaps a little bit of damage on that Seawolf car.
Yeah, potentially. Yeah, actually, that front left does look a little bit crinkled, but it's hard to see exactly because we've just got the headlights, which are obviously pointing towards us and not at the right angle to see. But certainly that has been not the... I mean, it's still going to get second place as it stands, but it's certainly not... No, they would have wanted to at least have a proper challenge for the lead. Seawolf have been performing for quite a few seasons now, and I'm sure they would have wanted to get a race victory, but maybe it will come later on this season.
Soon, hopefully.
Maybe. We'll see. It depends, obviously, how the races go. We saw Race Clutch having a difficult race today, Simframe as well. Not having the race that they would have wanted. So there's definitely a lot of opportunity. And Wanako, they just weren't really on the pace today either. 2 laps down in 5th place. So certainly a team that you would potentially want to look to fighting at least for that podium as well. So I do think this sort of 5-way, 6-way battle at the front of DPI is going to continue as the season progresses.
Yeah, as the season progresses, that Seawolf car will hopefully, as you were saying, get a victory. Having a look at where they are in the standings, we were talking about this before, they were tied 3rd coming in, 123 points. They will lose, of course, some points to Burst Esports, but they will gain versus Race Clutch and Simframe. So that battle at the top getting a little bit tighter in the DPI class.
Yes, going to be closing up, and of course, next time out, the 12 hours of Daytona. So a very long race. A lot of things can happen. Twice the length of this one. A bit more open, a bit more normal with the traffic management. But certainly something as we get another yellow flag. The 21 car, that is the Simframe car there. 4th place as it stands. And that is going to be just wasting, but sort of not helping their battle as it stands. They do have a big gap behind, but that just means they've now got even less chance of overtaking Valet.
Indeed, I made that about, 28, 29 seconds, that gap, so yeah.
Yeah, too much. Of course, if Valet had some sort of issue to the end, if it's sort of 10 seconds, you might be able to capitalise on it, but 30 seconds, just a little bit too much. As we're getting to 3.5 minutes to go, whereas Mitchell, he's coming up, I believe that's up towards the corkscrew, so it's going to be about 3 minutes. There's probably 3 laps to go at the line for all of these drivers and everyone following behind him. It's been a very interesting race for Burst, getting 2nd place with Scovron, losing the place to Valet at the start before we went into the penalty sequence at the start, and then they just managed to work their way back, and it's been a very good race since then from the Burst team.
Yeah, very good race since then. As you said, just keeping that gap consistent and keep pulling away in these final 15 minutes or so. Mitchie Hoy across the line with about 2 minutes 60 to go, so I make that about 3 laps to go because he doesn't have enough of a gap to slow down and make it one nice lap.
Yeah, and in his situation, you almost want to go that extra lap to try and force issues for other people who maybe didn't fuel up enough. As we're getting, is that a slow DPS? At the weight, that's a Simframe car, I should say. Up the inside goes Mitchie Hoy. I believe that's a Simframe car there. Sorry, struggling, probably had a bit of damage and just trying to limp it home in the final 2 minutes.
Yeah, just make it to the checkered flag as the 47 and the number 2 car, I think, have gone off at the corkscrew. The 47 being Gotin car that we saw have trouble earlier on, lose the rear wing, and number 2 being the DX Droids of Carlos Fernandez.
Yeah, that car hasn't had the final hour of the race that they would have wanted. Remember, this car, Cosmo Prosciutto, led the race after that Code 80, trying to make something work. potentially a 1-2 as well for Go Team, but not how they would have wanted this race to go. Laguna Seca has been action-packed, and it's pretty crazy actually how quick this 6-hour race has gone. To be honest, it's certainly flown by. From my point of view, the action has continued. Just really this final half hour of the race after that Code 80 really just sort of spread things out a little bit for some of these. The only battle that was really close in this final stint was that Seawolf and Burst battle, but as it stands, Seawolf now 16 seconds off the lead.
Indeed, this number 1 car is just coming out towards turn 6. It's a minute 8 to go, so it will indeed be 2 laps to go. Well, 1.5 laps to go now for the leader, so 2 laps for everyone else. And they're braking hard for the corkscrew. Some traffic up ahead for diving down. And of course, these cars ahead will also get the blue flag because Hoya will be lapping them. Some GT traffic though as well, so Hoya's just got to be careful not to get sucked into an incident in the final few seconds. And who's this? The 47 car's gone off again at the corkscrew. This is what that yellow flag was for. So yeah, as you were saying, that final hour for the 47 car not gone well.
Certainly hasn't, as I believe we're coming on to the final lap of the race as well. So Michi Hoya, 25 seconds left for the number 1 car. They've certainly led the way very well since the race clutch car had difficulties. Remember, this car, this Burst car, was second on the grid. They managed to come back after a difficult first couple of hours of the penalties that they had. Michi Hoya went off. He was in the wall, but he still managed to hold on to the car somehow and has been getting the speed out of it along with his teammate Damian Skovron. They had a bit of a tricky start to the season, both at Monza and Spa. They didn't have the races that they would have wanted. They would have wanted to be challenging for the race victories, which didn't quite come on those occasions. But today the pace and also the consistency has been there from the 2 drivers, and they've really opened up their championship opportunities with the likes of Race Clutch and Simfream having bad races today. But the 6 hours of Laguna Seca just has one more corner, and it's going to be Michi Hoya bringing home the victory for Burst Esport and the number 1 car to take their first victory of the season. And they are going to be so happy with that one, being down in 6th place at one point and being in the wall as well. Good job from Burst Esports. It's going to be Seawolf Netrace, I should say, coming across the line in 2nd place. They should be really happy with that one, but I think also slightly disappointed that they didn't quite give Burst the run for the money that they would have wanted. Gomi Mas for Go Team Racing takes Go Team Racing's first victory in the VEC. They've had so many podiums over the last couple of seasons, and they should be thrilled with that one, but also with a bit of disappointment to not get a 1-2 finish. But nevertheless, a solid race for them. They were at the front the whole time and took advantage of difficulties for the likes of RHE. And now back to the GTE category. Wojtek Polesny and his team, they're almost a lap ahead of 2nd place. They have done everything correctly today. They've done the pace, they've done the strategy, and finally the consistency as well. After disappointment in Monza, after being taken out in a race winning position, they come back for redemption in round 3. Just 1 corner to go, and Juice's Motorsport Club will put their stamp on this championship as well as a potential contender for this season. As Wojtek Polesny takes victory in the GTE category, he should be so happy with that one. They have been absolutely flawless today, winning by almost 1 lap.
Indeed, an absolutely incredible job there from Juice's Motorsport Club. Essentially, it looks like they have the superior pace and the superior strategy.
Absolutely insane.
Such a domination.
Absolute domination from them, and they have really just come out and done everything right today, which is what you want in a race like this. We thought it was going to be absolute carnage. In the end, we had 2 official DNFs. We had 2 cars that DNF'd, but then came back out to the race after fixing damage as well. So an incredible feat from the drivers. But here is your results. 305 laps for Ewan O'Leary to be happy about, which is potentially a lap record in a 6-hour race in VEC. Mitch Hoyer from Janka Tau and Janssen Bintz, your top 3 in the DPI category. We've got Simfream there in 4th place. Wanako Race Clutch, they'll be disappointed with that one, 3 laps off in the end. Satellite, who saw the wall quite a few times. Team Rookie Monsters as well. before we had DX Droids and
Yeah.
the other satellite car there, the Moradness car. Then coming on to the LMP2s, we've got Go Team Racing, Simframe, On-Off Racing, Pescarolo, R8G. They'll be disappointed with that race and how their season is starting here. Blackhawk Zancho, also a disappointing race. Go Team Racing, Arms, Jonna Lacey, who ended up 6 laps off. They had a terrible race. And then Visceral with Butler Powell and Arms, Cyber rounding out the finishing drivers in the LMP2s. Juices Motorsports Club, followed by Miranda's E-Stars and Scuderia Leone, your top 3 there in the GT category with Jean Lacey, Caspian, Blackhawk, GTC, and DX Droids, with a few of those drivers actually being in the wall this race, but just showing you how being 4 laps off can still get you a top 10 with Juices. Needracing.com, that was a disappointing race from them. Go Team Racing, Ramada, Sim Racing for Holland before your 2 DNFs of Simframe and Seawolf net race. So yes, so definitely, Neil, a very intriguing race, but we've still got 5 more to go.
Very intriguing race, as you said, and indeed, as you said, 5 more to go at the Daytona 12 hours on the 11th of February in 8 weeks. So please join us for that one. But it was so fun seeing the strategy play out towards the end of the race. Perhaps the 12 hours of Daytona will give us that as well.
Indeed, still plenty of racing, still plenty of hours to go in this season 15 of VEC. We've got tight championships coming into the halfway point of the season at the 12 hours of Daytona. But that is it for 2022. We will see you on the 11th of February in 2023. We thank you for watching. And until then, we wish you a very warm goodbye.